by continent again. This is Europe. Norway outlaws hate speech against trans and bisexual people. Activists hail a bill to make violence against LGBT people a hate crime in Italy. And I have a picture before you now of a placard, and it is in honor of this hate crime bill, and you may observe it before you. It's in Italian, and I will give you the translation momentarily. It's this placard reads, "Only love can destroy homophobia." So the bill to make violence against LGBT people a hate crime in Italy is a great triumph. In the Netherlands, a young Dutch person has made a film. An intersex child is on a mission to inform people about being intersex. And this person goes by she, her pronouns, has made a short film called Girls, Boys Mix with the support of her parents. She tried to do a report in school, and the teacher said, "Oh, no, that's adult subject matter." So she feels totally erased and has made this short film. And while we're talking about it, I'd like to recommend a 14-minute clip that is has been put together by, it's called I Am Normal, and it's organized, it's promoted by Women Make Movies, and the...
That's a great site.
Women Make Movies is fabulous. So anyway, I'd like to recommend I Am Normal, which covers the same topic from an adult perspective. Let's go to Latin America, where Jair Bolsonaro, what a guy, tells Brazil not to deal with the pandemic like fags. And that's a direct quote. I have...
What a charmer.
I know. I have his actual remarks.
Friend of Trump.
His actual remarks are, "I regret the deaths, I really do, but we're all going to die someday. There's no use fleeing reality. We have to stop being a country of fags. We have to face up to it and fight. I hate this faggot stuff." So there's some remarks from Jair Bolsonaro. On a more positive note, I'd like to show you a picture now of Silvia Vasquez Lavado, who is a distinguished mountain climber. She's the only out woman to climb 7 summits, the 7 summits, which are the highest mountains on each continent. She's 46 years old. She lives in San Francisco. She's written a memoir called In the Shadow of the Mountain, and the singer and actor Selena Gomez is going to star in it.
That'll be fabulous.
And again, the question arises about heterosexual people playing lesbian and gay.
Yep.
It's Wentworth Miller is an out actor who says that he's not going to be taking any more straight roles. On the other hand, Viggo Mortensen is being forced to defend his decision to play a gay man in his directorial debut, Falling. So that controversy rages, but this mountain climber is really noteworthy. In New Zealand, one more good thing, HIV tests to be dispensed through vending machines. It's a first for New Zealand.
That's good.
You know, they go to cruising areas because a lot of men don't want to risk stigma, homophobia of testing themselves. It's a really easy test. Comes with a kit, so if you're positive, you know where to go. It's really a breakthrough.
It's an oral swab, and you get the results in 15 to 20 minutes.
Exactly, exactly.
It's like
And
their
you-
pregnancy tests.
It's an oral swab.
Yeah. But I mean, you get your results in about
Exactly,
like
yes.
5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's go to Australia, where celebrities rally and demand the release of a detained gay refugee. And this is really a terrible story. He goes by Ali. He was detained in an immigration center in Australia for over 8 years. He fled from the Middle East. He and his partner were, his partner's family stabbed him. His partner's male relatives stabbed him. The local militia threatened him and his family. So his sister lives in Australia. He went there. She said she can provide for him, but he's been in this detention center for the better part of a decade. According to his lawyers, the courts have refused to consider his plea. So now all these actors have gotten together and put together a clip. And I decided not to show it to you because it's kind of jarring. All different actors, enunciate part of his story. But they're trying to draw attention to this very pertinent
Especially,
case.
since he's got a sister who lives there. And I heard, though, that Australia was brutal around immigration.
Well, he says that immigration centers are terrible for
Yeah.
LGBT people
Yeah.
too. So 8 years of this. Let's go to Asia now. A lot going on there. Thai women and pride activists march for democracy and equality. They want to get rid of they want to improve democracy. They want the head of the government to resign. 1,500 people marched on Saturday. And the march covered a broad range of issues, including slut shaming, access to safe abortions, and legalized sex work, while transgender activists had signs saying, "I am not abnormal." So the LGBT community has been very visible at these protests. They want to reform the monarchy, they want a new constitution, and they want Prayut Chan-o-cha to resign as prime minister.
All right.
So I hate to do it, but we have to return to the Pope, who's had an impact on the Philippines. Remember that muddled
Yeah.
conversation last time about how he's for
And
civil
then but he
unions
didn't
but
really
not
mean it,
same-sex
yeah.
marriage. But anyway, a bill has been stalled in the Philippines supporting spousal and property rights. It's been in the House of Representatives for 3 years because the Catholics are opposing it, the Catholic Church. But after his endorsement, now it's going to move a little bit. And Duterte has supported same-sex marriage all along. So they're taking hope in the Philippines.
Are the Philippines Catholic? I thought they were
Yes,
Catholic
yes,
and
yes,
Muslim.
very, very. They're the biggest Catholic stronghold in Asia.
Oh.
And church leaders influence politics, policy, and day-to-day life. They oppose same-sex marriage bills, anti-discrimination bills, and push to legalize abortion, which can be punishable by jail time in the country. They also oppose the death penalty. So that's the only one I agree with.
Religion is no damn good, if you ask me.
Well,
Colonization.
I'm drawing to the close of my Asian headlines. Here and proud, Hong Kong Pride Parade celebrated online as fight for civil equal rights moves forward. They couldn't get a permit. They refused to. A permit was not issued. So there was no physical rally, but everyone got together online and it was very festive. The city's most recent progress came from the High Court's ruling that same-sex couples should enjoy the same rights under Hong Kong's inheritance law as opposite same-sex couples. The Immigration Department has also been forced to recognize same-sex couples who've been married abroad, but Hong Kong does not recognize same-sex marriage or civil unions, and has yet to legislate against sexual orientation discrimination. So there's a ways to go, and now they couldn't get the permit to march. And finally, an upbeat story, a beacon of hope occurs in Bangladesh, where the first school for transgender students has been opened. It's a charity that did it. They have 100 students, and they're gonna, it's converted from, it's gonna be on the 3rd story of a madrasa, and they're gonna study the Quran and math and English, and it's going to be both religious and secular. And the government estimates there are about 10,000 transgender people in Bangladesh, but rights groups figure it may be as high as 1.5 million.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just a slight difference there.
And despite the government's landmark decision in 2013 to recognize transgender people as a third gender, they remain marginalized in a country where same-sex activity is illegal. And it's, I just cannot get out of my mind the LGBT newspaper people who were hacked to death in their office.
Yep.
But so that's good news. It's
No
a beacon
Poland?
of hope. Pardon me?
No Poland?
Oh, Poland's coming up in my first segment. Count on that.
You had to ask.
I did.
And Hungary,
Hungary too?
its evil
Okay.
twin.
Okay, so for headlines, we have Supreme Court Justice Alito on LGBTQ rights.
Ooh.
The Queen's Gambit is Netflix new series which features several queer characters. Dashing in December is a gay cowboy Christmas romance. This year's holiday rom-com is on MTV. It's big city life versus the draw of the wide open spaces. So, Jesse James Kittle makes non-binary TV history on Big Sky. The actor is set to become the first non-binary series in a lead role on primetime TV as Jerry in Big Sky. You can watch this on ABC Drama, and it's opening December 15th. So, West Virginians sue over state's ban on gender affirmation health surgery. Biden-Harris team includes a trans veteran. Ritz Crackers spreads some joy with LGBT inclusive ads. There has been an arrest made in the killing and mutilation of Philadelphia trans woman. Suspect Akination Jones was arrested in LA. Hate crimes, including LGBT crimes, rose in 2019. Legendary trans performer Bambi Lake dies at 70. Anti-gay Michelle Bachmann said that Joe Biden is not our president. We'll have more about that. Nevada is the first state to protect same-sex marriage.
Yep.
The Washington rumor mill says Pete Buttigieg wants to be ambassador, but the position may already be Hillary's. So we'll see how that develops. Anti-gay televangelist who has blamed COVID on gay sex and non-virgin brides dies from COVID-19. The Reverend Ivan Baxter was the founder of End Times Ministries, which reached 100 million households in North America. Trump supporters wave banners against homosexual marriage, and is coming for blacks and Indians signs were seen at the Mega March. In the town of Taylor, Texas, the scene was an LGBTQ marriage-a-thon. We'll have more about that Angelica Rose, Transsex Summit. We'll talk about that. So those are my headlines. Keith?
All righty. So first, our trivia question. And this doesn't come from the front page of Out in the Mountains because it's from 1886,
Wow.
which predates it just a little bit. They taught weaving at the Smithsonian, and they met with then President Grover Cleveland as the ambassador from the Zuni Nation. Who were they? I also want to put a plug in for our interview show, which will be on November 28th. There will be an interview with the editors of WMN Zine, and I'm told you're really going to want to meet these women. An interview with author Preston Allen, and an interview with Representative Emily Kornheiser about a new social justice committee that's forming in the Vermont legislature. So Linda had made a reference to the FBI hate crime statistics, and this is the breakdown, and it's from 2019. They're always approximately a year behind
Yeah.
because there were over 15,000 law enforcement agencies reporting in now, which is an increase. This is the highest year in over a decade. There were over 7,000 single bias incidents with over 8,500 victims identified. And there were over 211 multiple bias incidents with over 260 victims identified.
This is the U.S., right?
This is nationwide.
Yep.
Vermont's numbers haven't come out yet. Usually, Fair and Impartial Policing released their data after the FBI has released theirs. So the breakdown was 57% was based on race, ethnicity, and ancestry. Thinking of the current federal administration, that's not surprising. 20% based on religion. And again, that's not so. Muslim, those a-hole countries, what does that create? 16% based on sexual orientation, about 3% based upon gender identity, 2% based upon disability, and about 1% based on gender. So there was also a survey coming out of New York City that said 33% of the youth in foster care identified as LGBTQ+, and it was predominantly being rejected by their families. And we are disproportionately represented within foster care in New York City. The Boy Scouts, their Chapter 11 suit, yesterday was your final day that you could become part of the suit. They had close to 82,000
Complaints. Can you imagine?
litigants
Oh, yeah, I can
involved in this process. That's more than was involved with the Catholic Church. However, looking at scouting, Beatrice Jackson of Austin, Texas. This is the part of the inaugural women to become Eagle Scouts. 2017, the Scouts made themselves gender inclusive. She is also transgender.
Yep.
So, town hall forums. I had mentioned this before. They will be occurring within January and February. They will be a virtual event. Be looking for information going out through social networks, through some of the local organizations. Because it's a virtual event, the organizing committee is moving away from making them geographic-centric to making them issue-centric. So if you have an interest in health and wellness, which will include a conversation about the pandemic, its impact on the LGBTQ plus community, our ability to access health care, are like transgender services, are they equally covered? That will be one of the discussions. Rural queerness. What is it like to be LGBTQ in rural Vermont? And then talking about agriculture and farming. I wonder who might facilitate that one. Also looking at aging, and then on youth. and one on racial justice, which will talk about prisons, policing, white supremacists, white supremacy. What is we really need to be doing in Vermont? We put out a lot of rhetoric. Do we have the actions that really back it up? And then when we come around again to talk about issues in greater detail, I'm of course going to be talking about the elections. And HRC has issued what they consider their starting point with the new incoming Biden administration, saying these are the 85 actions that they could take immediately. And I have not read through all of them, but expect it on a future show.
Okay.
Okay. Let's
Poland?
Poland. Let's go to the European Union and how
I
they're
hope
trying
they're
to.
kicking ass there.
Well, they're trying to respond. And I have a picture before you now of EU Commission Vice President Vera Jourova and EU Commissioner for Equality Helena Dalli, who delivered a press conference in which they explained that they are finally putting forward their first strategy to protect the rights of LGBTQ people. This occurred on Thursday, and it was a challenge to right-wing governments in Poland and its close follower, Hungary now, that have become increasingly homophobic in the past year. The Commission said LGBT people were facing growing discrimination in Europe, even as most people in the bloc were becoming more accepting of gay rights. We will defend the rights of LGBT people against those who now have more and more appetite to attack them from this ideological point of view, said Commission Vice President Vera Jourova at a news conference. This belongs to the authoritarian playbook, and it does not have a place in the EU. According to survey figures cited by the Commission, 43% of LGBT people last year said they felt discriminated against, up to 37%, up from 37% in 2012. That increase came even though 76% of EU citizens say lesbians, gays, and bisexuals should have equal rights to heterosexuals, up from 71% in 2015. It's 2020, and hate and discrimination of people from sexual minorities really does not belong in Europe, she said. The new strategy comes as right-wing governments in some former, may not be a surprise, some former communist Eastern EU member states have made campaigning against gay rights a central part of their ruling ideology. We know all about Poland, but Hungary's right-wing government this week proposed a constitutional amendment to require children to be brought up with a Christian interpretation of gender roles and a law that would effectively ban adoptions by same-sex couples.
It's that Catholic Church again, isn't it?
Well, it could be, and also bigotry sells, as we know in our country.
Yeah.
Well, and they're watching that case before the U.S. Supreme Court about a religious agency not having to place
Yeah.
in an LGBTQ foster care situation. Yeah.
I know, and rumor is that the court is leaning toward favoring them. Earlier this year, you may recall, the Commission cut funding to some Polish towns that had declared themselves LGBT-free zones, but then the Polish government compensated the towns. We can never accept LGBT-free zones because they are actually humanity-free zones, said EU Commissioner of Equality Helena Dalli. Both Jourova and Dalli made clear that the EU would not fund any projects that did not respect LGBTQ rights. The Commission has also proposed including homophobic hate crimes in a list of so-called Euro crimes major offenses such as terrorism and human trafficking, for which the EU can set minimum rules. That would require unanimity among the EU members. And that's the problem with this strategy. It would also seek to ensure that the legal status of relationships in families that include LGBTQ people cannot be revoked when they cross borders. So if they get married somewhere else, they have to acknowledge their marriage.
Why can't they just say, look, either do what you're told or get out?
Well, Linda, the Commission's intentions are hobbled somewhat because its recommendations are not binding on member countries. Any new legislation would need to be approved by the European Parliament and national governments before much pressure can be applied on nations who do not comply. Hungary and Poland may have been at loggerheads with the European Commission over an array of issues, mostly centering on abuses to the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and the rights of minorities. Hungarian and Polish authorities have described those principles of governance as foreign ideology, but most other European countries and institutions consider them fundamental to the bloc's beliefs. With little recourse, the Commission has tried to shame or pressure the governments politically, but so far has failed to force much change.
But see, I thought they all signed agreements when they joined the EU. And
It is like the UN,
Right.
where you can vote against it. It is not consensus building. There are certain nations who have the right to block actions. Yeah.
According to a survey, Poland now ranks as the most homophobic country in the European Union. Violence against the gay community in Poland has surged, and I've talked about that on previous shows. On Wednesday, this is a new awful thing, on Wednesday during the annual Independence March, participants in the city shot flares into an apartment where a rainbow flag was hanging, setting it on fire. In Hungary, as the healthcare system and economy buckle under the weight of coronavirus pandemic, Prime Minister Viktor Orban's government proposed a set of bills reflecting its war on gender identity. On Tuesday, after the Hungarian parliament extended its use of emergency powers because of COVID for 90 days, the Orban government submitted a bill to amend the Constitution to establish marriage as an institution exclusively between a man and a woman. Additional provisions include protections of the right to raise children in a Christian culture. Another bill introduced on Tuesday would allow only married couples to adopt children with exemptions granted only by the governor's Minister for Family Policy. And in May, a law came into effect in Hungary that tied an individual's gender to their sex and chromosomes at birth, restricting later modifications on official documents and making gender reassignment illegal. Analysts say the culture war, and this is what we all know, is a unifying element for Mr. Orban supporters. It appears they've seen the success of such campaigns in Poland, an activist said. This is a symbolic issue in their politics. It's a simple message. You can generate some hate with it and strengthen the base.
except in Poland, it was a very close election. So, I mean, it was like 51-49 or something. So I wouldn't call that a mandate necessarily. I mean,
But, he won.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone is
Yeah.
in the streets,
yeah,
but he won.
he won, yeah.
So,
But, because it was so close, I mean, you could, at some point, maybe it'll make a shift to the,
that's very optimistic.
Yeah.
I hope
well,
that
we
happens.
kind of made that shift here. I mean, so
We'll see what happens
we'll
in
see
Georgia.
what happens in the future.
Yes.
So, are you done now?
Well, I could be.
Okay. Well, let's start with the lovely Supreme Court Justice Alito. And he begins his first court press on LGBTQ rights by claiming that marriage inequality censors people. This is a quote: "You can't say that marriage is a union between a man and a woman anymore," he laments. "Until recently, that's what the vast majority of Americans thought. Now it's considered bigotry." At the Federalist Society, he gave a speech in which he declared, "Great challenges are before us in the Supreme Court going forward, and we will have to protect freedom of speech because previous rulings by lawmakers have limited it." He specifically mentioned, is it Oglefell? Yeah, versus Hodges, the 2015 ruling that cemented marriage equality and defended the 213 Masterpiece Cake Shop in 2018 ruling that sided with religious liberty. He reaffirms hope that legal opinions will overturn Oglefell in the future.
That ruling.
That ruling. West Virginians sue over state's ban on gender affirmation health coverage. West Virginia Medicaid program and its state employee health plans refuse to pay. So Christopher Fain, Zachary Martel, and Brian McNamara sue. Lambda Legal has filed a class action suit challenging West Virginia's blanket exclusion of gender confirmation surgery. Biden and Harris team includes a trans veteran and LGBTQ notables, some of which includes, Chai Feldbaum, Sean Skelly, and Dave Noble. Skelly served 20 years as a Navy flight officer. Chai Feldbaum, a lesbian, and Pamela Carlin, a bisexual woman, has been named to the Biden-Harris team. Feldman is a professor at Georgetown University Law Center and is a member of the local Employment Opportunity Commission. Carlin is a professor of law at Stanford Law School. So some pretty good choices there. Anti-gay Michelle Bachmann says that Joe Biden is not her president or our president. The former congresswoman recorded a video. I saw this video, but I couldn't be able to put it up, where she prayed to God to use his iron rod and smash the clay iron of deceit in America.
There we go.
Yep. Nevada is the first state to protect same-sex marriage in its constitution.
Yes.
In the Tuesday election, the nation's first state where voters repealed a 202 amendment that had defined marriage as between one man and one woman.
2002, probably.
Yeah. Marriage in the state of Nevada will be defined as couples regardless of gender.
Ah,
So that's good.
I was going to say that was the only LGBTQ specific initiative on a national basis.
Well, that's good.
Which, if we think of previous elections having only one,
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
good. Progress.
and this was a positive one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the town of Taylor, Texas, the scene was a marriage-a-thon. A non-binary fickle witch, Rain Castaneda, took a break from tarot card reading to help 5 couples get married.
Oh, that's
It was
festive.
a witch-a-thon. Angela Ross Trans Tech Summit is building a transgender coalition of queer coders. The Pose Star has a 2-day summit which is focused on helping queer and transgender people aspiring to work in the tech industry and learn new skills, foster community, and potentially connect with future employees. Before starring in Pose, she did web development. So, and Andy Warhol has an unexpected romantic heart in a new book. Warhol's Love, Sex, and Desire drawings from 1950 to 1962 features over 300 drawings portraying young men, many who are nude, and some that are sexually charged.
Whoa.
I didn't think Andy had it in him.
So, we know what to get you for Christmas.
Damn.
We have another Christmas.
We have another Christmas idea for you. Victory Fund asked California Governor Newsom to appoint an LGBTQ replacement for Harris.
That'd be great.
I know, wouldn't it? And then for my last is a trans activist was jailed in New York City protest and is charged with bullhorn possession.
I'm telling you.
Joel Rivera was shoved to the ground while wearing heels and a ball gown. So,
I was saying, following up in California, they just elected their first LGBTQ Supreme Court justice.
Oh.
Because in California, they are not appointed, they're elected.
really?
And I want to say it's a man of color,
Huh.
but I'm going to need to go back and look at it.
Okay.
You can tell us
So-
next time.
Stay tuned. So those elections and sort of looking at what we're all living through right now, some of the things to keep in mind. Each state has until December 8th to certify their election results. Now, most states, it will be done prior to Thanksgiving. In Vermont, we certified ours on November 10th, the week after. All the major parties got together, they agreed, they signed off on it. On Monday, December 14th, that's when all of the electors for the Electoral College meet in their state capitals and cast their ballots. And then it's on Wednesday, January 6th, that both the U.S. House and Senate confirm the vote of the electors. And then on Wednesday, January 20th at 12 noon, we have a new administration coming in. Thank you.
So let me ask you to speculate.
Yes,
Do you think he'll concede on January 6th?
he does not have to concede at all.
Oh, okay.
He does not have to issue a
fine.
statement. It's just a courtesy. However,
But if he
well-
doesn't, that
he
woman
needs to
won't sign
okay,
that thing.
well, see, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Traditionally, the concession is what gives permission to the General Services
Right.
Administration to release the transition funds.
Right.
But that could happen when all of the states have certified their election results
So that would happen automatically on January 6th.
on December 8th.
Oh,
December
Okay.
8th is the deadline for which all the states have to have certified their election results.
okay.
So do you think
So that's when you could really push General Services saying,
it's over?
but you've lost a month.
Right.
And one of the things that's being brought out now is particularly with all of the rapid advances that are coming relative to vaccines and COVID, you want to ensure that administrations are talking to each other. You were going to ask a question or make a comment?
I was. Do you think that any of the states will, like Pennsylvania, they'll change delegates? You don't think so?
There is actually a provision in law that if the electorate doesn't go along with the vote in their state, there's action that can be taken against
Really?
them.
Legal
Where
action?
legal action. Where that provision about changing and not necessarily, that has to be embedded in your state law, and it has to be based upon some premise. It can't just be, well, I've decided this
I
is
don't
how I'm
like
going to
him,
do
so
it.
I'm going to vote for him.
But because there are some states where you can split your
Yeah,
electoral
right.
votes. There were two in particular, Maine being one of them. So you could vote 3 of your electoral votes for the Democrat and 1 for the Republican, and that's fine. So in Vermont, we had 15 out LGBT candidates running for both the House and the Senate. 13 got elected.
I know, it's great.
All of our incumbents were reelected. We now have 11 out members of the House, 2 in the Senate, and of course, one of those being Taylor Small as Vermont's first transgender legislator. What has happened by a preliminary vote, and then it will be formalized in January, Becca Balint. I'm choking up. Becca Balint will indeed be the first woman and lesbian president pro tem of the Vermont Senate.
Very exciting. Yeah.
So, however, the House is now comprised of 99 Democrats, 46 Republicans, and 5 progressives or independent. What that means is the Democrats don't have the supermajority that they would
don't?
need to override a veto. You need 100 votes.
Even with the progressives?
The Democrats on their own. And also keep in mind that, you know, the term that's lovingly used is the blue dog Democrats, that sometimes they tend to drift more over to the Republican than the Democratic
Yeah.
side. So it's not a slam dunk.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Senate is now 23 Democrats, 7 Republicans. The Republicans picked up some seats. One was because of Rogers not getting his filing in on time, and that, what had been a Democratic seat, got picked up by the Republicans. So Winooski, not only did they give us Taylor, they passed a charter change to allow non-citizen voting.
Oh, great.
And it passed by a 2-to-1 ratio.
Wow.
Good.
So now we're going to be watching to see if Mary Hooper and Warren Kitzmiller will reintroduce Montpelier's charter change that got stalled in the Senate this past session, getting some momentum from Winooski, and I believe Burlington was also toying with the same, so there may be a push, and we're going to need to watch that. So some of the other highlights nationwide, Hamilton County, Ohio, remember that lesbian sheriff?
Yeah.
She won by a landslide.
That's so good.
So when you're driving through Hamilton County, wave, but don't speed. But in Hawaii, they have elected their first out LGBTQ Asian legislator, which was kind of surprising that they hadn't up until this point. San Diego now has a bisexual mayor. So looking in our backyard, in Maine, Representative Ryan Fecteau. Remember that name?
Isn't that a Vermont name?
Fecteau? Yeah, actually it is.
They have those, you know, on the.
Modular homes.
Yeah.
We're giving a plug to businesses. If we need a home, we're coming to you. Ryan is going to be the incoming Speaker of the House.
Oh.
So it will be Maine's first out LGBTQ speaker. Sarah Gideon, who was the Speaker of the House, is who ran against Susan Collins.
Yeah.
Lois Reckitt, which people in the Domestic and Sexual Violence Network will know well, got reelected, out lesbian. She was also one of the first inductees into the Maine Women's Hall of Fame.
What was
She
she
had- she's-
reelected to?
The House,
Oh,
to the
okay.
Maine House. She is a formidable force with domestic and sexual violence issues. Lori Archer, out lesbian, got elected to the Maine House, as did Barbara Wood. In New Hampshire, and I had forgotten this, New Hampshire was one of the states that actually had 2 out transgender members of their House of Representatives, Lisa Bunker and Jerry Cannon, and they both got reelected. As well as Rebecca Perkins Qua, who is the first LGBTQ plus voted to their Senate. And they have Joshua Query, who is a member of the New Hampshire House, who is their first non-binary, gender non-conforming representative. And and they re-elected Chris Pappas to the U.S. House. And a little bit more about the U.S. House in a second. But this is the one that made me smile. Tony LaBranch, Amherst, New Hampshire. Now, at first when I was reading it, I thought Amherst, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Amherst, New Hampshire. He was a high school senior, and he got elected to the
Really?
New Hampshire House as an out LGBTQ person.
That's
Wow.
fabulous.
It's like, per the Victory Fund and Human Rights Campaign, they were tracking 313 LGBTQ plus candidates nationwide, all levels of government. 200 were elected.
Nice.
Not bad.
I want you to keep in mind that QAnon were running 28 candidates nationwide.
One got elected.
Two.
Two.
Yeah.
That crazy one in Alabama.
Yeah. So 200 were elected, 84 weren't elected, but there are 29 races for which they haven't gotten the results back. So it may be that situation of less than 50%, there needs to be a runoff, or they just haven't followed up. Exit polling, nationwide, 7% of voters polled identified as LGBTQ+. But here's the piece that made my little pea brain go snap, crackle, pop.
I know.
61% voted for Biden, 28% voted for 45.
I know it. It boggles
It's
the mind.
disheartening, isn't it?
Yeah. So looking nationwide, there are now 9 LGBTQ plus members of the U.S. House. All 7 incumbents got reelected. And what got added to it are 2 people of color, gay men coming out of New York, Mondaire Jones and Richie Torres.
Mm-hmm.
There were over 150 LGBTQ plus people elected to state legislators during this most recent election. There were 40 LGBTQ plus people of color elected to state legislators. Only Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alaska have yet to elect an LGBTQ plus person to their legislature.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Six states elected 8 transgender candidates to their legislatures. Of note is Stephanie Byers, who was elected to the Kansas House. She is the first transgender indigenous person of color.
That is fabulous.
And she is from the Chickasaw Nation,
Aha.
which was made. And the other sort of standout was Maureen Turner, Oklahoma House of Representative. She is the first non-binary, gender non-conforming person of color nationwide elected to a legislator.
In Oklahoma, too.
In Oklahoma. Well, this is looking at all of the election results and thinking in terms of things that have been happening during the last 4 years. While there has been all of that hostile action happening within the federal administration, we've remembered what it's like to do grassroots organizing, what it's like, the political is personal. What can I do in my own state? What can I do in my own backyard to advance LGBTQ plus issues? So, and looking at some of the rhetoric on the federal level and the nationwide surveys that are being done, there is more support now for non-discrimination legislation based on sexual orientation and gender identity than we have ever seen before. And there's greater support for marriage equality. It's, enough has been done and people have looked around and said, oh, this isn't that big a deal. So,
It's the cultural change
yeah,
From
exactly.
the bottom up.
that sometimes precedes legislation.
So-
I'm interested in this 28%. Like, I'd like to have a breakdown of who.
You,
Was it-
you want gender, you want age, you want
Right, yeah.
socioeconomic, you want to know, are these those college-educated
Exactly.
versus non?
'Cause-
Where do they?
Because we need to target these people
For what?
in our LGBT community.
For
To not-
indoctrination or?
Yes, to not vote for Trump. I mean, it's not voting in your, I mean,
Hopefully, this was the last opportunity they would have had to have done that, so. But no,
It just shows how diverse we are.
well, I was going to say, from having done political organizing here
yeah,
in
but we
Vermont,
shouldn't be.
well, there's always been that conservative portion of our community.
Sure.
And the challenge has always been, okay, how do we make room for all of us
Right.
without negating anyone else's voice, but also having a clear delineation of when anti-speech is hate speech and it is a hate crime. So that's the,
And I have another question.
Yeah.
Do you think do you think polling is over? As
Oh,
an
polling's a
industry?
terrible thing now. It's not
This
working.
is two presidential seasons in a row that it's kind of fallen short.
there were some of the polls that were more accurate than others. And from the conversation with Irshad, one of the challenges is always who it is that you're asking the question.
Right.
To whom do you have access? And one of the theories about why on a national level they were so far off,
People lie.
well, that people were not forthcoming and there were people who chose not to participate. I mean, in 2016, some of it was because there was a whole portion of the electorate that was energized to become involved because I now finally have someone who is speaking my language. And they were a group that had not participated in the electoral process before. So when you go and you get the list of likely voters, they weren't going to be on it because they hadn't voted in the last two elections. So they missed that entire segment. The industry needs to reassess how they do what it is they do,
Right.
and then how they take that information and share it with the public. I mean, there may be more qualifiers. So that trivia question,
Yeah.
do you remember the answer?
I don't think I ever had the answer.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
In 1886, they taught weaving at the Smithsonian and met with then President Grover Cleveland as the ambassador of the Zuni Nation. This was Huawei from the Zuni Nation, probably their most famous Aihamana, which is what we would now call Two-Spirit. When Huawei went to Washington, D.C., the Zuni princess totally charmed them all. And they had no idea that it was not a cisgendered woman.
Wow.
And Huawei continued to do diplomacy with the U.S. government until the U.S. government decided they really wanted the Zuni resources. And then they were jailed for witchcraft. Because within the Zuni culture, they were a healer. They were a shaman. They were a medicine person. So that's part of our
Wow.
Native American Indigenous People Heritage Month. Let's see what I can come up with for 2 weeks. That was my best. That was my best
That
one.
was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was
So
pretty
with
good.
that,
I think we should all take a deep breath and wait for the vaccine and resist.
Today, a Democracy Now! Exclusive. We're in occupied Western Sahara, in Laayoune, the capital of what many call Africa's last colony. Morocco occupied Western Sahara more than 40 years ago, in 1975. 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony.
As Sahrawi women, we're not backing off until we get our final victory and liberate our homeland. The beatings will not deter us from continuing the fight, and even if we die, it will be a sacrifice so that our sons and future generations can live in the freedom that we've been denied.
In this special report, Democracy Now! Breaks the media blockade and goes to occupied Western Sahara in the northwest corner of Africa to document the Sahrawi decades-long struggle against Morocco's violent occupation.
I have a daughter as 7 years old, so I try to tell her that my father was kidnapped and tortured and etc. But I try to teach her that one day I will face the same fate. So I'm always waiting.
We re-air our special report as a nearly 3-decade ceasefire in Western Sahara has ended after the Moroccan military broke into a southern no-go buffer zone on November 13th to attack Sahrawi civilians and exchange fire with the Polisario Front, the Sahrawi liberation movement seeking independence. Morocco's action came shortly after a top U.S. general met with the commander of the Royal Moroccan Armed Forces Southern Zone, which includes occupied Western Sahara. As Morocco and the Polisario engage on the battlefront, dozens have been arrested in the occupied territory. Many of the Sahrawis in this film are currently under police siege or in hiding. All that and more coming up. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, a Democracy Now! Exclusive. 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony. Western Sahara, where peaceful protesters, led by women, are beaten in the streets. Thousands have been tortured, imprisoned, killed, and disappeared while resisting the Moroccan occupation.
He jabbed right at my eye with his baton. I was yelling at him, "Hey, you Moroccan, you pulled out my eye."
Where natural resources are plundered from phosphates to fish.
I say that our damnation comes from the natural resources we have here. If it wasn't for these natural resources, Morocco would never have invaded Western Sahara.
Where a massive wall divides a people, the Sahrawi, the native population, denied a vote for self-determination.
If we don't speak out, especially us as victims who have suffered all of this, if we don't speak out and defend our cause, this problem will remain.
Western Sahara, the center of a 4 decades-long struggle for independence from Morocco, its neighbor to the north. Morocco has occupied the territory since 1975 in defiance of the United Nations and the international community. The story of Western Sahara is one of colonialism, plunder, and resistance. It's also a story rarely told in the international media. And it's here in Western Sahara where the scholar Noam Chomsky says the Arab Spring first began in late 2010, before the uprisings in Tunisia and Egypt.
The Moroccan forces came in, destroyed the tent cities, a lot of killed, wounded, and so on, and then it spread.
But the struggle in Western Sahara dates back much longer. For nearly a century, Western Sahara was colonized by Spain, but the Spanish occupation ended in 1975, setting off a regional fight. On October 31st, 1975, both Morocco from the north and Mauritania from the south invaded Western Sahara as Spain withdrew. Days after Moroccan troops invaded, King Hassan II ordered hundreds of thousands of Moroccan citizens to enter Western Sahara in what became known as the Green March. Mauritania would withdraw less than 4 years later, but Morocco has remained to this day. Just days after the Moroccan invasion, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger privately told President Gerald Ford he hoped for a, quote, rigged UN vote at the Security Council to confirm Morocco's claim over Western Sahara. About half of the Sahrawi population fled the invasion to neighboring Algeria, where they settled in refugee camps in the middle of the desert. The Moroccan invasion set off a 16-year-long war with the Sahrawi liberation movement known as the Polisario Front. Morocco's army, with the help of U.S. military aid, drove the Polisario to Western Sahara's eastern desert. Morocco then created the world's longest minefield and built the second longest wall on Earth with the help of U.S. weapons companies Northrop and Westinghouse. The nearly 1,700-mile wall divides Sahrawis who remain under occupation from those who fled into exile. The Moroccan government began decades of torture, disappearances, killings, and repression against pro-independence Sahrawis living in the occupied territory. In 1991, the UN sponsored a ceasefire and promised Sahrawis a referendum on self-determination, organized by its peacekeeping mission known as MINURSO. Since then, Morocco has blocked attempts to organize the vote, and the UN Security Council has refused to implement its own referendum plan or allow MINURSO to monitor the human rights situation in the territory. Today, no country recognizes Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara, one of the most inaccessible places in the world. And the international media has largely ignored the occupation, in part because Morocco has routinely blocked journalists from entering Western Sahara. But in late 2016, Democracy Now! Successfully broke the news blockade. We were in Marrakesh, Morocco, for the United Nations Climate Change Conference. With UN credentials and U.S. passports, we decided to take a chance and attempt to do what no foreign television crew has done in years, report from Africa's last colony.
Goodman, this is Democracy Now! We've just landed in Laayoune, the capital of Western Sahara, Africa's last colony, hoping to report from here, occupied by Morocco for more than 40 years. We're at the airport now. We'll see what happens.
I'm speaking quietly on the plane because journalists, even Western journalists, are rarely allowed into Western Sahara. We don't know if this is the moment we'll be turned back, as so many others have been. Maybe it's the UN press badges around our necks. Maybe it's our U.S. passports. Or maybe it's just that our arrival was so unexpected. But after a check of our documents and a few questions, we're waved through customs. Outside the airport, we climb into a car driven by Jamal, our translator and guide.
They were very nice to me.
So who are the plainclothes officers at the airport?
Those are security officers. Some of them belong to different departments.
Jamal says we've been observed by local police, the Moroccan Secret Service, and intelligence agents.
So welcome to Laayoune. This is Laayoune. Actually, the airport is so close, so nearby that you can walk.
We arrive at the Hotel Salwan, knowing that the receptionist is obliged to inform the police of our presence. We check in quickly and immediately prepare to interview Sahrawi activists in one of our rooms. We don't know how many hours or minutes we'll have to record before the authorities arrive. Soon, a small contingent of Sahrawis enters. Our first interview is with journalist Mohamed Mayara. He speaks in hushed tones about the torture and murder his family faced at the hands of the Moroccan authorities.
My father was among 4 brothers were kidnapped directly when Morocco invaded the Western Sahara. So he was arrested in February 27th, 1976. I was 2 months. He was kidnapped, and then they sent him to a secret jail, well known by the Sahrawis, Agdez, in south of Morocco. He spent 1 year and 6 months, and he was killed under torture.
What kind of risk do you take speaking to a Western journalist like me?
I have a daughter as 7 years old, so I told her when she asked me about my father, so I tried to tell her that my father was kidnapped and tortured and etc. But I tried to teach her that one day I will face the same fate. So I'm always waiting.
Why do you take that risk?
Because I think it is engagement. This is the duty of freedom.
The work of Mohamed Mayara's citizen journalist group, Equipe Media, is documented in the film 3 Stolen Cameras. It shows the gruesome fate of a Sahrawi cameraman who was pushed off a rooftop by police after he was spotted filming a bloody crackdown on a peaceful protest.
Suddenly, an undercover policeman had detected me on a rooftop. They suddenly appeared and pushed me over the edge. As I fell down on the street, I broke my leg. Other policemen dragged me on the ground. A bit further down the street, there was a burning tire. They pulled me over it. It was no accident. They wanted to demonstrate their power and show what happens to those who try to break the media blockade.
Facing this kind of violence against those who document Morocco's crackdown and dissent, it's remarkable that these Sahrawis were willing to speak with us. We also meet journalist Hayat Qatari. Can media operate here in Western Sahara? Can you have your own media?
We are very much harassed. The most recent episode was when my sister, Nazha Al-Khalidi, had her camera confiscated. And then they arrested her, and she was brutally treated by the authorities over 24 hours in the police station. That's apart from when she was trying to videotape a peaceful demonstration at the beach of Fum al-Wad.
It's now past midnight. Not long after we finish our interviews, we get a phone call. The hotel receptionist tells us the police are in the hotel lobby demanding to see us. We make our way downstairs. 2 men in plain clothes tell us to sit down and warn us against reporting in Western Sahara. We go back upstairs, and soon after we learn a pro-Moroccan government website called Sahara Zoom had published details about our trip, including information about the interviews we had done in our hotel room that night. The message was clear. We're watching you. This is a Democracy Now! Special. 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony. That's Sahrawi singer Mariam Hassan from her album Layoun on Fire. This is a Democracy Now! Special, 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony. I'm Amy Goodman. It's day 2 of our trip to Layoun, the capital of Western Sahara. Despite warnings against reporting from here, we set off for the offices of a human rights group. We carry all our possessions with us, assuming our hotel rooms could be searched or we could be deported at a moment's notice. Everywhere we go, we're followed. We just left our hotel, and a man with a motorcycle just outside, as we came out, he started texting. And now he's a little bit behind us, keeping a careful distance. We've got security on our tail. We've made a right and a left and a right. We've made a U-turn, and the man on a motorcycle is right behind. Everywhere we drive are the posters, the billboards of the king. That's the Moroccan king, King Mohammed VI.
Right here, this is the door, so.
We've arrived at the only Moroccan-accepted nonprofit here in Laayoune. There's clearly security sitting right next to the door, and the motorcyclist, the so-called security, is right behind us. The human rights organization has a long name. ASVDH stands for the Sahrawi Association of Victims of Grave Human Rights Violations Committed by the Moroccan State. The walls of its office are lined with posters and photographs showing the names and faces of the imprisoned, the disappeared, the now dead.
My name is El Khalia Jimmy. I'm a former victim of forced disappearance. I'm the vice president of the Sahrawi Association here. That's where we are right now. It's our association that traces the files of Sahrawi disappearance victims. Today, November 20th, marks the anniversary of my forced disappearance, which took place in 1987.
El Khalia Jimmy, describe what happened to you.
What happened to me happened to all the victims. Specifically, the pictures that I saw from Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, they made me feel that I lived the same thing, that I underwent the same conditions, but in darkness. At that time, there was nobody to take pictures of us. There was nobody to talk about us.
El Khalia Jimmy shows us her arm, left scarred after her captors unleashed a dog on her.
I still bear the marks of the dog bites right here.
Who did this to you?
It was the Moroccan state and the Moroccan police, the secret police. The same thing they did to me, they did to my grandmother before in 1984 when she was kidnapped. And so far, we don't know anything about what happened to her. I was stripped naked completely. The worst part of the torture as a Muslim and an Arab was that I was stripped naked. I lost all my hair because of the chemicals they used on my head, which they left on me for 2 months and 27 days.
El Khalia Jimmy sinks to the floor as she continues to describe her torture in Moroccan police custody.
One of the torturers would put water onto my face, which was covered with a rag, until I started asphyxiating. And then he would slap my face until I would breathe again.
Are you saying they waterboarded you?
Yes, they poured water on my face until I asphyxiated. And then one of them who was at my feet would beat me with a baton. Then in the same area, they had a small hole filled with water where they put me. And then they would bring an electric generator and they would electrocute me using that technique in my fingers and in my ears. They threatened me with rape, to kill me with a pistol to the head and to brainwash me.
You were tortured 30 years ago. Do you feel you are taking a risk when you speak out?
I am not afraid. I took a vow that we have to talk about this issue. If we don't speak out, especially us as victims who have suffered all of this, if we don't speak out and defend our cause, this problem will remain.
Our interview is interrupted when our guide Jamal receives an urgent phone call. We've been summoned to appear before the most powerful man in Laayoune. We get back into our car and head for his residence. Once again, we're followed by a man on a motorcycle. Are we about to be deported? time after time, journalists are turned back as they try to enter Western Sahara. Like 12 Spanish reporters deported from Layun's airport after their arrival in 2010, including the renowned radio reporter Àngels Barceló.
Every time they turn us away, we should go and tell the story on air. Go and say, today we have tried it again, and today the Moroccans have sent us away again.
And the Spanish journalist Bernard Millet.
They inspected all my gear, cameras, photographs, and they made me erase photos that according to them were incriminating.
And human rights observers are deported as well, like European parliamentarian Willy Meyer, Spanish lawmaker Xavier Ron, a Norwegian delegation held on a bus and expelled in 2016, and many others. All of them tried and failed to do what we had somehow managed, to make it into Western Sahara to report on the occupation.
We're going to see the governor of Layun. His name is Yahdi Bouchab. He's the wali. Actually, we call him the wali. It's a much superior position to the governor. He's appointed by the king.
The wali is a Sahrawi and former member of the Polisario Front. He now works for the Moroccan monarchy, overseeing a security apparatus that seeks to crush the Sahrawi independence movement. We arrive at his fortified compound and are escorted inside by armed guards, afraid we're about to be expelled from the territory.
So this is the residence of the governor, the wali. Okay, let's go, please.
Inside the wali's residence, we're seated, served tea, dates, and nuts. As the wali tells us in no uncertain terms, we're not allowed to practice journalism in Western Sahara.
If you have the authorization, I will be more than glad to provide this interview. Second position, if I am retired, I can even come to your station in the U.S. And to deliver that interview. I will be more than glad. But now, as far as you have no authorization.
Despite the wali's warnings, I continue to question him. I quote from a Human Rights Watch report titled Keeping It Secret, about Morocco's efforts to block access to MINURSO. That's the UN mission for a referendum on the status of Western Sahara.
MINURSO staff members, including military observers, are subjected to constant surveillance by Morocco. This and internal pressure from MINURSO made them reluctant, even frightened, to speak to our organization, which is Human Rights Watch, except on the explicit condition of anonymity.
Very exciting.
Moroccan security forces, this is Human Rights Watch.
Very exciting. Human Rights Watch, is that Bible?
No, but are you...
Is that Quran?
Are you... No, I'm asking, are you disagreeing with us?
I disagree completely.
They say...
They are working for an agenda here. What they have said about the other party?
Moroccan security forces tried to prevent Human Rights Watch from entering the UN headquarters, stating that entry was forbidden to non-MINURSO staff unless it had been cleared with local Moroccan authorities first. Moroccan authorities' harassment of Human Rights Watch, as well as their strict surveillance of its activities, impeded the organization's ability to conduct a thorough investigation of human rights.
Anything. They say just anything just to make things exciting.
Well, let me ask you one other question, which is of concern to many people in the human rights community, which is the issue of the protests here being cracked down on and people being beaten or arrested.
That's a good thing. If you are talking about peaceful demonstration, I'm with. Completely am. I appreciate to see people demonstrating and to give it. Provide their opinions.
But people got injured.
Sorry?
People got injured. People...
You will see by yourself.
So you're saying people are not being hurt in the demonstrations?
You will see who was hurt by those demonstrations. It's not demonstrations, it's completely the anarchy.
As I continue to press him on human rights, the wali loses his temper.
You talk about human rights? Human rights, even in the United States, you don't have them. You have more than 1 million people living just in the underground in New York. And they are eating rats and rats. And when they are sick, they are eaten by the rats.
That's
Democracy now, you have to work on it in Guantanamo and everywhere.
That's a very important point.
That's it.
That's,
I think I was very happy to see you because...
With that, we're dismissed and warned against continuing to report from Western Sahara. During our discussion, the Wali repeatedly mentioned the close U.S.-Moroccan relationship, which dates back to 1777, when Morocco became the first nation to recognize the United States. While the U.S. has never recognized Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara, Washington has played a pivotal role in shoring up Morocco's occupation. In addition to Secretary of State Henry Kissinger hoping for a rigged vote at the United Nations Security Council regarding Western Sahara, President Jimmy Carter's State Department in 1979 gave $200 million to the U.S. company Northrop Page Communications to build an intrusion detection system for the nearly 1,700-mile wall Morocco built in Western Sahara, which is lined with an estimated 7 million landmines. A year later, Carter provided Morocco with $230 million in military aid. It's been a bipartisan affair ever since. King Hassan II with President Reagan in 1982.
Moroccan people and American people will be ready always to mix their blood for the dignity of man.
His Majesty briefed me on the latest developments in his efforts to reach a peaceful settlement of the conflict in the Western Sahara, and I expressed my admiration for his support.
After the Cold War ended, Morocco became a key U.S. ally in the so-called War on Terror. In 2004, President George W. Bush designated Morocco to be a major non-NATO ally of the United States, opening the door for more military deals. And the money has flowed both ways. The state-owned Moroccan Phosphate Company, OCP, which operates in Western Sahara, donated as much as $12 million to the Clinton Foundation prior to the 2016 election. And the Wali proudly pulled up a photo on his cell phone from January of 1992, showing Donald Trump, his soon-to-be wife Marla Maples, and Moroccan King Hassan II at Trump's prime property, the Plaza Hotel in New York. Jump forward a quarter of a century to now President Trump's disgraced Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Scott Pruitt. Prior to his resignation, Pruitt took a controversial $100,000 trip to Morocco in December of 2017, where he met with the head of Morocco's state-owned mining company. Pruitt's trip was arranged by a lobbyist, Richard Smotkin, who accompanied Pruitt and helped set up meetings for him. As we drive through the streets of Laayoune, everywhere are signs of occupation. The city was built up under Spain's fascist dictator, Francisco Franco, and has been occupied by Morocco since the mid-70s. We pass the United Nations MINURSO compound, where just over 200 UN peacekeepers monitor the 1991 ceasefire between Morocco and the Polisario, but are legally prevented from intervening to stop human rights abuses. And we drive past the high walls of the notorious Black Prison, where generations of Sahrawis have been detained, tortured, and disappeared. One of them is Sahrawi independence activist Hamad Hamad, who welcomes us into his home. Over tea, he describes his torture at the hands of the Moroccan authorities during his years spent as a political prisoner.
They linked electrodes to my ears and something to my underarms and to my tongue and then other sensitive parts. I was bound, and when they used that manual generator, I would hear it cranking. Each time they cranked that generator up, I felt that my heart was going to burst out of my body.
The UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon called the Moroccan presence in Western Sahara an occupation. What was your response?
My answer is clear. We are a people. We have a homeland. We have a culture. We have all these things that constitute a country. We are very different from the Moroccans. It's impossible for us to be Moroccans. We have no common history. There's nothing that links us to them whatsoever. I say that our damnation comes from the natural resources we have here. If it wasn't for these natural resources, Morocco would never have invaded Western Sahara with the support of Spain and France.
Western Sahara is a territory rich in natural resources, which Morocco has exploited since the 1975 invasion, despite international court rulings establishing that the kingdom has no sovereignty over the territory. Morocco controls the majority of the world's reserves of phosphates, a mineral used in fertilizers that's critical to feeding the world. Phosphate is transported more than 60 miles along the world's longest conveyor belt, from mines in the desert to the port of Laayoune, where it's loaded onto cargo ships bound for the U.S., Canada, and countries around the world. Western Sahara's fishing waters are among the richest on Earth, supplying the European Union with much of its seafood. Foreign energy companies continue to explore for offshore oil, even though the UN says the prospecting violates international law. Even Western Sahara's sand is sold, loaded onto ships bound for European resorts. A pair of recent rulings by Europe's highest court declared Western Sahara is not a part of Morocco, and that European Union trade deals cannot include products from the occupied territory. Ships carrying phosphates from Western Sahara have been held up in ports in Panama and South Africa after the Polisario challenged ownership of the cargo, claiming it belongs to the Sahrawi people. Sahrawis are fighting the plunder through peaceful demonstrations and through the courts. When they hold protests in their refugee camps in Algeria, thousands turn out to oppose foreign companies profiting from the occupation, like the European oil and gas driller Sanlion Energy. But when Sahrawis protest in occupied Western Sahara, they're routinely met with violence by Moroccan authorities. It's still day 2 of our trip to Western Sahara. As we cross town to meet with more Sahrawi independence activists, once again we're followed by a man on a motorcycle. We arrive making our way past pro-independence graffiti and meet an icon of the Sahrawi resistance. Sultana Khaya drapes herself in the red, white, black, and green flag of Western Sahara. Just holding this flag in public is enough to get an activist beaten and arrested.
My name is Sultana Khaya. I was born under Moroccan rule in the occupied city of Boujdour. I live just like any other Sahrawi woman who was subjected to torture and beatings, and in my opinion, my case was milder than many others.
In 2007, Sultana was peacefully protesting with fellow college students at a university in Marrakesh, Morocco, when police surrounded her.
May 9th was an anniversary that all Sahrawis should celebrate. We were a group of 500 Sahrawi students. We left the university campus marching, peacefully, waving flags and chanting, "There are no alternatives to self-determination." They sealed off the street and we were besieged in it.
As tear gas spread, Sultana was beaten by police, one of whom singled her out for more abuse.
One of them recognized me, and he jabbed right at my eye with his baton. When he did that, I bent over and I could feel my eyeball in my hand. I was yelling at him, "Hey, you Moroccan, you pulled out my eye."
Sultana's ordeal continued in an ambulance as she was tortured on her way to the hospital.
I told them I had a hemorrhage in my eye. He tried to put his finger into my eye socket. I didn't get any medical treatment till the next morning at 11 when a group of Moroccans came to me telling someone to sew up my eye. Because when I was in the ambulance, another woman was crying and telling me, "Your eye is gone." They were trying to sew up my eye so other women could see it and think twice before getting involved in activism. They wanted to make an example of me.
Do you have confidence that Western Sahara will become an independent nation?
That's for sure, because the determination of the people is invincible. What we've got is true. We've lost many men and women over this. One day, it shall be liberated.
Even losing her eye has not stopped Sultana Kaya from continuing her protests for Western Saharan independence, as we will witness for ourselves even during our short stay in Western Sahara. That's Sahrawi singer Mariam Hassan from her album Layoun on Fire. This is a Democracy Now! Special, 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony.
Do you want to change the hotel?
On day 3 of our trip to Layoun, the capital of Western Sahara, we invite a Sahrawi activist to our hotel. Hama Okoteb is stopped by the hotel's receptionist as he tries to enter. She calls authorities to report an unregistered visitor, forbidding him from coming upstairs. After we push hard and threaten to leave the hotel, she relents, saying he could speak to us for 5 minutes. Hama Okoteb arrives clutching a photo of his brother, who was forcibly disappeared in 1992. He's been searching for him ever since.
This is my brother, Hafed El-Koteb, who was abducted November 7th, 1992 by Moroccan plainclothes police at 5 in the morning. It was because of his involvement in the demonstration at the Nagdir Hotel, November 6th. They woke us up very early in the morning, and the situation was very ugly. Plainclothes policemen came to our house, and they abducted him.
Where was he taken to?
The information that we have is inconclusive because we didn't see anything. And the rest of the people who were abducted with him, around 500 people, were blindfolded. My brother and our neighbor's son, we don't know anything about them. Hundreds were released, but about 200 were kept there.
How did Hafed's disappearance affect your family?
It was a landmine that exploded within the family. His presence was the glue that united us. My father had diabetes, and because of the insults he heard on that day of the abduction, he became paralyzed and remained that way for the rest of his life. My mother would not dare to enter the home again, and she stayed with my other siblings for a year. I call upon all the free world and all the people in the world to help us reveal the truth about my brother's whereabouts. I call upon the Moroccan government to reveal the fate of all of our sons.
On October 9th, 2010, tens of thousands of Sahrawis fed up with decades of occupation erected a large protest encampment in the desert outside Layoun. Known as Gdem Izik, the camp preceded the Arab Spring and quickly grew to include whole families living among thousands of tents. This is human rights activist Nama Asfari laying out the protesters' demands.
Freedom of speech, freedom to demonstrate, the right to housing, the right to work. But in the legal context of the territories of Western Sahara as non-autonomous territories.
Speaking on Democracy Now!, renowned author and activist Noam Chomsky called the Gdeim Izik uprising the start of the Arab Spring.
The current wave of protests actually began last November in Western Sahara, which is under Moroccan rule after a brutal invasion and occupation. The Moroccan forces came in, carried out, destroyed the tent cities, a lot of killed, wounded, and so on, and then it spread.
On November 8, 2010, Moroccan forces used tear gas, clubs, and water cannons to force the protesters from their tents before firing live rounds and setting the camp on fire. The Polisario says the raid killed 36 people, with many hundreds more injured and arrested. Many were tortured in custody, including 23 activists who were accused of contributing to the violence. They were tried, convicted, and given harsh sentences in July of 2017. It was the latest chapter in a long history of repression against Sahrawis at the hands of Moroccan forces. Many of those detained were represented by the Sahrawi lawyer Mohamed Labib Erghibi. He's a former activist who has disappeared in Moroccan prisons for 16 years. He's also the brother of the recently deceased Polisario leader, Mohamed Abdelaziz. Erghibi is one of just 4 Sahrawi lawyers permitted by Morocco to try cases in court.
The first stage of the arrests were made there, and they were brutal beyond imagination. They used an extensive number of strange tools for torture and beatings. Some of the prisoners were even forced to drink their own urine. They showed up before the interrogation judge, covered in blood.
Why was Gdeim Izik such a turning point? What happened? Why were people protesting?
Gdeim Izik was a turning point because it was a very genuine form of mass protest, like Western Sahara has never witnessed, nor has the rest of the world.
Some have called it the first Arab Spring, before Tunisia and before Egypt.
Yes, without any doubt, this was the beginning of the Arab Spring. Every media outlet, after Gdeim Izik, could only talk about how well organized, well managed, and well prepared the protest in Western Sahara was. And from here it spread to Tunisia and Egypt. So of course, when the American academic noted that this was the beginning of the Arab Spring, he was correct.
After leaving Mohamed Erghibi's office, we drive to a restaurant near the airport for dinner. As usual, we're followed.
So we sat down here at a restaurant near the airport in Laayoune. We came into a vast, empty restaurant, and within about 15 minutes after we ordered, about 100, mainly men, some women, dressed in traditional West Saharan dress, carrying Moroccan flags, all came in, and they sat down all around us. One has an English sign that says, "Shame on you." When our translator Jamal got up to see what was going on, plainclothes men, not in traditional dress, came up to him and said, they want to speak to Amy Goodman when we're done. Our car has been hemmed in by a number of cars, and we also hear there was a protest in another part of the city where one of the people we interviewed was beaten up.
He just called me. He said that he was beaten up now at the peaceful demonstration in Smara Boulevard.
Who?
Hamar Qutb.
Who we talked to yesterday.
Yes, he was now participating in the peaceful demonstration, and he was beaten up.
Some of the people here came over very close to us and took pictures.
We're eager to leave so we can find out what happened to Hama al-Koteb and other protesters across town. But the moment we stand up, we're followed out of the restaurant by the crowd. Outdoors, we're surrounded on all sides and prevented from driving away. The pro-Morocco protesters unfurl large custom banners printed on vinyl. They're starkly reminiscent of a banner photographed at a Moroccan state-sanctioned protest against UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon in March of 2016, after he used the word occupation. Back at the restaurant, one of the vinyl banners with red and black lettering has a photo of me interviewing a Sahrawi activist with the caption, "Shame on you." We're standing here outside of a restaurant that we came to near the airport called Umaima, and a group of 50, 60, 70 people in West Saharan dress have descended on the restaurant carrying signs that say "Shame on you." Journalist or person of Algeria, yes, for the American-Moroccan friendship, and dismembering countries goes hand in hand with strengthening the ISIS. I thought we'd start by talking to one of the organizers, who is a freelance journalist who trained in Rhode Island. So if you could tell us your name.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not one of the organizers, so I'm just volunteering with the people, my fellow Sahrawis, to talk to you about what they think of your visit and about general issues related to the issue of Western Sahara.
And how did you know that I was at this restaurant?
Well, this is a small town, and everybody knows everybody. Whenever a foreign delegation comes to the area, so everybody is aware of this.
It was an empty restaurant. We just came in 5 minutes before.
This is a restaurant which is well known to the people. And for example, when maybe one of my cousins was there, he would notice foreigners. He would immediately check why they are here.
And you were just sitting with 60 people in West Saharan dress?
No, the people are gathering. They told me to volunteer with them for the interpretation.
As we speak with Bashir Dahi, a number of men in plain clothes stand on the perimeter, taking photos and video, speaking on cell phones. A local activist would later identify some of them as members of the Moroccan Interior Ministry, including at least one official who's been accused of torturing many Sahrawis.
I'm bin Abd al-Salka, regional coordinator for the National Front for the Defense of National Integrity in Laayoune. I came here to represent my organization to say that we Sahrawis are in our territory and we will do anything to defend it.
Right, but how did you know I was here?
Because I'm always following the news, and this is something that concerns me. I'm required to know this.
Was I in the news at this restaurant?
No, this is normal. We are always aware of who comes to our territory when it comes to the national cause.
Who told you that I was here?
This is the main restaurant in my city. I came to visit it, and suddenly I saw you.
And you carry Moroccan flags with you everywhere you go. It's very customary to be giving out Moroccan flags in the restaurant.
Of course. I'm representing an organization whose main goal is to defend the national interest. The flags are always in our homes, always on our persons. Our flags are always ready, thank God, always prepared.
I saw one person carrying all the flags and giving them out.
No, we were basically helping him. Do you understand me? Some of us are responsible for the national flags, others for communication. Our work is always organized and ready.
Now it's getting dark. We're getting increasingly nervous. The sun sets on the restaurant Umaima as the pro-Morocco protesters prevent us from leaving for over an hour. It's a clear effort to intimidate us and to keep us away from the protest across town. When we're finally able to escape, Jamal receives a call. A number of Sahrawi activists have been badly beaten. We race to the home where they're gathered to recover from their injuries. Inside, we find a number of women tending to an activist named Aziza Biza, who's retching and vomiting from her injuries. Should she go to a hospital?
She can't go to a hospital because they will not admit her, and she's also too scared to go there.
The activists have recorded video of their protests and the subsequent beatings by Moroccan forces on cell phones and camcorders. What our cameras couldn't capture, citizen journalists could. We begin downloading their footage as activist Mina Bali describes what happened.
Because of your presence here, we wanted to have a protest and show you how things are here, and how we are treated. It's been about 2 years since any journalists have accessed the territory. We came chanting slogans, making peace signs with our fingers as usual. And then they intervened against us in the street. They were a large group. They pushed us into a narrow street. They took me, one of them grabbed my hair and he started beating me. He wounded me here, under my nose. He grabbed my breast and continued beating me against the wall. Aziza was with me, and he struck her in the kidney and hit her head against the wall. And then she fell on the ground at my feet. And Galia Jamani was being dragged there, and Sultana Khaya.
I'm going to go with the women to see their bruises. They're going to show me, and then we'll see what we can show the camera. We follow Sultana Khaya into a small bedroom. She pulls back her milfa, her traditional Sahrawi robe, and shows me fresh bruises on her leg, both arms, and on her breast. Sultana, describe what happened to you.
All of us were participating as Sahrawis in the peaceful demonstrations for our right to self-determination. I was trying to gather my sisters for the protest at 5 o'clock, and the whole area was besieged. They were insulting us, beating us, dragging us, and using violence to let us know that we weren't going to be able to protest. They tried to single us out and pushed us into narrow streets where they could beat us without anyone observing. What you saw today is nothing compared to what we've witnessed over and over since 1975. But the news never gets out. As Sahrawi women, we're not backing off until we get our final victory and liberate our homeland. The beatings will not deter us from continuing the fight, and even if we die, it will be a sacrifice so that our sons and future generations can live in the freedom that we've been denied.
Other Sahrawis have been injured as well. Mahfouda Lafkir shows us black and blue bruises on her arms.
They hit me on the thighs, slapped me on the face, and beat me underneath my eye.
Galia Jamani pulls back her melfa to show us gruesome injuries. Both her arms and both breasts are badly bruised. Like a number of these women, she's been sexually assaulted. Down your arm, you have black and blue marks, and on your breast, right up to the nipple, the police grabbed her, and you see all of the marks, of the black and blue marks and the red marks. This one. Very, very painful.
Once they intervened against us, one of them pulled and twisted me by my breast, and I was screaming out loud, "Hey, you're hurting my breasts," but he didn't care.
Next, we meet the man who risked his safety to film the assault on protesters from a nearby rooftop. Hamoud Lili is a citizen journalist with the group Equipe Media.
My name is Hamoud Lili.
Can you describe what you're watching here?
This is Galia Jamani, when a man in plainclothes was pulling her into a narrow street where they could beat her up. This street, where they usually beat people, has never been recorded before. They forced them here because they knew people were using their cameras to document everything on the main street. So I was lucky to get a clear shot of what was happening to Mina Bali and Aziza Biza, but unfortunately this informer saw me and then notified all the others.
And then what happened?
I tried to move to the next window, out of sight, but my hiding place was revealed. When they saw me, they tried to break down the door and they stormed the building. The house owner went outside and they beat him up. I fled the house. I closed the door to the rooftop and jumped to another house to save the camera gear, and that was my exit.
Why are you a media activist? Why do you video?
Because there's a total media blackout across the region, and there is no international media to cover everything that's happening to the Sahrawis. And we volunteer as activists so we can transmit the suffering to the outside world through our cameras.
Back in the living room, Aziza Biza has stopped vomiting from her injuries and is propped up on pillows. She's able to speak with us, with her husband and teenage son sitting beside her.
They started beating me up out there and kicking my stomach. Then they tried to strangle me by my melfa. I felt something around my throat and I couldn't breathe. Then I fainted. I don't remember anything. I just remember that I found myself here.
You said they kicked you in your kidney?
Yes, and also they kicked me in my head, which already had stitches from a previous beating, and then kicked my ribs.
And yet you still came out for another demonstration. Why is it so important to you?
It is very important for me because I want the liberation of my country, because I want to live like other women in the world, in freedom, and to see my children and my country free.
What are you calling for?
I call on the free world to help us free our country, to get liberated so that we can live our lives like normal women around the world.
After leaving the activists, we returned to our hotel. It's dark. We're certain we're under heavy surveillance.
There goes another new car. Can we turn off the light?
Soon there's a commotion outside our room on the boulevard below. Cars are making U-turns outside of our hotel. Their driver is clearly alarmed over something happening further up the street. Jamal gets a phone call from Mohammed Mayara of Equipe Media. He describes the police violence he's witnessing nearby.
I'm seeing police throwing stones and raiding houses. It's not far from you.
Let's go upstairs.
Yeah.
We climb a set of stairs to the hotel's rooftop. We spot protesters on a sidewalk below, a few hundred feet away. They begin to scatter just as the hotel's night manager demands we leave.
They said you're not allowed to be here.
We quietly descend and return to our room. From our window, we spot about a dozen men throwing stones, then turning and running away. Moments later, police and riot gear arrive, charging the protesters and throwing rocks of their own. As the night wears on, the confrontation between Sahrawi activists and the police winds down. We heard later there'd been arrests. We spend our few remaining hours at the hotel taking precautions to protect the footage we'd recorded over our trip to occupied Western Sahara, then make our way to the airport.
All right. Now we're leaving the hotel.
At the gate, we pass through a final gauntlet of Moroccan mukhabarat, or intelligence agents. As we head to the plane, one of them says, "I hope you had a good time in Moroccan Sahara." Moroccan Sahara, the term the Moroccan government uses, but no country in the world officially recognizes. Morocco occupies Western Sahara, Africa's last colony. For Democracy Now!, I'm Amy Goodman, with John Hamilton, Mike Burke, and Dennis Moynihan. This has been a Democracy Now! Special. 4 days in Western Sahara, Africa's last colony. A nearly 3-decade ceasefire in Western Sahara recently ended after the Moroccan military broke into a southern no-go buffer zone on November 13th to attack Sahrawi civilians and exchange fire with the Polisario Front, the Sahrawi liberation movement seeking independence. As Morocco and the Polisario engage on the battlefront, dozens have been arrested in the occupied territory. Many of the Sahrawis in this film are currently under police siege or in hiding. 4 Days in Western Sahara was directed by John Hamilton and produced with our news director, Mike Burke, and Dennis Moynihan. Special thanks to Maria Carrion, Julie Crosby, Miriam Barnard, Brendan Allen, Hugh Grant, and all those who helped us along the way. All music by the late Sahrawi singer, Mariam Hassan. I'm Amy Goodman.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We have a very special event tonight. We have two amazing authors who published novels this year, Megha Majumdar and Amir Ahmadi Aryan. And we're going to be taking some Q&A questions. We're going to ask them to read for a few minutes. And we're going to get them to talk a little bit about their novels separately. And also there's some common ground between these novels. So we'll get them to speak about kind of their experiences writing these books and kind of write about talk about a little bit about some of the similar themes in the books. Let me introduce the authors. Megha Majumdar wrote the novel A Burning. It was published in June. She grew up in Kolkata, India. She moved to the United States in 2006 to study anthropology at Harvard University. And then she got a master's degree in anthro from Johns Hopkins. Her book, A Burning, was longlisted for the National Book Award. It's on the Today Show Book Club. It's a pick from the Today Show Book Club. And it has garnished many positive reviews in the New Yorker and other places. She lives in New York City, Brooklyn to be specific. A Burning is about a young woman, Jivan, who lives in Kolkata, India. And she is an ambitious young woman who has been raised in poverty, and she happens to witness a terrorist attack on an Indian train. She goes home to publish a sort of a snarky comment on Facebook, as many of us have, but it has very dire consequences. The officials see that she was at the scene, bring some assorted details together, and draw the conclusion that she was the architect of this terrorist attack. And she spends her time in a prison in Kolkata in the novel. And many very vivid characters are brought to light throughout the novel, and especially her kind of coterie that she lives with in the prison. Amir Ahmadi Aryan, his novel is Then the Fish Swallowed Him, which is, the title is a little bit of a nod to Jonah and the whale, because we get to experience the harsh and very vivid life of a prisoner day to day in one of Iran's most notorious prisons. And Amir started his career as a journalist. He has translated from English to Persian the novels of E.L. Doctorow, Paul Auster, P.D. James, Cormac McCarthy, some very, very interesting picks to have translated some of my favorite books. Amir left Iran in 2011 to get a PhD in comparative lit from the University of Queensland in Australia. And he earned an MFA in creative writing from NYU. He's currently also living in New York City. And his book, Then the Fish Swallowed Him, the debut, the book that came out in March from HarperCollins, is about a bus driver, also a working class person who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Eunice, which is sort of a name that is derived from Jonah. This character is very curious, a very attractive character, because he's intellectually curious. He's curious about class struggle. The novel takes place in the 1990s with high suspicion from the government of anybody who is causing trouble. He is at the site of a union strike and is trying to get change for the bus driver industry. And some of the violence that happens during the union strike is pinned on him, and he is considered the leader of the strike, even though he just joined it. And a number of strands are brought together by political officials to pin it on him and kind of find a scapegoat. And he winds up in this terrible prison. I wonder if, Mega, would you start with a short reading from A Burning? Is there a favorite passage that you could read?
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Bob, for that very generous introduction. And hi, everybody who's watching. I'll just read for maybe 2 minutes from A Burning. And I think I will read from the beginning. "You smell like smoke," my mother said to me. So I rubbed an oval of soap in my hair and poured a whole bucket of water on myself before a neighbor complained that I was wasting the morning supply. There was a curfew that day. On the main street, a police jeep would creep by every half hour. Daily wage laborers, compelled to work, would come home with arms raised to show they had no weapons. In bed, my wet hair spread on the pillow, I picked up my new phone, screen guard still attached, purchased with my own salary. On Facebook, there was only one conversation. These terrorists attacked the wrong neighborhood. The more I scrolled, the more Facebook unrolled. The night before, I had been at the railway station, no more than a 15-minute walk from my house. I ought to have seen the men who stole up to the open windows and threw flaming torches into the halted train. But all I saw were carriages burning, their doors locked from the outside and dangerously hot. The fire spread to huts bordering the station, smoke filling the chests of those who lived there. More than 100 people died. The government promised compensation to the families of the dead, 80,000 rupees, which, well, the government promises many things. In a video to the dozen microphones thrust at his chin, the chief minister was saying, "Let the authorities investigate." Somebody had spliced this comment with a video of policemen scratching their heads. It made me laugh. I admired these strangers on Facebook who said anything they wanted to. They were not afraid of making jokes. Whether it was about the police or the ministers, they had their fun. And wasn't that freedom? I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Megan. I also want to mention that Amir's book has also been very well received by the New York Times and many great reviews out there. These are both very exciting books that are just rich with detail. I wonder if, Amir, you would read a passage that is one of your favorites.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. And thanks to people up in Vermont to put together this festival despite, the bizarre times we're living in. So I read a couple of pages from the middle of the book. So about like 2/3 of the book, is set in prison, and about half of it, is in solitary confinement. And so you follow the character in the course of the book, basically kind of gradually losing his mind in solitary. So this is part of this process, and this is some point in the book that he encounters a fly in the cell and gets obsessed with it. Then I saw a fly. The insect, fresh from the free world, was sitting on a slat in front of the open window, rubbing its feelers together. It seemed to be deciding whether to come inside or turn around and fly back out. Its body made a dot on the narrow strip of light between the window slats. The position of its back shadow created the illusion that the edges of the slats bent in towards themselves and made the fly look bigger than it really was. It eventually made up its mind and launched itself into the cell. It maneuvered around briefly, took note of the walls and the ceiling, and alighted back on the slat. "Please stay a little longer." The words left my mouth before I had even thought of uttering them. The fly stopped rubbing its legs like it was weighing my offer. Then it tiptoed to the side of the slat and stood in profile to me. I came to my knees and followed its moves closely. The fly flew into the room again. It floated straight toward me, circled above my head, drifted away, spiraled down, looped back around, and hovered near my face. I closed my eyes and listened with pleasure to its delicate, ear-stroking buzz. Then the fly approached the window, but pulled back quickly. It made another turn around the cell and paused over the toilet bowl, carved out short circles in the air, lowered altitude as meticulously as a helicopter carrying wounded soldiers, and landed on the vomit smear. It jabbed its proboscis into the dry vomit and began to feast. When it had eaten its fill, the fly tore its body off the toilet. It approached the slats 3 times, pulled away at the last second, and returned to hover over my head. It then sped up and zigzagged, swooped down, and landed on my arm. Goosebumps rose up on my skin under its feet. It tiptoed around up to my elbow and back to the middle of my arm and paused there. I watched it with admiration. It seemed like a perfect machine. Even the coloring was beautiful, with its gradual change from black to gray. Its body was tiny and frail, and about a quarter of it supported the disproportionately large compound eyes that captured the world in 1,000 simultaneous discrete images. Its feelers settled on my skin and robbed one another at a carefully calculated frequency, gathering data, or perhaps just enjoying the company of the only other living organism in the cell. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. It was chilling to follow Eunice into prison, and because you really do a close read of that moment-to-moment experience of the absolute bureaucracy and very boring nature of the intake, and the realization that you're stuck in this room. He closes his eyes and he's hesitant to touch the edges of his future room for a long time. And I guess everybody's wondered, what is it like to be incarcerated? And I think you really bring that out. So it made me think a lot about that. Both books are about very specific places, very specific details, very specific people, but there are universal themes that come out for the reader, very satisfying themes once you get really involved in these novels. Megha, I wanted to ask you about the way that you explore kind of corruption in A Burning. There's a character who's the former teacher of the accused, who we see his arc from somebody who's sort of has a neutral moral bearing to somebody who realizes they could strive to better themselves through political opportunism. Amir, as an aside, I just remembered, that's not the same fly that was on Mike Pence's head, is it?
I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah. Sorry. So anyway, the way that Javon gets caught in this kind of web of other people's ambitions and in this political movement really intrigued me. What kind of things were you thinking about and kind of trying to explore?
So before I get to that, I just noticed somebody in the chat saying, can you please tell us the names of the books being discussed. So Amir, if you want to hold up yours. If you have
that's
it right.
Yeah, for people who kind of joined us.
Yeah.
So this is.
Go ahead.
So this is the cover called "Then the Fish Swallowed Him." Yeah, that's it.
And the other book we're talking about is called A Burning. I know it's probably hard to read because the font is switched.
It's burning, yeah.
Yeah, but it's A Burning. And then Amir's book is Then the Fish Swallowed Him. So this book is, it came out of a place of watching the rise of right-wing extremism, reading the news, paying attention to what was happening and what was changing in India, and wondering, how do ordinary people move forward through this? I was already thinking about a society where people feel challenged by the institutions around them. They do not feel supported by the systems around them. So there are already these everyday challenges, and then that's kind of compounded in this situation. So I wanted to write about these three people, including the main character whom you spoke about, Bob Jeevan, who is a young woman who, all she wants is to rise to the middle class, keep her job at a mall, enjoy her new smartphone, but she gets in trouble for this comment that she makes on Facebook challenging the government. And then her teacher, who, is a very ordinary school teacher, who feels that he's not really getting he's not really having the kind of impact on society that he might have hoped for in his role as a teacher. His students kind of disdain him and don't take his classes seriously. And he becomes involved in the workings of this right-wing political party. He's not, he's not evil. He's just an ordinary guy who sees a chance to rise. And if that involves crushing somebody else, well, that's the kind of moral choice that I think this society forces him to make. And then the third strand of the book is a character called Lovely, who lives on the very margins of society and chases this big dream of becoming a movie star. So she goes to these weekly kind of amateur acting classes. So the book is all about, well, there's corruption, there's the rise of this hatred-filled ideology of who belongs and who doesn't belong. But through all of that, how do people chase their ambitions? How do they hold on to their spirit and their humor?
And we should add that the political party that the teacher belongs to is a populist movement of national pride and kind of flexing strength, and sort of it's kind of in that circumstance that Jeevan is accused, and we don't get the sense that it really matters whether she did it or not, but as long as the facts hang together enough so that that she is visibly punished and people get to feel good that somebody has been targeted for this crime, I thought that was an interesting dynamic.
Right. I mean, it's so much about narratives. What is the most persuasive narrative for the public? Who gets to tell their own story? Who gets to put forward a narrative that others believe? And I mean, I'm excited to read your book, Amir. I haven't read it yet, but I wonder if that was part of what you were thinking about too?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about scapegoating, which is like a main theme in your novel as well, that so you got a government that they, lots of times they just mess up. It's not even like based on a political agenda or thought through at all. They just mess up, but they don't want to, own it. So they scapegoat somebody, like a person or a group or whatever, and find someone who kind of fits the narrative that they're concocting. And yeah, there are victims, lots of people, in Iran, at least, they kind of go to jail. There are lots of lives being destroyed just because of that, right? Because they happen to be in the proximity of a story, or happen to be the character that fits the story that governments wants to spread.
As someone who has never delved, has grown up hearing about late 1970s Iran and the transition between the Shah and Khomeini, and then the history since, and certainly heard it from a biased lens in the United States. I loved reading a modern novel about this time. The novel takes place in the 1990s, solidly in the Islamic State era, but has the flashback with the father in the late 1970s, and a bunch of political discussions between the father and his brother that really brought that about. That's a nice, colorful opportunity to kind of discuss that history.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you say, this is a very kind of black and white sort of story of the history of Iran over the last 40, 50 years. Obviously because, the Iran and the US have been, there's been pretty tense for decades now. So there's really not a lot of room for complexity and kind of sophistication. So just by these little flashbacks to the world before the revolution, there wasn't a little opportunity to kind of complicate that simplified narrative and to show, that, it was not like an oil paradise that everybody think it was. Yeah.
It's easy to look at that society as one that is very harsh on free speech, and you could get in trouble at a moment's notice, but not so different from any society these days. And our bus driver is intellectually curious and is part of a book group where he's reading, Foucault and Engels and all of these great minds, and learning about class. And a lot of both books, The Burning and then the Fish Swallowed Him as well, are about the push and pull of class kind of powerlessness, of maybe having a little bit of power to move up and then move 2 steps back. And so I wonder what some of the things that you were thinking about in terms of, private speech, privileged speech, people being able to express themselves, were coming up for you when you were exploring that in the novel.
Are you asking me?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's another kind of widespread narrative about Iran. And the word Iran is basically synonymous with oppression, right? Every time that word comes up, this is where the mind goes, especially in the minds of people in the West. So, but there is a resistance to that oppression too. The oppression is definitely there. But Iran is a very kind of dynamic, sort of politically, vivid and active society. And the resistance to that oppression is quite impressive, and it's kind of across the board. You can see it in every sector of that society. And one of the kind of least known elements of that resistance is the workers' union. This is a story that's not even known inside Iran, let alone, outside. So that was partially the reason that I kind of focused on that. And the history of the workers' union in Iran is a really, as I said, it's an impressive one. I mean, it's something to be really proud of from the dawn of the 20th century to this day. And over the last couple of decades, especially, like the bus drivers' union were being, like in kind of the foreground of that struggle. They've been kind of taking on a lot of those challenges. And so, yeah, kind of the first chapter of this book is actually based on a real event. It was a bus service union strike in a bus terminal in the west of Tehran, and it turned violent. A lot of folks were arrested and taken to jail. And so I lived not far from that terminal at the time, and so that's how I got like the inspiration for this story. But you know, I didn't really make up that much actually. Yeah, this idea of like bus drivers sitting around and reading like Marx and Foucault, and it actually happened. It's real. Like, I heard it from a guy who was like a union leader. That's like a false dichotomy, right, between people who do manual labor and the kind of intellectual work. And yeah, a lot of the bus drivers that are members of that union are much well read than, you know, a lot of the writers that I know. So yeah.
Well, that makes me wonder for both of you, and maybe we could start with Megha. Well, what's it like to write about a place that you grew up in?
I think there were such moments of joy because, you know, I knew that something that I really wanted to have in the book was this particular sense of humor and great intelligence that that I grew up seeing in people around me. You know, people who are dealing with systems that don't really work. You know, they have to make do. They have to figure out ways to be inventive and get things done. And I think that kind of intelligence and humor, I really wanted to have that in the pages of the book. So that was as much what I was going for as, you know, the more kind of physical descriptions of the neighborhoods that I wanted to write about. And, you know, just elements like, you know, 5 people squeezing into a seat meant for 3 on a train, or, you know, the fruit seller, the guava seller at the end of your street who you have a relationship with, you know, and it goes beyond the transaction of buying fruit, but you have this kind of joking, teasing relationship with this person who works at the end of your street. So that kind of texture was really important to me, and it was really fun being in that space.
It seemed that way. Amir, how about you? Were you able to reframe or think see the place you grew up in a different way?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who was the writer who said that. I'm going to quote somebody, but I'm not sure if I'm getting it right. I think it was Thomas Bernhard, and he was asked why all of your stories are set in Austria, and he said, everything I hate is here. So that's I can give you a similar answer about why I set things in Tehran or in Iran in general. But you need like a really kind of degree of passion if you for a setting, you know, for a place. If you want to kind of write about it, you know, be it like love or hate or anything. Yeah, there's like there needs to be like a degree of emotional kind of connection to that place. Yeah, so yeah, I actually everything I've written so far is set in Iran. I haven't really tried anywhere else yet, so we'll see in the future. I think there is a lot of kind of opportunity for hatred around wherever you live now, so yeah, you can move the setting.
Why don't we take another short break where would one of you be willing to read another short passage? Because it's just, somebody in the comments noted that, you know, after a long Friday, it's just so nice to be read to. So, Amir, would you pick a short passage?
Oh, sure. I can just read the opening of the book. Yeah, so just in case, you know, like folks just joined us, and yeah, maybe I should introduce the book again.
Yes, please hold it up.
Added them. Yeah, so this is Then the Fish Swallowed Him, and its author. I'm gonna read like the first pages of it. I climb the hillock every day since I took the job at Janatabad bus terminal, but that morning my body begged me to head back home. I paused halfway, lungs on fire and veins throbbing in my head, and looked upward. 100 yards away, the rusting, ramshackle terminal gate loomed like the first portal of hell. Under the downcast spring sky of Tehran, I stood with my hands on my hips and arched my back to expand my lungs. I thought of a wisecrack Hamid Fadavi had made in our first meeting. You'll always know a good bus driver by his flat ass. As soon as this crossed my mind, I was ashamed. Hamid had been languishing in solitary for 40 days, refusing food for the last 7 of them. With hundreds of bus drivers intending to stage a strike in his support, here I was, dragging my feet to the gate and thinking only of his stale joke. I resumed my climb, but my heart began to race and numbness spread through my legs. It occurred to me that I might be ill. I could simply go home and come back tomorrow with a story about my sickness. I turned to go down. A group of drivers were marching determinedly up the hill. They had seen me. One of them waved. I waved back and turned around again towards the gate. I pretended to flick some dust off my uniform and started back up. Okay, stop there.
Great, thank you very much. That's wonderful. Megha, would you read a short passage, or do you feel like it, or do you want to take more questions?
I'm happy to do whichever. I was actually going to take a second because I know we only have a few minutes left. I was going to recommend a couple books in case that would
great. Yes,
be interesting
please.
to people, and I gathered them and brought them with me. So because it's spooky season, I really loved this book called Ruthie Fear by Maxim Loskotov. It's a novel about a young woman in Montana who sees this kind of creepy headless creature. And from there, it unfurls into this story, which is about the environment, about pollution, about class. It was a really, really absorbing novel. I loved it. And then for short story readers, A House is a Body by Shruti Swami. This is a collection of short stories, which I really loved. Incredibly sophisticated, you know, the kind of short stories where after you read each one, you have to sit with it and be in that space. That's the kind of stories that are in here. And finally, my last book that I want to shout out is actually one that just arrived that I'm very excited about. It's a climate change anthology called All We Can Save, and it's all, I think, essays and poetry and art by women, and I'm very excited to read this. So yeah, I don't know, Amir, if you wanted to do a couple recs.
Yeah, it never occurred to me that to take this opportunity to
I don't
do
want to put you on the spot, but I would love to hear what you're reading.
But what I'm reading right now is actually it's called The Missionaries by Phil Cly. It's an Iraq War novel, and I read a lot of Iraq War novels because I spent some time there during the war, and so this is I think this is probably by far the best book I've read so far.
I'm so excited to read that book.
Yeah, it's such an excellent book, and it's kind of, because it's partially set in Colombia, and it's like an idea that has never been addressed before, like the, U.S. intelligence people, or the military who go to Iraq, when they come back home, they actually, they take that kind of experience to other countries that U.S. is not seemingly in war with, right? And so there's like a connection between like Iraq and Latin America that I'd never thought of. But it's such a well-written, well-structured novel. I'm really enjoying it.
Great shout out. Thank you very much. And I want to encourage, we do have about 10 minutes left, and I want to encourage folks to send any questions through the Q&A button at the bottom of their screen. Any questions they're curious about with these two amazing authors. And at some point with Megha, I wanted to explore the character Lovely, because she was a little bit heartbreaking when I was reading it, that she had borne all of this oppression in her life and all of this prejudice and misunderstanding. And then when called to sort of, bear good witness against towards someone else, to support someone who had helped her, she kind of fails in that. And what kind of what kind of issues were you sort of exploring, or how did that storyline arise?
So Lovely is a character that, like you said, she's somebody who really faces the full might of this oppressive state. And yet, she chases this big dream of becoming a movie star and, making a name for herself in the film industry. And, with her, she comes to a point where she is very close to achieving her big dream, and she has to make a moral choice, which is, will she reach for that dream, or will she do something to help bring justice to somebody else, which perhaps means that her own dream is no longer within reach. So that's the kind of moral choice that I think, I was interested in. And part of it is not so much to look at individual morality, but to see how, when you're in a society that pushes you into these corners of either, you rise or somebody else rises, there's this narrowing of opportunity. There's this narrowing of freedom where it is not available to everybody and it is only available to a select few. How profoundly unjust it is that people are forced to make those choices, that people are not in a society where they can help others and have that feeling of true community and true society. And it's kind of, you're forced to fight for your own path in this society, because you're constantly fighting against so many circumstances that conspire against you. So that's kind of what I was interested in with the character of Lovely. But I also want to say that, this all makes it sound a little bit grim, but she's somebody that I had a lot of fun with, because she, she's so defiant, and she has, I hope, great spirit and humor. And there's just this kind of quality of being undefeated that she has, which I found a place of joy within which to write.
Now, looking at some of the comments, the questions that came in from some of the audience, I was curious, Megha, about your what you studied, and how does that feed into your fiction? How does social anthropology connect with what you do now?
That's a great question. I studied anthropology, in undergrad and grad school, and I think why I love anthropology is it is all about listening to other people's stories. If you're doing field work as an anthropologist, you're going into these communities, you are listening for surprise, you are listening for complexity. For example, one of the projects that I worked on when I was in school was following this USAID project, which was putting computers in public schools in Senegal for the first time. And I was looking at how students and teachers were taking up these computers and using them. And so you're always listening for what you're not expecting. You know, you're hoping that people tell you what is their truth. And I think listening for that kind of complexity, listening for surprise is such great training for any fiction writer.
And Amir, how about your background? You have had a very successful literary background in translation, writing essays for The Guardian and the New York Times, but your undergrad as an engineer. So you have a very varied palette from which to draw.
Yeah, it's kind of an Iranian thing. You know, we grow up, you kind of want to be a poet, but your parents push you into studying engineering or medicine or law, but then you do it and you realize that it's not for you, so you kind of try to find your own sort of passion. So yeah, that's what happened to me as well. I was never really interested in engineering per se, but because I could never conceive of a life as a writer back then, and I thought by kind of being an engineer I could have a day job to make ends meet and write on the side. But yeah, like things changed a lot along the way. It's a long time ago, it's like 20 years ago I'm talking about now. So yeah, I worked as an engineer for about 3 months in my life after graduation. So that's the extent of my experience and knowledge there. Yeah, but then I started kind of in Iran. I worked as a journalist, as a fiction writer. The thing is, those lines are very blurred, not just in Iran, in like Middle East and in many parts of the world. This strict division of labor that you have in sort of Anglo culture between like a journalist and a fiction writer and a playwright. And yeah, if you start writing in Iran, you're kind of expected to write everything from newspaper columns to short stories, to novels, to play. You can't really walk around and say, I don't know, I'm just a novelist, I don't write columns. That sounds kind of obnoxious even. So yeah, I started doing all of those. Then I got really involved in politics as well. And up to kind of 2009 Green Movement, I was really very deeply involved in that, but it got very brutally crushed. So the newspaper I worked for was shut down. The publisher I worked for was shut down. A lot of my friends ended up in jail. I got interrogated once. And so after that, I thought that really to continue life as a writer really became impossible. So that's when I applied for graduate programs outside Iran and ended up in Australia, then here. Yeah.
Mega, we have a question from Gordon. He says, Ms. Majumdar, how do you see this book in the context of Indian writers who push back against the BJP?
I mean, I think that's a question for a reader. How do you place it in the context of the society where you are? How do you see it within the range of other literatures being produced about this moment? It was really important for me to write from the perspective of individuals who are so intimately acquainted with what it means to see that the kind of meaningful life that you want to have is denied you, So my perspective was very much about, well, how do individuals survive this, And I wanted to say something about how these particular people are also not just, devices to make some kind of argument or, schemes by which you're putting forward something, but, that's the work of the fiction writer, is to create the space where you make characters who are so close to human, where they have, yes, their suffering, and yes, their struggle, and yes, their aspiration, but also, you know, they joke and they watch TV, and, you know, they have parties and they sit in silence and power cuts. And so I think that's the allure of fiction for me, is you can really try to write these whole almost people.
I love it in the novel at one point when one of the characters wants to reward himself, so he gets some street food that is kind of like, you know, more expensive or kind of fancier, and he kind of brandishes it around the train to show that he's earned this little treat for himself. Let's see if there are other questions from folks. We're getting close to time. Oh, we are at time. So what I would like to ask you to do as a closing gesture is to hold up your books once again, read the titles, and it'll be my job to tell people to go out and buy them and keep coming to the LitFest events this weekend. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to our authors who have such vivid, wonderful characters and lively ideas in these books. And I want to leave it with them.
Do you want to go, Amir?
Go, you go first.
Okay. So the book that we were talking about that I wrote is called A Burning. And yeah, it's a novel. It's called A Burning.
Yeah, and this is called Then the Fish Swallowed Him. It's actually a line from the Quran to kind of add something at least to what I said before. Yeah, it's a line from the Quran, from the story of Jonah in English, Yunus in the Quran. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and hope you get up to Vermont soon.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Bob.
so much. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone watching.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Amir. Take care.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
So we're starting, right? I can't believe, so I'm literally welcoming everybody to the, welcome everybody. It starts tonight. So like, this is it. This is really cool. Jen's holding up Alone Together, the amazing, and Jessica has a copy. Does everybody have their copy of Alone Together? That's okay. Oh, Sadia has it. I'm going to introduce our incredible panel, and I'm thrilled to be here. I'm Robin Call, Reading with Robin, and I'm very happy to be here to kick off, who knew, this festival. First up, Jennifer Haupt is the editor of Alone Together. Her debut novel, In the Shadow of 10,000 Hills, was awarded the Forward Review's Bronze Indie Award for Historical Fiction. And I'm just going to go in order of how it was sent to me. Andre Dubus is the author of 7 books, including the National Book Award finalist House of Sand and Fog, and his latest novel, Gone So Long. Jessica Keener's latest novel, Strangers in Budapest, was an Indie Next Pick, a Southern Independent book bestseller, and an Entertainment Weekly Best New Books choice. Major Jackson is, I feel like I should wave to everybody, is the award-winning author of 5 books of poetry, most recently The Absurd Man, and serves as the poetry editor of the Harvard Review. And last and not least, Sadia Hassan is an essayist, poet, and MFA candidate at the University of Mississippi. Her work has appeared in Long Reads, The Seventh Wave, and the Chattahoochee Review. Welcome to this incredible panel and the audience clap. Sometimes you just have to clap for yourself, you know? So we're gonna start with some general questions. Then the authors are gonna read a little bit from their books, and then we have some more specific questions, and I hope that the audience will share theirs. We can check out the Q&A towards the end, but if you have questions for the authors, please feel free to leave them there. So first question, how has the pandemic affected your creativity? I mean, we're going on 7 months now, and what are you choosing to, 7 months, 8 months?
Sounds like a pregnancy.
Well, there's that too. Is there something you'd like to share with us, Jessica?
No.
Oh, okay.
I have to say I've not been through that, so I can share that.
Right. So what are you choosing to put out in the world? What are you writing? What are you being creative? What has the creativity flowing? Anybody can jump in.
Well, I'll start. So obviously I am putting out, this is my first anthology I've edited. And I have to say, I did not know what I was doing. I just knew that my novel had been canceled, the contract for my second novel. And I was just like, I knew I needed community. And so I reached out to some other authors I knew and was like, what would you think of putting together an anthology to support the booksellers who have supported us all these years? And I was just floored by the response, just amazed. And so it's been a really good experience, not only as a writer, but as a human, to just connect with all these other people. And it makes me really happy to see everyone here and just all these events, hearing people read their stuff. It just makes me really happy.
And the book's been out for what, 7, 8 weeks, or I don't remember.
Now since the first week of September.
Okay.
And we were worried at first that, you know, the pandemic was supposed to be over by then, and, you know, who would buy this thing? And the response has just been amazing. And I think mostly because the essays are all, and poetry and interviews are just incredible and go beyond the pandemic and just offer hope and joy and a lot of things that we need right now.
That we'll always need. Yeah, the book definitely transcends the time that, you know, what you intended. And that's, I mean, how great is that? They'll be reading it forever, Jen. Andre, I'm going to just call on people. That's fun.
Go right ahead. The question was how has this affected my creativity? The writing, was that this?
Yeah, and like how you're choosing to be creative at this time. Has it, you know, how has it been affected?
You know, I had a conversation with some other writers about this very thing recently, and an image came to me that I want to share with you that I've kind of had inside me for a while, and that is of a train at night, a moving train. And For years, my writing has felt like I'm in a quiet train car. It's actually quiet. And that's my writing. And then I step between the cars and there's all this loud movement and noise and wind and rattling steel wheels on rails and chaos. And that's my life. And then I go back into the train the next morning and there's the quiet train car, except sometimes the train cars are reversed. Sometimes the chaos is the writing and the train car is the domestic life, the day-to-day workings. So the train is alive and well. I don't want to say anything positive about this damn pandemic because over 1 million people have died across the globe and people are suffering financially in horrible ways that we don't talk about enough. So I don't want to talk about anything positive about it, except I do find that the train is still on the track for me, and I take sustenance in that.
Thank you. I like that. Plus, I'd like to go on a train. That would be nice.
Yeah, be good to travel.
Right? Major, you're up.
You know, it's always hard to follow my friend Andre.
That's
but
why I put you there. I just
no, I'm happy. No, I'm happy to because I will add to that metaphor and say that my art has been about stopping and seeing who else is getting on. And I think part of what is fascinating prior to this moment is that I of course, I belong to several communities and to some extent, I think maybe nascently while I'm writing, but it's nothing like a good pandemic to call attention to the worth of what we're doing. And even the most, even the writing that seems to be not about this moment, I'm finding great sustenance in. The poems, the thought pieces, the essays, it's really creating a greater sense of our humanity and how we are facing the challenges of this moment. And so when I go into my quiet car, I'm more than ever thinking about how I'm contributing to the betterment. My friend Andre is absolutely right. There are folks who are suffering right now in ways that may be unimaginable. And I'm wanting, for the first time ever, I think, at least explicitly wanting to have, which I think Alone Together as an anthology does, provide even a speck worth of hope and solace. I think folks being able to testify to the sudden crowdedness of our homes or finding sustenance and connection in the natural world, which is what I've been doing and writing about. I think we need these points of connection to kind of get us through to a post-pandemic world. So my creativity is more or less leaning in that direction. I'm looking forward to a moment in which that's not the case, but for now.
No, but that's what we look to our writers to make sense of the world and to put things in a way that you read it and say, okay, that makes that, I'm on board there. That makes sense to me. That's the best thing to me about connecting with the written word. Jessica.
Boy, that train, it sounds so organized. My image or picture is really this sort of amorphous ballooning thing, air, that I'm trying to sort of sit in the middle of it and just not get blown away, I think. So it's a very, I like your train. So I have found that I've really had to slow myself down a lot, try to sort of pull that circle into something pretty tight so that I feel some sense of, I don't know if maybe it's control, clarity, stillness, just some moments of calm so that I don't kind of almost lose my sense of inner boundary and getting pulled in so many directions. So that's kind of the struggle I have felt and it was very hard in the beginning. In the beginning, back in the end of February, I could barely sit in my chair for more than 30 seconds. I mean, it was sort of a bad comedy. And then, I was sort of rewarding myself when it was a minute, or if it was 5 minutes, or writing, it was, if I wrote 3 words, and then it was a sentence, and it was a paragraph. I'm now sort of back feeling more in my regular routine of, actually can work on a whole chapter. But I had to really work through that settling down kind of process. So it had that kind of impact. I don't know if if that addresses sort of the creativity aspect, but it's life. It's the chaos of life, which I'm always struggling with anyway. But this book, there was such a variety of different voices and different experiences, and that's what I've loved about it. Just getting a little peek into different people's experiences, and they are so vastly different, but we're all sort of dealing with the same thing.
Exactly. We hold the book up. Somebody's asked for the name of the book again. And yes, this is a nonfiction panel because these are stories in a collection, in an anthology, Alone Together. What's the subtitle? Can someone read it? Love, Grief, and
in the time of COVID.
In time of COVID, yes. And Jennifer Haupt is the editor of the book, and this is nonfiction. So I peeked at the questions. I couldn't help myself. Sadia, you are bringing this train into the station. Go for it.
I'm glad you did that. I was going to be like, hey guys, I peeked. There's so much in this book about family that actually gave me sustenance. At the time that I was writing my poem for the anthology, I was in Virginia with family, full house. And in the evenings we would go on walks. And I think similar to Major, just kind of like seeking out things that I didn't know. I was like, I don't know what this flower's name is. I don't know what this plant's name is. And like using that to kind of distract myself, being like, what can I learn about this new geography? That kind of gave me a sense of control. But in terms of how it's impacted my creativity now, I think I've just turned to stories about my family for sustenance, of being like, I'm, kind of in Oxford by myself, reading and writing and doing the whole graduate student thing. Well, how can I connect with my family? Where can I find sustenance? And so it's been just kind of creating an alternate archive and an alternate kind of parallel universe for myself that's filled with my parents' stories and, kind of just the things that have brought them joy in their time here. And so that's been a great source of sustenance for me in my creativity right now.
All about family. Was there something, this is for everybody, that you discovered about yourself or reaffirmed something about yourself during the writing, the piece that you wrote for Alone Together?
I can address that real quick. And I do want to thank Jen for including me in this anthology and for putting it on, and especially for supporting bookstores. I still have never purchased an Amazon product. I never will. The hell with Amazon. And I have choicer words to use, but I won't. I wrote about in the essay, I discovered that and this has to do with probably my sordid youth, and we all have some story to tell, right? I find I am more comfortable in disastrous situations and crises than anything else. And so I'm slightly ashamed to say that out loud, but that's the truth. Yeah.
I can relate.
Yeah, can you? Good. See, if we were together, we could all have a stiff drink afterwards to address our PTSD.
No, we're going to be looking forward to that at some point. Can you imagine? It will be the world's biggest author shebang ever.
The whole world's going to have a party. We're going to have to be very careful, all of us.
There is that. I just imagine many parties or just many gatherings or just, I don't know. I don't want to get off on that tangent. I'm already on the train. I'm on my way. But Jessica, do you want to take?
Well, I guess for me, and I've talked, this is what my essay is about. There's actually something very, very familiar to me about this whole pandemic. I mean, I did have a serious illness in my 20s, and I spent 3 months in an isolation room in a hospital with a disease that nobody had ever heard of, and everything had to be sterilized. And even after the hospital, I had to spend another year wearing a mask and gloves and not being around people. So I had, in a weird way, have kind of experienced this, except that I did it with just in the sort of rarefied world of the disease that I had.
Yeah.
And nobody knew what that disease was, and nobody really, you know, when I walked around bald with a mask on, I thought I was being very punk. You know, that was how I tried to sort of reframe it. So now suddenly everybody's kind of dealing with something that in a way I dealt with a little bit of. It's not the same, of course. You know, it was a life-death situation for me. So yes, I do find comfort in that maybe this whole experience might open up some awareness for everyone about all those other people in the world that will continue to live and return to their chronically ill lives when the rest of us will hopefully move on to more regular existence. But there is that sort of underground world out there that I was part of many years ago. So it's been a strange reminder of all that.
Yeah, it must really be like, wait a minute, this is, you know, this is familiar. And I like the way you bring that point around, because there are people struggling, you know, we don't always know, we don't always see. And I've actually heard from people who are saying, this has been my existence, and now I'm sort of in this with me, you know, that I hear through the, you know, the author events and just connecting with readers. So a lot of stories like that. People are really sharing a lot. Major?
The question is, what am I learning about myself? Or
reaffirmed.
No, I hear you. I'm thinking about, this is the biggest challenge that I've had to face within community. And I'm thinking about the role of grace and how I really did not understand grace until, like, fully understood it until faced with something that, and also the idea of resilience. I'm also learning, I'm reading people's eyes. I'm learning to do that, to read a truly emotion. People who know me know I come from a community that likes a good joke and likes to laugh, and we don't have that part of our face anymore. And so I had this moment with a friend where we were just so kind of, you know, doing this thing that we used to do as a kid. It's pushing each other, teasing each other. And we pushed each other to the point where we started laughing, and the laughing turned into that you didn't know whether or not I was laughing, crying at the same time. And that's been some of the kind of nuance, is that I'm not taking any facial expressions for granted.
No, it is weird. You smile with your eyes. You run into somebody and you're like, it's me. Claudia, same question.
What have I learned about myself in this time? I mean, I think I was too concerned about the world ending before, probably, is what I learned about myself, and more so that the world hasn't ended yet, right? Like, I think there are all these ways that people are still going on with their life. The volume of the world has kind of turned down, but people are still making way with it. And so I had to kind of bring myself back to center and be like, what does that mean for you? What are all the ways that you can thrive in this moment and not worry about the world ending? Where's the world beginning anew for people? And that kind of opened up, it lifted something off my chest, and like I was able to get back into writing poems that explored more than just grief, right? Like kind of opening a little window into what comfort would look like. But yeah.
And Jen?
So I just wanted to say that also I'm just thinking of how everyone expressed isolation versus connection in their different pieces. And because for me, I really thought a lot more about, I've always considered myself a very solitary person and pretty much an introvert. And I think for the first time, really, I realized how important community was to me, because I got so much from just being involved with this group of people who were all sending me these extraordinary pieces of their soul, you know, exposing how they felt isolated and connected and all these different things. So, you know, I think, like I said, it's just really affirmed for me how important it is for me to connect with other people. The isolation was never an issue. It was always just the connection.
Well, I mean, to put something out there that you've connected with and all of the writers have connected their pieces, and then readers are finding this and are connecting with the stories. Like, you must be so, I mean, it's an amazing thing to create at a time when some people are having a hard time creating, but together, everybody's pieces just make this one big, amazing piece of work. And again, to raise money for the independent booksellers. Can you speak a little bit about that, Jen? Because I don't know if everybody knows what BINC is.
Yeah.
I've really been going off script here, but I just, you know, I'm sure some people want to know.
So
I'm assuming.
I forget what what it stands for, but basically it's the nonprofit group that collects money for and disperses it to booksellers in need, to independent booksellers in need. And so what really struck me about, you know, back in March was, how could I possibly make a difference in what's going on in the world right now? I don't have a lot of money, you know, I don't have a lot of influence, but what I have through my 20,000 years as a writer and through my blog, right, interview writers and book reviewer and so forth, is I have a lot of connections with people who have incredible voices. So it's like, how could I use these voices to really put something together to give back to the booksellers who have given us so much over the years. And luckily, my first novel was published with an independent book publisher, Central Avenue Publishing. And I just called my publisher and I was like, what would you think of doing an anthology to support booksellers? Is that a crazy idea? And she's like, no, let's do it. And never have gotten this out in, you know, two and a half months.
It was fast, yeah.
Yeah, with a big bookseller. So I forget the question, but basically it's BINC supports independent booksellers.
Thank you. And I should say, and I don't know, how can people purchase the book to support the Brattleboro Literary Festival? There must be a way.
There must be. I think
bookshop.com.
Right, bookshop.org. But is there a link from the festival?
To their, buy it through your local bookseller. Okay. Buy it through a bookseller you want to support, because the money does go to them. And when you buy a book through your local bookseller, they get a portion of that money.
Okay.
It doesn't all go to BINC. Part of it goes to the bookseller. So, I mean, that's the best way you can support your community.
There are, you know, we have, well, there's 5 of the participants in this anthology, but there are what, 91 total, or?
Yeah.
Something like that. So you guys are going to want to get a copy of this, and it makes a great gift too. And it's like win, 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 win. I'm not going to say that 91 times. So it's a lot of winning. So can we read? I know everybody's prepared with like a little bit of a reading. So maybe let's go to that, and then we have some more questions. But I'm being mindful of the time as well, even though I know they can't kick us out. Because after all, we're kicking off the Brattleboro Literary Festival. Who would like to read first? Jessica.
Oh, okay. I was going to say one of the poets, because we were talking about this earlier, but I've been reading a lot of poetry during this time. Okay, so you all know that I wrote an essay about this time that I was in the flow room. So that's what my essay is called. And I'm going to read, I guess, a couple of minutes of that. 1979, I had just graduated college. My hospital room, which we call the flow room, was about 8 by 10 feet and designed to protect me from other people's germs. The sterilized room had a tiny window that looked onto a parking lot I could see a patch of daylight and someone's car fender. So I had to find ways to distract myself from the reality that I only had 2 options for getting out of that room one day, either alive or dead. I got lethal doses of chemotherapy to destroy what remained of my malfunctioning bone marrow. In essence, my doctors killed me to save me, and it worked. I got through the initial tough days of nausea and flu-like symptoms, and after that, my hair fell out, but I knew it would grow back. I started to feel well, and I could get out as long as I didn't get any infections, as long as my blood counts went up, as long as my immune system matured. But the timeline for all that happening was terribly unclear. I was among the first 100 in the world to get a bone marrow transplant for aplastic anemia, a rare blood disorder. My doctor said it could take 2, 3, 5 months. We would have to wait and see. This waiting became a mental game, similar to what we are all living with today because of COVID-19, waiting to get back to jobs, hug our elderly parents, return to the things that make us feel alive. In my hospital room, thinking too far ahead could flood me with hard-to-breathe waves of depression, hopelessness, and boredom. So I tried not to think beyond the routines and tasks of the day, my morning bath, reading, listening to music, writing in my journal, breakfast, lunch, TV shows I watched at night. The next morning, I'd start over. How long would this go on? No one could give me a definitive answer. It felt endless. Another week would pass, and despite my effort to stay positive, the heaviness in my head would return, making it hard to talk to people. In those darker moments, I felt like a bug in a glass jar, the lid screwed on. I was trapped, yet everyone could see me. I understood why animals paced in their cages. I began to pace. Thankfully, the heaviness evaporated after a few days. Maybe I just needed to give myself a rest from positivity, which is an unnatural state to sustain all the time. But I continued to pace. It calmed me down. I was not allowed to touch anyone in the flow room. I lived behind a plastic barrier, day after day, month after month. It grew tiresome as it is today, to live with a constant, unrelenting need to maintain social distance, wear masks, wash hands, wipe things down, sanitize, wait to be released. I'm not an oddity as I was back then. No one heard of my disease or understood what a bone marrow transplant entailed. Today, everyone knows about COVID-19. I'm comforted by this. I'm isolating, but this time I'm not alone.
Thank you. That's great. Yes. Wow. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks.
Who would like to go next? Andre's putting his glasses on. Oh, you, Sadia? Okay. Wait, are we?
Read a poem.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you muted.
I'll go next.
Okay.
Thank you for that lovely reading, Jessica.
No, thanks.
Suburban Nocturne. Suburban Nocturne. Behind those trees, more trees which hide apartments, whose windows I surveil from my own. A neighbor, slick with sweat, pulls A neighbor, slick with sweat, pulls dumbbells past his bulging shoulders. Below him, an American flag slap-boxes the air. Petunias shiver over the railing. How to protect one's heart from bruising under what is not afraid to startle, what sees without sensing. 4 stories above the boxwood and cypress bushes, the long shadow. A woman pacing under a flickering porch light. The muffled cry of the Cameroonian mistress on her miserable night walks. Is it French or patois? Did she leave him? Well, no. But who does not covet a woman who will not leave? Instead, she turns the shadowed staircase, flies up to her room. From my own, I slip into a life of looped dreams, filled with nothing but this hunger. In my dreams, I smell her off a lover, taste the sea in his ghost grip. All night the sky, our sheets, is Cimmerian crease, stink of capsized boats. Behind the night, more night. In the velvet stretch of dawn, I wake, non-compost mentee. In his mouth, non-compost mentees. His mouth a blue spell which stuns me. Behind those trees, a field of the living, native plants flowering in Virginia's heat. Summer sweet, switchgrass, black-eyed Susan. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sadia.
I love that.
It was beautiful. That was gorgeous.
Hypnotic.
Should I go before you, Major? What should we? Yeah, okay. Nadia, that was just gorgeous. I'm going to read the first 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm going to read 2 minutes and 20 seconds from the beginning of this essay called Vigilance and Surrender. It is a sort of elation, a razored clarity. It magnifies every car on the road so that I see the minute scratches on their hoods, the caked mud in their wheel wells. It makes every masked woman or man in the grocery store nearly four-dimensional, the hairs of their ears visible though I might be 6 feet away or more. It makes each traffic light hanging over the street as close as if I'm holding it in both hands, flakes of rust on either side of it, the glass lenses pointed at my vigilant self, who has always known the world would face a calamity like this, who has been waiting for it, really. For since I was very young, I have been expecting disaster everywhere and at all times. I'm driving south on 495, the April sun high overhead. My mask hangs loosely beneath my chin. It is a much-needed N95 mask that I pulled from the pocket of my leather carpenter's belt in the basement. I bought this mask months ago to protect my lungs from sawdust when I was building my family a dining room table that can seat as many as 24 people. I did this in our house in the woods 40 miles north of Boston, a house I was so very lucky to have built with my own hands with my only brother 15 years ago. He designed it, and then he and I and a small crew spent nearly 3 years making those drawings real. After cutting down trees and blasting into a hill of rock, we built the first floor for my wife Fontaine's aging parents, and then the 3 floors above were to hold us and our 3 children who were 12, 10, and 8. When we were finally able to move into our new homemade house on a cold, sunny March afternoon, I was 45 years old and had never lived anywhere without a landlord. Late one of those first nights, lying in bed next to Fontaine, who was asleep, I counted the rented houses and apartments I'd grown up in and lived in as a young man. The number was 25. There are very few cars on this highway, though it is late afternoon on a weekday, the usual time for commuters to head home. At the Byfield exit, I take the ramp, pull over, and call my brother-in-law on my flip phone. He is a retired school teacher in his early 70s, one of the kindest men I know, and I'm calling him to tell him that I'm 5 minutes away, that I was able to buy all the groceries on his list except for the antiseptic hand wipes, which are gone, as is all the toilet paper on the store's shelves, and the flour and the pasta and the bottled water. I am shopping for my brother-in-law because he and his wife, a woman also in her 70s, have the virus. They believe that she probably contracted it where she works as a nurse in a home for the elderly. Her symptoms came before his did. She lost her senses of smell and taste, and then she started throwing up and couldn't stop, and my brother-in-law drove her to the hospital where they put her on an IV before sending her home. Thank you.
Wow. Amazing. How are they doing now, Andre?
They're fine, but 6 months later, they have terrible lingering symptoms like so many people. She still can't smell or taste. He can't hear. She's dizzy and falling down a lot.
Wow.
Unlike what the president says, you kind of don't want to get this.
Oh,
Yeah.
You had the.
I think I had it, but I'm not sure. They said it was a negative test, but I don't know. I'm thinking I don't know if I had it. Major, after you, my good man.
Thank you.
As you were reading, Andre, I was thinking about how I've had an open invitation to that house and that table, and I'm sad I haven't made it before this year, man. So we're going to have that party at your place afterwards.
We can socially distance. You sit on one end, we'll sit on the other.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
What an
That's amazing. Do you have a picture of that, Andre?
I do, but I don't know how to get it to you. I don't have a phone.
There's so many wonderful people in this anthology, and thank you, Jennifer, for including me in it, including Pam Houston and Jane Hirschfeld and Ada Limon, so many wonderful folks here. Nikki Giovanni, heroes of mine. I want to read my poem, but I want to read someone else's poem, if that's okay. This is Susan Rich's song At the End of the Mind, which is a wonderful riff off of the Polish poet Czesław Miłosz's song At the End of the World. The song At the End of the Mind. I think of you as a radio frequency, sometimes hard to find, as I touch this illuminated dial. But tonight, you arrive murmuring into my ear in half sleep. You offer a suitcase of small pleasures and laughter that somersaults across the country. In this time of shelter in place, we are fevered wanderers with nothing but an open screen. Handheld devices offering luminous ellipses. We heal the earthquaked bones of our past, decorating rough miles with new vocabularies, no longer deferred. As the world quiets, I'm awake to our longings, all that is left, to congregate close along the shoreline, unbandaged and unadorned, to listen to the smooth rhythm and cues of quarantine radio. This one goes out to you.
Wow.
Thank you. That was so wonderful that you read that one.
Wow.
Thank you.
Quarantine radio. I think
Oh
we're.
my God, that's amazing.
Shout out quarantine.
This is called Eleutheria, which is a Greek word of the personification of liberty.
Yeah.
Thinking about so much of this moment challenges some folks' notion of liberty. But I think there's a larger question that has to do with community, and hopefully what I feel like is the ever-present job of us to figure out who we are as a country. And I think this crisis is another example of that test. There was so little to say of the iridescent grackles above the courthouse, or the architecture of secrets below, like a fragile vocabulary, or the inundation of idols when winter thawed, whatever was hidden out of loneliness. But what if we were changed at least once? By nights of rain, by drunken bees in a glade of tufted vetch, by the fly-tormented psalms of Blake, edging further into the breath of our knowing. This is a country with a single dream. All the counties and all the town meetings and all the demonstrations amount to a sole creation. Last night, I pictured our shadows liberated from human forms. How do we know the color of freedom? I have a face the shade of maple, pressed like an encyclic leaf in a book from a century, another century no one reads. I am imagining your fingernails, the great potential of your profile, how you may never hear the gentlest parts of my tumbling out of clouds. Sometimes we call it beauty, we the martyrs.
Remember what it sounded like when a whole big auditorium was clapping at once? Like, imagine that. But this is good too.
Sometimes we call it beauty. I love that, Major. God, that's a good title right there.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah.
It's a perfect poem for this time. You know, so many lines in it are just perfect for right now. I just thank you. I thank all of you for creating, you know, part of the soul of this lovely monster, as I call her.
Thanks for being the grand conductor.
Thank you. Thank you for pulling this together. I mean, just the power of the word to me, you really, you know, you brought that to the core somehow.
Well, I thought of it as a novel because I am a novelist first. And so I really thought of it as like a story arc and plot points and, you know, ending with Major's poem was just like the perfect place to end. And I'm thinking of where all of your pieces lie, and they're just, you know, everything just fit perfectly together. It was just amazing.
When that happens, when things come together like that in a creative way, it's just so powerful. Will you hold the books up once again? Everybody's asking, you know, it's hard on Zoom. It isn't like we have, oh, look at that. Just ask. There it is, Alone Together.
Here they are.
And Andre, that your book, I imagine what your book would look like if you were holding the same
I
one.
built a shelf 12 feet above the floor. I need a ladder to get it, and I didn't have time to get the ladder to get the book.
Oh, I see it. Is that what's way up there?
Yeah, well, that's another one way up. Yeah, I put my books high.
Hey, you gotta reach for the books.
Good in your hand too. It's a nice feeling book.
It does. It's got a really nice texture. They did a beautiful job as you
really did.
To your publisher, Jen. And so the book is available whichever independent bookstores you support, and you can go to bookshop.org as well. And do you guys have any final words? Because we know it ends now, but Bill would like to know, how long did it take to edit and bring to final form, Jen?
I put a call out on Facebook. I said, hey, does anyone else want to contribute to this anthology thing I want to put together? And that was mid-April. And I had everything by mid-June. So it was 2 months. And people just turned things around so quickly. I mean, I had to bug Andre a lot because he was sick, but I couldn't believe that he actually, you know, came through with this amazing, it's like a story. It's like a short story. Except it's real. And he was like, I don't know if this is anything. And I was like, so, yeah.
Right? That is a really quick turnaround. I mean, when you think about it being written at this time and out in the world in early September, and, you know, so good question, Bill. Thank you. And any final thoughts from any of you? I don't want to be the one with the final word.
I just want to thank you, Robin, because you have been such a huge support. This is feels like the 5th or 6th event you've done for us, but you just, you know, you just pull it all together and you make it fun for me, so I don't have to moderate. So
I appreciate that you asked. Thank you. It's a great honor. And who knew we were kicking off the Brattleboro Festival, the literary festival. And there's a lot more coming up all day tomorrow, right? And I know poetry on Sunday. So go to their website, find them on Facebook, and you can check in. And I'm sure everything is sort of taped. So if you can't go to a session that you really want to go to, you can check back and watch it another time. Support the authors and share the books that you love so much. I always suggest that. And this anthology really is for everybody. The stories, the poems, all of it speaks to me in different ways at different times, and you pick it up and you get something from it and share it, and which is what we do with books that we love. So Jessica, Andre, Sadia, Major, Jen, all of you out there in the Brattleboro world, thank you so much.
Stay
Good to see you all.
Stay healthy. Stay joyous.
Indeed.
Enjoy Vermont for us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thank you so much. Robin, thank you.
Really fun.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Jessica. It's good to see everyone.
Nice to meet those I haven't met.
You too. Lovely.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here with two Emily Dickinson scholars. I'm Eileen Parks of the Brattleboro Literary Festival, and just a quiet fan of Emily Dickinson. So we're here to have a conversation about Emily Dickinson and many subjects that we'll be discussing. Of course, her gardening passion will be part of that. I have a copy of Martha Ackerman's book, These Fevered Days, the 10 Pivotal Moments in the Making of Emily Dickinson. This is her latest book. And Marta has her book.
Naturally.
Emily's Gardening Life. We were just talking about the long title, The Plants and Places That Inspired Emily Dickinson. So we're going to have a conversation between the two authors after some readings of their current work. And I believe Marta is going to go first.
Sure, I'll be happy to.
After the readings, we have a Q&A, and I'll be monitoring that. And we'll be able to talk to our Emily Dickinson scholars about their work afterwards.
Thanks, Eileen, and Martha, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you,
Hello,
Martha.
everyone. We can't actually see your faces, but happy half past October. I'm going to do just a little screen share. I wanted to start out with a short seasonal reading. So as Eileen said, I'm interested in Emily Dickinson as a gardener. I've spent a lot of time on this topic, probably the longest of any topic I've worked on, and a lot of time working in the Dickinson garden in Amherst. So I'm going to show you some pictures from the book and just read you a bit about autumn, since here we are. So here goes. Fingers crossed on the technology, and we'll go from here. Okay. There we go. All right, so there's Emily Dickinson, and Eileen was just talking about how popular she's gotten of late in movies and the new TV series on Apple TV. So, she's sort of in the pop culture right now. And for me as a gardener, I was interested in exploring how she related to the seasons and to nature and specifically to growing things. And so I organized my book along the seasons, talking about her life in plants and as well as what was happening in her garden. So I actually jumped back and forth between past tense and present tense, as you'll hear in this section. Autumn in New England has earned its reputation. From her bedroom window, Emily Dickinson could see the trees assume a new palette. The season is fair-haired. Elm trees turn gold and drop. In two early letters, Dickinson used Shakespeare's "the sear, the yellow leaf" to describe the gilding. The season is a siren, turning maples and sassafras leaves to wine and rust. The name of it is autumn. The hue of it is blood. An artery upon the hill, a vein along the road. Great globules in the alleys, and oh, the shower of stain, when winds upset the basin and spill the scarlet rain. It sprinkles bonnets far below. It gathers ruddy pools, then eddies like a rose away upon vermilion wheels. With shorter days and cooler nights, the leaves age and physically senesce. Green chlorophyll starts to dissipate the way a grandparent's skin thins over time. The latent yellows and oranges show through the color chemistry of bananas and carrots. Leafy sugars are triggered to spin new colors like red. The brightest displays come from dry weather and hold until heavy frost. Eventually, the cellular glue weakens to break the bond between stem and plant. The leaves abdicate and fly in Dickinson's vermilion wheels. Small cyclones stir up dried leaves rifling them like pages in a book. Humidity evaporates, uncovering blue skies. There's a certain smell in the air, dry leaves, wood smoke, with an undertone of crispness. Walking down the flagstone path in the garden, Dickinson noted, "We are by September, and yet my flowers are as bold as June. A strange thing happens when the weather cools in fall. Given a reprieve from the heat, the garden comes out of its August doldrums to have a second flush of bloom." Well, that's the end of the reading, but I'll just close with another brief Dickinson poem and another one of the lovely pictures that the photographer took for this book. "My garden, like the beach, denotes there be a sea. That's summer, such as these. The pearls she fetches, such as me." And I think regardless of the season, Dickinson found pearls to share.
Thank you.
Well, it's always a pleasure to appear with Marta McDowell, who is such a pro and who knows more about Emily Dickinson and Dickinson in the natural world and her gardens than anyone I know. So thank you, Marta, for setting that tone. My book, These Fevered Days, is a biography of Emily Dickinson, but a biography with a twist in that it's not what a lot of people call cradle to grave biographies, pretty large tomes that survey the entire length of an individual's life. Rather, it's snapshots of 10 specific days that changed Emily Dickinson. The days are chronological, but they're not consecutive. So the first one is when she's 14 and she's writing a letter to a friend, and to my ear, I hear Dickinson for the first time. And the days progress from her 20s to her 30s. The last chapter, chapter 10, is the day she died. So my hope is that by focusing on these 10 pivotal moments, that the reader will have a sense of Dickinson's evolution as a poet. But again, the caveat, it does not purport to be a comprehensive biography of all of Dickinson's days. I should also say that the style of the book is narrative nonfiction, in that I use the techniques of storytelling to bring Dickinson's years to light. I try to establish setting. I try to give the reader a sense of the characters in her life. That said, everything is true. For many years, I taught at Mount Holyoke College and taught a course on Emily Dickinson, which I taught in Dickinson's very rooms where she wrote. And I always told my students, when it comes to narrative nonfiction, that if you say the sky is blue, you better have a weather report to back it up. So nothing is made up. And I want to give you a little sample of the book. One of the most pivotal days in Emily Dickinson's life, and one that is a chapter, is when Dickinson was in her early 30s and she took the most unprecedented step of her life. She'd been writing poetry. Some had been published, all anonymously, not many, but she hadn't really stepped into the world. And when she was 30, she read an article in the Atlantic Monthly by a man named Thomas Wentworth Higginson, a literary man, an editor, well known nationally, who gave advice to would-be writers. And she wrote him back. And she sent 4 poems. And that started a relationship that was enormously important to Emily Dickinson and lasted for the rest of her life. That was 1862. It wasn't until 1870, 8 years later, when they finally met face to face. And he left a treasure trove of letters that I used that included what Dickinson said, how she looked, how she entered the room. It is the most vivid set of notes we will ever have of what it was like to meet Emily Dickinson up close. So this, what I'm going to read for you, is just a couple of pages that comes from the chapter where Higginson met Emily Dickinson. And the quotes you hear are the quotes that Higginson wrote down after the visit. So I'll come as he comes up the steps. He knocked, presented his card, and was ushered into a dark parlor on the left. Then he waited. First, he heard her. From upstairs on the second floor came the sound of quick, light steps, footsteps that sounded like a child's. Then she entered, a plain woman with 2 bands of reddish hair, not particularly good looking, wearing a white dress. The white stunned him. It was exquisite. A blue worsted shawl covered her shoulders. She seemed fearful to him, breathless at first, and extended her hand not to shake, but to offer something. "These are my introduction," she said, handing him 2 daylilies. "Forgive me if I'm frightened. I never see strangers and hardly know what I say." Once they sat, Emily began talking, and she did not stop. "When I lost the use of my eyes," she had eye problems, she told him, "it was a comfort to me to think there were so few real books that I could easily find someone to read them all to me." She wondered how people got through their days without thinking. "How do people live without any thoughts?" she said. "There are people in the world. You must have noticed them on the street. How do they live? How do they get the strength to put on their clothes in the morning?" She was full of aphorisms, sentences that seemed to have been crafted earlier in her mind that she wanted to share. Women talk. Men are silent. That is why I dread women. At times, Emily seemed self-conscious and asked Higginson to jump in, but every time he tried, she was off again, and the words tumbled out almost uncontrollably. He tried to recall every phrase, every thought, even her tone, humor, and asides. "My father only reads on Sundays, and he reads lonely and rigorous books." She boasted about her cooking and said she made all the bread for the family, puddings too. "People must have puddings," she said. The way she said pudding, so dreamy and abstracted, sounded to Higginson as though she were talking about comets. Emily said her life had not been constrained or dreary in any way. "I find ecstasy in living," she explained. "The mere sense of living is joy enough." When at last the opportunity arose, Higginson posed the question he most wanted to ask. "Did you ever want a job? Have a desire to travel or see people?" The question unleashed a forceful reply. "I never thought of conceiving that I could ever have the slightest approach to such a want in all future time." Then she loaded on more. "I feel I have not expressed myself strongly enough." Emily reserved her most striking statement for what poetry meant to her, or rather, how it made her feel. "If I read a book, and it makes my whole body so cold no fire ever can warm me, I know that is poetry," she said. "If I feel physically as if the top of my head were taken off, I know that is poetry. These are the only way I know it. Is there any other way?" Emily was remarkable, brilliant, candid, deliberate, mystifying. After 8 long years of waiting, Thomas Wentworth Higginson was finally sitting across from Emily Dickinson of Amherst, and all he wanted to do was listen. Thank you.
Well, thank you both so much. I was writing notes while you were both talking, and what I'd like to offer our participants right now is if you want to put some questions into the Q&A, I'll monitor those and I will feed them along. We had a little pre-talk before the event went live, and not only were we discussing that there seems to be a resurgence in attention on Emily Dickinson, we also seem to be learning more or becoming more aware, especially the passage that you just read, Martha, illustrates how lively she was. I feel like that this image of her as this recluse, you know, walking around with her big dog and her white dress and being very, very solitary is something that people are very, really comfortable with. And we're trying to kind of crack that image a little bit about how, to me, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's just this brilliant genius. It was, of course, very lively and engaged with life. But let's just, both of you, and maybe Martha, you just went, but if you want to jump back in, but I would like to hear from both of you about how, what kind of like quick little examples can we get about how she was so involved with life and not this hermit or recluse that that seems to be so persistent.
Well, you're right. The myths abound, and Dickinson was reclusive. You know, you can't deny that. From the time she was in her 30s until the end of her days, she had the luxury, the economic luxury of living in her family's home and being able to concentrate on her poetry. That said, she wasn't hermetically sealed. And I'll just give one example, and I know Marta can offer many, many more. I mentioned in that brief excerpt that Dickinson talked about her eye problems. We don't know exactly what it was. We think she had, my theory, given her symptoms, is that she had iritis, a problem with the iris of her eyes that we can treat today very easily. But she had to go to Boston and live in a Cambridge boarding house on 2 long sojourns in the 1860s. And when I researched that period, I found out that she was there for Lincoln's reelection, and was there when there were torchlight parades down Mass Ave. I was able to find where her boarding house was and its relationship to where the parades were. I read newspaper articles about this, and she even mentions in a letter to her sister hearing that parade, and said the drums keep drumming for the still man, meaning Lincoln. So we think of her wrongly as outside history. Not connected to the events of her days, but boy, it sure blew my mind to think about Emily Dickinson in a city, living in a boarding house when she's beginning her seclusion, where she has to eat all of her meals, you know, with other people, and then hearing the political noise, literally as well as figuratively, around her with President Lincoln, when his son, I should say, was in law school just down the road at Harvard. So the parade was marching in the direction of Robert Todd. I think that's a pretty vivid example of Dickinson being immersed in her times rather than separate from her time.
Yeah.
And she was really well connected through correspondence. Even later, when she wasn't seeing people face to face, she was a very avid letter writer. You know, they started collecting her letters not long after she died, they being her first editors. And in the complete collection, there's something like 1,000 letters. She also sent people flowers. You know, there are lots of sort of anecdotal stories about people getting maybe a baked good, right? Martha mentioned puddings. I love puddings too. You know, people getting a little cake with a flower on it, or getting a nosegay that she would sometimes deliver into the pews of the church. So, you know, some of her recent researchers put together a book called The Networked Recluse, and another friend said, oh, well, you know, she would have loved Twitter, or, you know, she would have loved social media, because not only did she like to keep in touch with people, she wanted them to get back to her. You know, she felt there was a great responsibility to correspondence.
She could be kind of an annoying friend, I always thought, because of the point you just made, Marta, about, you know, she was such an avid correspondent and so good at it. I mean, to read Emily Dickinson's poetry without reading her letters as well, which are published, is to really miss a lot. But boy, she wanted you to get back to her right away, and kind of got miffed when you didn't.
Yeah, I think, well, didn't Higginson say something about he was kind of exhausted after conversations with her?
Yeah. After that encounter where they met for the first time, he wrote his wife and said, I'm glad I don't live near her because no one ever drained me of my nerve power more. He was exhausted.
So I'm sure you've all had, had friends like this where they're so intense that you want to go like, well, wait a minute. And I think she was like that. She was so, smart, and she just saw so much.
Yeah.
And she wanted that in return.
Yeah, humming like a tuning fork is how I describe those types of friends. We have a question that kind of relates to this in the Q&A. So why did it take 8 years to meet her with Higginson? And can we get any details about his opinion of the work that she sent?
Sure. The correspondence started in 1862, and they met for the first time in 1870. The big thing was the war. The Civil War intervened. Higginson was a colonel for the Union Army, serving in the Carolinas, and was wounded. Came back home, and then they started trying to find a time to meet. And he invited Dickinson to come to Boston, where he was going to be attending his Harvard reunion, or when there was a concert he thought that she would be interested in. Oh my, Dickinson is not going to go to Boston to hear a concert. That just wasn't in her constitution at that point. What always struck me as kind of funny about Higginson, the way he kept pitching, can you do this? Can you do that? At one point, he was rather exasperated with all of her declining her invitations, and he said, "Don't you need sea air? Don't you want to come to the seaside during the summer?" No. And then what finally happened is, and then she would say, "Can you come to Amherst?" And days didn't work out. He had an ailing wife. But finally, his brother died, and his brother lived in Deerfield near Amherst. And he had to come to check in on his family, take care of matters. And that was the moment that finally happened, where he could come to Amherst and meet, as he told a friend, his poet. He was knocked out by her poetry, knocked out. But he also, he tried to give her advice. Other people tried to give Dickinson advice, including her sister-in-law. She was always grateful for it. It was astute. She never took it. So I think he pretty quickly realized he was dealing with someone far and away, above any other poetry, I think, that he was used to seeing, that there was something so unique about it, so powerful. So what he finally decided not to offer her in criticism, he offered in constancy and friendship and dependability. And I think that was enormously important to Dickinson. And in fact, in a letter, she said, "You did not realize that you saved my life."
Yeah. I was always curious, and people often ask this of me, Martha, why the daylily? Daylilies, if you can all picture them, those big orange things that bloom all along the roadsides in kind of the middle of the summer. So she comes in with 2 orange daylilies. And, people want to know, well, is it language of flowers? And I don't think so. What do you think, Martha?
I don't think so. I mean, Dickinson certainly knew what a symbol was, and a symbol of many, many sorts, flowers, metaphors, etc. I don't read that into it. I do think she was very intentional about her entrance. She could be a little dramatic, and here she is coming down the steps in this exquisite white dress. She was wearing white dresses then, almost like an everyday dress. I mean, it wasn't something really, really flashy. If anything, it looked a little informal, probably. I've always liked what you had to say, Marta, about, just the orange against that white against the blue shawl that she had is quite striking. So maybe it's more of a fashion statement than it is the language of flowers. I mean, the giving of the daylily is a gift. I mean, that was something that she always did. Daylily is not a orchid. It's very common. I think Dickinson always goes to the common rather than the highfalutin. You know, she always said my barefoot rank is better when talking about publishing. So I like what you had to say about contrast, but I think it was, her entrance was studied. I'm not so sure the flower was, but you might completely disagree with me.
No, I think so. And, you know, she had red hair. So I think, you know, it's like,
right.
Yeah, it was the whole package.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question that I feel like this is my best opportunity to get a little more information about something. When I heard about how she feels about when she reads other people's work, poetry, and blowing the top of my head off, or No Fire That Would Keep Me Warm, my favorite book is Middlemarch by George Eliot. And I, just like the visuals of her walking around in Cambridge, I love thinking about her reading that book, Genius on Genius. Like, what a moment. Do you have any other information about her experience reading that book? I know there is a statement and she loved it, but just curious if two Dickinson scholars.
Oh, help me here, Mark. She had, Dickinson was such a reader and very, very familiar with the contemporary literature of the day, which was super stuff. I mean, Middlemarch, Bronte's, but her,
Dickens.
I think I'm confusing this quote with the Brontes. What a day for heaven when the Brontes entered there, right, Marta?
I think so. I think so. I would also have to look it up. But correct me if I'm wrong, Martha, that George Eliot is among the people on her bedroom wall. Isn't that right? It's Elizabeth Barrett Browning and George Eliot.
Right.
And I should know that because I did sit there writing.
Mm-hmm.
If any of your participants don't know this, you can, it sounds a little funny, but you can rent the Emily Dickinson bedroom by the hour. Only for writing, I might add, when the museum is open. And I think at the moment, because of the pandemic, it is not open. But it was really an amazing experience to sit there on a winter day. You know, they set you up with a card table, you know, where you're not going to harm anything. But to just absorb the house sounds and the sounds of the town, you know, imagining replacing the sounds of automobile traffic with the sounds of, you know, horse traffic. But really, it's a very similar feeling, I think. Martha, did you have that feeling as well?
Yes, I did the same thing. I set up the card table, and for an hour I brought my laptop and didn't so much write as do exactly what you just described. I listened. I wanted to know how the train sounded, which is just a block away from Dickinson's house. I wanted to look out the windows and see what she saw. Because I've lived in Amherst for so long, over 40 years, and taught a course in the Dickinson Museum. I know the great folks at who run the Emily Dickinson Museum well, as you do too, Marta. They're kind and generous and wonderful. And for certain scenes in the book, I asked the folks there if I could get into some spaces that were not on the tour. For example, when Dickinson comes back from being treated for her eye disorder in Cambridge, the doctor told her she shouldn't read books. She hadn't been reading books, that it was a strain on her eyes. And so the first thing she did when she came back was she wanted to read Shakespeare. And she thought about where could she read it and read it out loud. You know, I think she really wanted to proclaim literature, and maybe in a space that wasn't too bright, to had too much sunlight to interfere with her sight. So she went up to the attic of the house, and so I called the Dickinson Museum and said, "Can I get up in the attic? I want to see what I can see. I want to read some Shakespeare up there. I want to hear how it sounds." Now, it's been changed a little bit since Emily Dickinson's time, but not all that much. So, it was a wonderful experience. And I think it demonstrated to me yet again how much that house informs Emily Dickinson's work. Her perspective, her literal view outside the window, even the echoes of those rafters up in the attic. It was really important for my own research to gather that kind of information. I'll always be grateful that I had the experience.
I was curious when I was reading your book, Martha, you know, you picked the number 10, 10 pivotal moments. I wondered what was the 11th that you thought about including but didn't make the cut.
Oh, that's such a good question. Thank you. Yeah, 10 was just a round number, and I'll tell you one chapter that was supposed to be in there, but I had to throw out once I realized that it didn't work. And that was a chapter that dealt with Emerson. I've always been interested in the connection between Dickinson and Emerson. And I think his essays informed her work a great deal, not so much his poetry, which isn't very good. But Dickinson's cousins, Fanny and Louise Norcross, who she was quite close to, lived in Concord, just down the road from Emerson. And I discovered that they were in this group together called the Saturday Club. And it was a group of people very interested in literature. You had to be nominated and then voted on to be in the club, to meet once a month to talk about writing. And so I found these records of Dickinson's cousins hosting a person was in attendance, as well as the Alcotts, Bronson and Louisa May, where the cousins read poetry of someone whose nature was of too private a spirit, something like that, to go public. Boy, that sounds like Emily Dickinson to me. And that is Dickinson and Emerson coming right together. But I realized that it wouldn't work in terms of the narrative of the book, because Dickinson wasn't at that meeting. Mm-hmm. So she would be off stage for 30 pages, and you just can't have that. You've got to keep her there and keep the reader engaged with what she was doing. So that's probably the 11th chapter that I still love, because I love that idea of Dickinson and Emerson, but I had to throw out because she wasn't in the room.
Well, maybe there's a whole book in the Saturday Club.
Oh, I think there is. I'm kind of a one and done girl, so I'm not going to go back to Emily Dickinson with another book, but boy, the records are at the Concord Free Public Library for the Saturday Club. It's great, great stuff.
Well, it's very interesting because at one point I pitched to my editor the idea of a book about the connected gardening interests of the Concord crowd, because they really did. I mean, it was sort of stunning. So, Emily Dickinson, probably most of the participants are New Englanders, but if anyone isn't, Amherst and Concord, they're not right next door, but they're not that far away, mm-hmm. particularly in Dickinson's day, and in the day of the hotbed of transcendentalism, mm-hmm. they were connected by train. So mm-hmm. they were really almost as close as they are today. So I said, we had Hawthorne was there and Emerson was there and Thoreau was there and the Alcotts were there. And my editor said, well, I'd buy it, but I don't think anyone else would. So that was the end of that book idea.
Well, make it two. I will buy that too. I was out in Concord on Thursday, as a matter of fact, and boy, I went down the so-called Battle Road, past Hawthorne, Alcott, Emerson, and you just see the proximity of everyone's house. It really is astonishing.
So Emerson was also right next door one day, at least, right, to Emily Dickinson, coming back to our topic of the day. And if I show that picture of the bedroom, if you imagine her looking out the windows that faced west, those windows looked out onto her brother's house. I was going to say her brother's property, but actually her father didn't give it to the brother until the father died. So it was actually still her father's property, but her brother's house. And her brother and sister-in-law entertained many, many amazing people. They were sort of the social and cultural center of Amherst. And so Emerson, among other people, came there. You know, for me, a particular interest was also Calvert Vaux and Frederick Law Olmsted, the designers of the Emerald Necklace and Central Park. They were at the brother's house several times. And so you go, wow, what a shame, you know, she didn't meet these people. Because again, at that point, she had gotten more reclusive.
Yeah, and that they didn't meet her. We have another question that it's pretty related. Actually, another one just came in, but so the Saturday Club, we were talking about that, and a question came in. Do you have any information about what other poets of the time, how they reacted to her work when they had a chance
to her work? That I don't know. It's a good question. If you read, well, Helen Hunt Jackson, and Martha can talk a lot more about Helen Hunt Jackson, but Helen Hunt Jackson was a hugely successful author of the day, novels as well as poems. I still remember my mother reciting a Helen Hunt Jackson poem that starts, "The goldenrod is yellow." It's a poem about September. I think of it every September. Helen Hunt Jackson was in love with Emily's poems and wanted to be her literary executor. She really, of all of the people, of her contemporary literary people, I think Helen Hunt Jackson is the one that should get the nod for totally recognizing Dickinson's value. And I'll pass it off to Martha because she does much more than I do.
Well, I couldn't agree more. And actually, one of the things I wanted to do with my book was to plant Helen Hunt Jackson more firmly in Dickinson's story. Helen Hunt Jackson is a name we're not all that familiar with now, but she was one of the most celebrated writers in the 19th century, not only of poetry, but of fiction and of nonfiction treatises. She was one of the first to write a book about the unconscionable treatment of Native Americans. And then which led to some important legislation. So she was just one firebrand. And as it turned out, Dickinson and Helen Hunt Jackson were girlhood friends. They both grew up in Amherst together, just a little more than a mile away. So just to echo what Marta said, and that is that they were girlhood friends, and then Helen Hunt Jackson moved away and had a very tragic life, lost a husband, lost all of her children to illness, both of her sons. And then she happened to be in a boarding house where who should be in the boarding house as well but Thomas Wentworth Higginson, the man who then met Dickinson. And so he said, wait a minute, you two know each other? And he kind of put them back together and in touch with each other. And Helen Hunt Jackson was just so impressed by Dickinson's work. They began writing. Dickinson would send her poetry. And then she came back and had a long meeting with Dickinson when she tried to twist her arm, the poet's arm, to give her one of her poems for a book of poetry that was coming out. And very famously, Helen Hunt Jackson writes in a letter to Dickinson, she said, "It is a wrong to your day and time that you do not publish. You will be sorry when you are what men call dead, that you were so stingy." So, it's important to realize for people who are coming to Dickinson kind of for the first time, Dickinson wrote nearly 2,000 poems, but only published a handful in her lifetime, all anonymously. So, you really can't ask what did Poe think about Dickinson's poetry, because he wouldn't have seen it if you're talking about her contemporaries. But when the first edition of her poems came out in 1890, 4 years after her death, they had to immediately print another edition and another edition. They were met with great interest.
Hey, we've had some more participants come in, so we're suggesting maybe could you hold your books up again and just We are talking with Martha Ackerman, author of These Fevered Days, 10 Pivotal Moments in the Making of Emily Dickinson. And we are also with Marta McDowell. And
I'll correct you on my name, my last name, Eileen. It's Ackman with no ER. People are going to be Googling it. Don't stick the ER in there.
You get a lot of it, you do.
And this is, Marta did that lovely slideshow earlier on and showed a photograph of Emily Dickinson's bedroom. And that's the wallpaper in the bedroom is what's on my book. That's
yeah. There's so many book designers are really in for a treat if they get the job of creating the cover for these books. And
yes, in fact, I was very jealous when I saw Martha's cover because, like titles, authors rarely have any say in dust jacket art. But the designer of my book did use it as well in the chapter splits, along with this kind of idea of an envelope. Now, the reason why they used the envelope is that Dickinson, in addition to copying out many of her poems in fair hand, I think that's the right term, she also scribbled lots of poems on pieces of paper that were around. So that included envelopes that she had opened up, backs of chocolate wrappers, receipts. So those are actually all in the collection of Amherst College in special collections. And there have been editions of those put out recently that are really amazing.
You know, it's so interesting, Marta, to see the use of that wallpaper. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of it too in books, and because it's so lovely, and it also goes against one of the myths we were talking about. Dickinson is this feral person. The wallpaper is beautiful, so lively, that rose and the pinks and the greens. I know I was teaching in my Holyoke seminar in the room opposite Dickinson's bedroom when they discovered the wallpaper. The walls had been in this kind of white, sterile wallpaper, and they were taking down the molding at the top and found a scrap of this, and they were able to reproduce it and get it going. And but for me, it was it's really a shock to walk into that bedroom after remembering it as being so white and almost cold, and then you have this vibrant wallpaper. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, she really was writing in a garden as well. I do see a very wonderful question, which I am going to answer, even though it's a bit self-serving, is should you buy the new edition of my book? I did write a book called Emily Dickinson's Gardens in 2005. This one is hugely redone, as you could probably just tell from the edition. So you'll recognize some of the words. I did use some of the content again, but put in a lot of new and reworked it. It was like, you know, I always say I got a second chance in life, you know, probably for the first and last time.
Well, our time's winding down. I wonder if I could leave both of you with a final question for you to answer. So Emily Dickinson as a gardener, if you wanted to kind of connect with her through her plants, what would be some plants that you would recommend for people? And I guess we can only recommend New England zones because that's where she, but what would you recommend as a plant to have in your own garden?
Okay, there are three of them actually. One of them is the daylily because she loved daylilies. Another is the daisy. Occasionally she would reference the daisy or herself as the daisy. Daisy shows up in poems, including the one about seeing New Englandly. And the third is the rose. Of all of the plants, the most frequently mentioned in her letters and her poems is the rose. They grew a lot of old-fashioned roses. And so that's one thing we've been doing of late in the Dickinson garden is reintroducing some of those antique rose varieties, which are still available.
Yeah.
Well, I completely defer to Marta on that, but I'll just pipe in with one thing. Plant an apple tree. The Dickinsons had a a nice little orchard at the end of their property. And Dickinson's sister, who, boy, we haven't touched on her this morning, but she played a very large role in Emily Dickinson's life and is the reason we have the poems, because she found them after her death. Her favorites were Baldwins. She said, Vinnie loves Baldwins. So plant a Baldwin apple tree.
Yes, and go out and pick some right now. All those old-fashioned varieties that you can still get in the orchards, but not so much in the food stores.
Yeah, we have Scott Farm in Dummerston near Brattleboro, where we can get Baldwins and other things. And yeah, and the growers there have connected some of those apples with some other people we know that which one Thoreau liked, the sheep's nose. So now we know that Emily liked the Baldwin. Excellent.
Yeah, Baldwin, Sweetings. There are quite a few.
Yeah.
All listed in my book. Joanne, I see, has a question about poets at the time. The one I will add is she loved Elizabeth Barrett Browning. So if you want to read Emily Dickinson's favorite poet, I'd say start with Elizabeth Barrett Browning.
Well, it's just been so wonderful just kind of being awash in Emily's presence. And I encourage everybody to read the books, read some Emily Dickinson poetry. Never a bad idea. Thank you so much for sharing.
Eileen, did you have a place where people could order books?
Yes, yeah, we do. And I believe our producer is going to be able to put that up in the Q&A. We do have a link for that.
Also, support your local booksellers. You've got a local bookshop.
Yeah, we have everyone's books here in town and some other ones. And we will provide the link in the chat for people where they can get both of your books. They're both available in print. So thank you very much. It was just extraordinary to just think about her. It can't not be inspirational no matter what. Gardener or just a lover of words. Here we have a bookshop.org link from Brattleboro Literary Festival. So bookshop, I can say that bookshop.org is a really wonderful place to order books from. I've really enjoyed it ever since they emerged. So please give them your business. You'll really enjoy that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Always good to see you, Marta.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a terrific day. Bye-bye.
Your voice, your opinion, your community. Fact TV, free speech protected.
I am a prophetess, and a prophetess is one who gets divine inspiration through the Word of God and the risen Christ. This is one of the most serious prophecies that I have given out since I started with the Rhema Word. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture. What's coming has to do with the cleansing on the earth, the purification of America and of the world. Here to split the atom of philosophy and religion. Great is the Lord. holding us fearful situations. The joy of the whole earth. The city of the great King. Wow, boy, that is exciting. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised. I am back. You know, I had to come back because there's a lot of rumors going around. Carolyn doesn't hear from the Lord. Oh, that's not God speaking. And all kinds of things. Well, let me tell you something today. You know, when you are in the supernatural, things are different. You know, we hear in part, we see in part, we know in part. But you know, the Lord will give you a piece here and a piece there. And sometimes you have to piece things together. And that's the way it goes. His ways are higher than our ways. His thoughts are above our thoughts. So I am working in the spiritual realm, and it's super spiritual, and not in the earthly, fleshly realm. So what you see is what God says. And I'll tell you, God be true and every man a liar. God does not lie. And I stand on the words that I received, that they are coming to pass, will come to pass, or something is in the way that is holding them up. God's time is not our time. He doesn't go by time. There is no time in God's kingdom. There. Now I got all that out. I want to share with you today some updates on what happened and what's going on. You know, when this so-called virus came in, I could feel a heaviness come over the land. And it took me quite a while to get rid of it. And then, when this voting come in, I felt a heaviness come over the land. And I think there's one more that's going to happen. But, you know, the Lord was trying to tell me something. Something was out there on the horizon that was going to break through. You know, sometimes God, He doesn't feel like I'm ready or you're ready to hear some of the things that He would like us to know. Or maybe He doesn't feel we should know. But He is God, the Father of the whole universe and of everything out there. And He is the one who decides what I say or what I think, what I feel, what I speak. You know? So that is where it's at. So if you don't understand some of this stuff, maybe you need to get born again, filled with His Spirit. Because, you know, once you get into that, you will get into where He speaks to you, and you will hear Him. You will talk to Him like a little child. You sit on His lap, and He will share things with you. Now, once in a while, your flesh can get in there. I've had that happen to me, especially if I pray personally about somebody. I can hear something that might be not quite right because, you know, He says, he that has an ear, let him hear. But sometimes our flesh can crawl in, so we have to be very careful. But I've been doing this now since August 11th, 1999. So I think I'm a little bit better at it now than I used to be. I do know that every time I said a president was going to go in, he went in since back in that date. I never got that one wrong. So this time I still feel it wasn't wrong. So I am going to get into this and we will get going. And boy, I got some good scriptures there I want to read to you that apply to our world today, you know? And I think what I'll do is I'll start with the latest one that I got today and let you know what that says, and then we'll move on to the rest. Now we have, I'm looking at the clock here, I want to make sure I quit on time, you know? So anyway, 11:13:20, this is what He gave me today. Exaltation. The truth is coming to your land. The truth will bear itself out. Boldness on the part of your president. He will streamline this case to the max. The truth will bear itself out, he said again. Evil is at your door. It wants to strip the White House, burn it down. Erase your Constitution. Rebellion is in today. Rolling down your streets, using racism as a cover-up, dividing your people. See, they use racism to divide the people. That's what they're doing. Okay? Now, we have, evil has its trademarks. These are the trademarks of evil going on all over the world, not just in America. Okay? So evil has its trademarks. Stealing, lying, murder, name-calling. See if you recognize any of these things going on today. Name-calling, he says. False accusers. Destruction on every hand. Isn't that something? Removing all that you respect and love, like we have our statues. Okay? Yeah, they want to get rid of them too. Hatred casts her shadow over it all. Love is covered over. It will build until my people rise up. All the evil will build until America rises up and prays and turns from her wicked ways. Pray without ceasing. Cover all with the blood of my Son. Repent, for my kingdom is at hand. If you want to see things change, God lets these things happen sometimes. He wants us to get on our knees. He wants us to pray. And he wants us to be able to say, in the power of the risen Christ, I bind up these filthy powers of darkness. I cover that situation with the blood of Jesus. You want to see Satan back off and all these people running around evil change, just pray that way. The devil cannot stand the blood of Jesus. He can't handle it. He doesn't want to hear it. So there's a song out there, there's power in the blood. I sing it all the time. When things get really hard for me, I had a situation come up just last night. Someone misunderstood me, and then my son, he said something, offended me, and oh boy, I said, here I go. You know, I started to feel resentful and tired and weary and sick of the whole mess, and finally I went to bed. I got up, went back out, got in a chair, and I said, Lord, what do I do? I don't know where to turn. I don't know what to do. And he said to me, you need to cover everything with the blood of Jesus. If you want to get Satan, the devil, off your back, then do this, and don't forget it. These are your weapons of warfare on the earth, and things are going to get bad sometimes, and you're going to feel so defenseless, and you're going to say, what do I do? Oh, God, what do I do? And you're begging and pleading and crying and howling, you know how we do. That's how we get going sometimes. So then I went back to bed, and I had a peace. And you know what? Everything worked out. All worked good. Devil got out of my house. He went away. And I say to him, go to hell, because you're going to end up there anyway, devil. That's my favorite expression that I say, you know. So then we have all of this stuff, and that's what we are supposed to do. Repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. Now, your voter system, listen to all this very clearly, is flawed by a system that is fed, he said, pre-planned. Listen to this, figures. They had it all pre-planned a long time ago. That's why they could say to Biden, stay in your cellar. You don't have to do nothing. Everything was pre-planned a long time ago. First, they got all these rules changed that had to do with voting. Because of this virus, you can get away with a lot. Nobody pays any attention, right? Pelosi, head ringleader, who had that done. Now, it's flawed. You know why? Listen to this. It was pre-planned by Democratic government people who are undermining the system to work in their favor. Now, I've worked with computers before, back when they were first coming out, and you would feed a program into these things. You know, the computer only does what you feed it. The computer doesn't have a mind of its own. It does what you've told it to do. Wait till you hear this. Oh boy. Now, he said they were undermining the system to work in their favor. Many fear an Oh, they fear. They think Russia's our enemy, or China, or Iran. The enemy is within. I've tried to tell you that before. Your enemy, America, is not outside. Your enemy is right sitting here in your political group in the swamp. It's there. That's the enemy of America. That's the socialistic values. You know, that's the one that comes after the churches and say, shut down, like in New York. But the bars can be open. The people can run around with no masks or whatever. Yeah, they are our enemy. It says, by their fruits ye shall know them. Their fruits are love. Is it love, joy, peace, long-suffering, self-control? Or is it meanness, hatred, lying, stealing, cheating, burning down things? You watch that, and you know those are the devil's disciples out there. They are the devil's disciples. Now, I get excited about that. Now we have here. Now, this system, we're going to work it in our favor, right? So, many fear an outward country as their enemies, but the enemy, America, is deeply within. Now, massive election reform they put in. Imagine that? Has allowed evil to take over. Isn't that something? So what they did was, they got these computers all lined up, and they pre-programmed them, got them all programmed, and like you say to the computer, so many thousands of votes goes for, Trump, and then so many for Biden, and then when it gets to a certain thing, you click off and you turn over and change, it switches, and when excessive votes come in for Trump, then you pull in all the back votes you can get, shove them in there, and then you eliminate some of Trump's, and you let the other ones pile up, and the next thing you know, guess who the winner is? The winner is Joe Biden. Yes, that's the winner. Yep, that's how it goes. Now, America is, and that was this morning, okay? This is, it says here, I think it was 9/7, I'm not sure. America's under attack. She's being eaten away by new foreign citizens that have moved in here with their ideas, okay? Trump has an uphill road to climb. He will battle for his savior. He says because he's going to battle for the truth to come out without despair. Don't have any despair. He's not afraid. God hasn't given us the spirit of fear, but love and a power and a sound mind. Peace. I saw Biden, and I saw him in like a vision, his face, and it was a swamp-colored green. And then the color just faded right out. And then he faded out. I don't know what the Lord is telling me, but that might be saying that he's going to fade out. I'm not sure. But anyway, I saw that. So, he says, now, I saw him in a vision, fading out. Something will hit him hard. That's all I know. I saw America reaching up to me. This was in the prayer time. I see a new level of integrity pushing out evil from America's coast. Now, if Biden were to win, this is what would happen. America will or could come under severe judgment by me, he said, because that's not his divine plan. He says Trump remains in office, and it would bring America into the most prosperous time they've ever been in. And freedom in the spirit, freedom for the Jews, and all kinds of good things would come. And he said the new prosperity that you felt would leave if Trump left office. It has all been, he says, mathematically planned on how to keep Trump out. He says, I will shield Trump. It is my will to have Trump remain in the White House. That's what he said. Retrieve the, now this is how Trump's advocates, his lawyers, can prove everything, okay? Retrieve all the computer systems. the programming. There's a copy of all programming that goes into these computers. Retrieve it all. Call it all in, okay? And the whole picture of the whole election will evolve. That's how you can prove everything. And you can take all that, lay it out, and you will see a pattern for the whole country. It didn't just happen in Pennsylvania. It happened right here in Vermont. It happened everywhere. So that is what he told me. Now, I had to add on about this pandemic. Right now, all of a sudden everybody's getting sick again. I told you that this is a poison that was put into the food, the extracts by the Chinese people, you know? Like these different extracts you put on meat and stuff like that. And anything that comes out of China, beware. And you notice that once they opened up the restaurants, that everything started perking up again, people started dying again, and people started getting sick again. You know why? They use a lot of these extracts. And if the United States don't get it through their thick head, I'm sorry, you're going to keep having more and more people sick and more people die, because forget the mask. That is something that is just a cover-up to keep you quiet. That's what it's for, to keep you isolated. There is a power higher than you know, and it's a devil, and it's the Antichrist. And there is a spirit of Antichrist that's trying to take over the whole world, and America is part of that world. So you can take it or leave it, but you're not going to see a total cleansing of that thing until all the food that came out of China is removed and tested or something. I don't know. I really don't know. But I wanted to bring that out to you again. Take it or leave it, whatever you want to do. So we have that, and that is that. Now, let's see if we've got something else here. You know, I have a few small things I want to give you too, and everything. So we'll start right here on the top. These are just little things he gave me. This was on the prayer day when they had the prayer thing. He says, I can hear the rumble of the earth as the warriors of mine draw their swords for battle. The enemy will be dumbfounded. He says, when the prayers shoot up into my throne room, I, the Father, he says, my Son, and the Holy Spirit will celebrate here in my angelic kingdom, and all the souls here that have passed before you will celebrate. Every prayer will be noted on my prayer wall. He's a prayer wall up there. Heaven, he says, heaven's bells will ring. They got bells up there. And a chorus of believers will sing, and my Son will join in, he says, praising his Father. Isn't that beautiful? And all that are saved, he said, will take part in Holy Communion in heaven. He says, all of the glory will go to my Son who is worthy. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. I just love that. Now he says, my hand of love and friendship shall lift you up, my people, in these troubled days, troubled times. The wayward shall soon be shaken. I see many coming to me, such as, he said, those that you know that are already saved. Okay? Now, he said, there will be a change radically. You will find good news, he says to his people. Move in me. Do not fear. Do not let fear overcome you. And don't let depression take you over. You know, if you feel depressed, you've got some spirits hanging around you. Tell them where to go. Get off your back. In the name of Jesus, by the power of the risen Christ, do it. Okay? He said, move on in me. Do not fear anyone or anything. For fear, listens to this, swallows up all good. Yea, I am your Savior. What do you need to fear? He says, you will be tested from time to time, but you must stand for me, because I am your refuge. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. See that? He said, I am your Redeemer. All life emanates from me. Truly, you will find that in the resurrection, when you look in the souls of my people. Wow. Now, he said 11, 10, 20. Whirlwind. Clarity will come. This is about what's going on right now. As you adjust your thinking, my people, it is not as you see. What matters is how I, the God of the universe, sees. He sees, says his eyes roam over the earth. He sees everything. It doesn't matter what we see in the flesh. Oh, that one's black, that one's red, that one's yellow, that one's white. Baloney. It doesn't matter what you see. Now, a renegade, he calls these people that did this to all these things here, that are trying to bring our country down. They are a renegade of idolatrous souls who tear down. They are living with fool's gold. He said, I warned you of troubled waters in the past, he told me, coming. And I've had it on my program at times. It is here now to stay for a season. But seasons come and go. My patience is wearing thin with this group of people who are turning against my people, he said. Something's coming, but a new move of my spirit shall rise up. The true accurate count of Trump votes is he did win the election. By God's counting, the way God counts, Trump won the election. Hands down, he won it completely. He did in a landslide, but they took the figures and they screwed with them. Now, he says, a new move of my spirit shall rise up in my people. The true accurate count will come out, he says. Now, he got a major landslide. Computers are only produce what they are programmed to do. Man feeds the program in and also feeds the information in. The computer then determines the separation of the votes. But when the computer is programmed to put or delete certain votes from the election, it becomes fraudulent. This election is over the top for fraud. Can you believe that? It is the greatest heist in history of America. Evil waxes worse and worse in the world. Do not, I tell my people, do not submit to such evil as a fraudulent election. Don't submit to it. To do nothing is lethal. Don't sit there and say, oh, well, you know, Biden won, he won. I hear so much of that over the news, it makes me sick to my stomach because he didn't win. God does not lie. He tells only the truth as he sees it. Now, do not contend, he says, to theory lies and untruths. My will is to carry out justice, and justice will move in center place. Your president was chosen by me, and Satan, the devil, is rising up against me. I tell you this, America, he says, without Trump, your country would be on the verge of collapse. But who will win this fight? I have heard the prayers of millions of my people calling to me to end this evil empire that has threatened my son for 4 years. Evil empire. They use America's money, their funds, to use against your president. Impeach him. Yes, let's use the money of the Americans. And then they turn around now and say, oh, we've got to be peaceful now. We're going to get along now. Biden's in. Let's be peaceful. We're the peacemakers. And burn down everything in your town. You know, they can slam you in the head with a trigger, a gun. But we are the peaceful. We are the good ones. Who talks like that? Satan is a liar. Now, but God's heard millions of prayers going up. Now, they use America's money. But guess what? They will not agree to a decent stimulus for your poor and needy. You're going to see a radical change coming, he said. Isn't that something? Boy, there's going to be a conversion, a turnover that will determine truth for all time. There are witnesses from all over who have seen a runaway system to oust your president from office. You are, he said, correct, he said to me. The voting system has seriously been tampered with. The computers have been set up to eliminate all votes of Trump's after a certain amount. This is a limit cap set to switch over to Trump in reverse. In other words, all machines are set up to spit out votes for Trump after a minimum was passing through it, okay? Boy, oh boy, that's 11/8/20. Now, gotta get going here. 11/12/20. The days are moving to a climax. I see a momentum moving upon the scene. The fight will build for the White House. He says, for Trump will not concede, for he is totally aware of the underhandedness of the Democratic Party. There has been a true revelation of what has been, he says, what has been used to remove him from the White House. The battle rages. Turncoats in have hit your party, but he, the leader of your country, and he's the leader in the free world, he said. I have much for you to learn about your president. Coming up, do not concern over the future. It is all in my grasp. Trump will eradicate, the enemy at hand. He won, but his voice was stolen. He lost in the eyes of the Republic, but in my eyes, he won. He won, America. The stolen goods must be retrieved. He will cause a stir. It will be an awakening to your government. He is not fearful, so that. He's not full of animosity either. He has the backing of many souls who follow me. He knows much comfort and much love from his family and friends. Be not fearful. He says, walk in faith, my people. It is the substance of things hoped for, not seen. He said there is evidence out there. It will blow wide open. The truth will flow out of the mouths of many, he said, witnesses. And then he said, child, it will all come to a halt. Keep the faith. Do not fall for the words of they who lie, steal, and are of a derogatory nature. Walk in the light and rebuke the darkness. Do not fear. You will know soon. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And that is my program for today. You know, I don't know if I got your music, but I'll try it. See.
Praise God. Beautiful for situations. You have a situation you can't handle right now? Let God handle it. He's the situation handler.
That's
Praise
right.
God. The greatness of God is beyond words. We can't sing about it. I don't think we'll ever find enough expletives to describe God, enough superlatives to describe him here while we're in our flesh. But we do all we can, and he loves us anyway. Oh Lord, my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the worlds thy hands have made, I see the stars
for you. My soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art. You know, I'm trying to tell you today, God is great. God is good. Let us thank him. Let him thank him for everything. Let us take him and receive him into our heart so we can understand what's going on the earth, so he can talk to you like he does me. Yeah, God is really great. And I want to thank you so much for watching the Rhema Word. God bless you all. God bless you.
Hey, everyone out there, and welcome back to Middlebury's Faculty at Home lecture series. My name's Caitlin Myers. I am an economics professor at the college, and I co-host Faculty at Home along with my colleague Sarah Strout from the Political Science Department. Faculty at Home is a virtual speaker series born of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last spring, as our campus emptied and our students and colleagues scattered to the winds, Sarah and I dreamt up this series as a way to try to recreate the semblance of the community that we were so keenly missing. From my perspective, it's been more successful than we ever imagined, bringing us closer not only to our colleagues and students from the Middlebury campus, but also to friends across our broad institution, and to our supportive, engaged, and just plain wonderful alumni and parent communities as well. Now, our campus is emptying again, this time with the planned departure of our in-person students, and the COVID pandemic is surging. I'm finding myself really just deeply grateful for Faculty at Home. This is a virtual community, but no less a real one, and centered on our shared value for intellectual inquiry. So thanks to all of you out there for joining us, and thanks also to our staff colleagues from the Provost Office, Communications, Advancement, and IT who make this series possible. A quick word on how you can participate in this Zoom webinar. Our speakers will talk for about 20 to 25 minutes today, and then we will be actually maybe a little bit shorter than that because we're going to add a little extra room for Q&A today, but our speaker will talk for about 20 minutes. And then we'll have a Q&A period. We're going to turn off the chat in a second to minimize distractions during the presentation. But if you click on the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen, you can ask a question at any time. As the moderator, I'll be keeping track of that Q&A, send in the questions whenever, I'll be looking at them, and I'll do my best to synthesize and present as many as I can to our speaker. So I'm very happy to introduce today's guests. This is an extra special Faculty at Home because we are not only joined by a faculty colleague at home, Professor Jessica LaRoe from geography, but also by 3 Middlebury College students, Derek Burt, Jacob Friedman, and Kate Tolano. Hi, y'all. If you'd like to turn your cameras on and say hi, I'm going to introduce each of the 4 of our guests. Professor LaRoe is a geographer who studies human-environment relationships in tropical forest regions undergoing rapid change, with a particular focus on the intersection of development initiatives and conservation. Professor LaRoe received her PhD in geography from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and at Middlebury, she teaches courses on human geography, land and livelihoods, environmental change in Latin America, and natural history. Derek Burt from Hopewell, New Jersey, is a member of the class of 20.5 who studies geography at Middlebury. He was asked to join this project by Professor LaRoe just a couple of months before they went on their trip due to the serendipitous arrival of some extra grant money to help film research and carry out interviews. Derek has also worked as a conservation planning and GIS intern at the Middlebury Area Land Trust, thanks for that, and plans to continue working with GIS, cartographic design, and applied spatial thinking after Middlebury. Jacob Friedman is from Worcester, Massachusetts, and is a member of the class of 2021, is a joint geography environmental studies major. Jacob worked primarily on data cleaning, spatial analysis, statistical analysis, and mapping prior to going to the field on this project. On campus, Jacob is involved with youth mentoring, nature education, and helping young people become leaders and change makers for the future of our local communities and ecosystems. And our third student, Kate Tolano, is from Naples, Florida. She's a member of the class of 2022 and is a geography major. While in Uganda, Kate helped acquire missing data, fact-check findings, and conduct focus group interviews Kate's actually taken this fall off from Middlebury to work on a political campaign out in Colorado, and that's where Kate is joining us from now, I believe. In addition to geography, Kate is interested in ecology, data science, and religion, and in her free time enjoys road biking, cooking, and playing board games. So I'm going to turn things over first to Professor LaRoe, who is going to discuss and present some of this collaborative research that all 4 of our guests have participated in, and then we'll open it up to a Q&A with everyone. So welcome, and Professor LaRoe, take it away.
Great. Is the screen the right screen? Great. Okay.
Thanks so much, and thanks to all of you for joining today. I'm excited to share a little of the current work on human environment themes in Middlebury's geography department. The big motivating question behind the research that I do is how can we hold a place for the planet's wild multitude of non-human beings in a way that doesn't deepen human inequality? I've focused on measuring impacts of forest policies and changes in land use, mostly in the humid tropics. Right now, I'm finishing a project assessing efforts to regulate gold mining in the Peruvian Amazon, and I'm working with the Wildlife Conservation Society on how to measure changes in human well-being around protected areas in Central Africa. Today, though, I want to share about a project I first became involved with 9 years ago, but that has blossomed in exciting ways since I came to Middlebury. Most of my research is collaborative, and the work featured today is especially so. You'll meet more of the team as the presentation progresses, but two key collaborators I want to acknowledge at the outset are Dr. Niwaeli Kimambo, the newest member of the geography faculty at Middlebury, and a specialist in satellite image analysis and tree expansion in East Africa, and Dr. Lisa Naughton at the University of Wisconsin, a leading expert of human-park relationships who has worked for decades in the site we'll be talking about today, Kibale National Park in Uganda. Kibale is located near East Africa's Albertine Rift in the foothills of the Mountains of the Moon that separate Western Uganda from the DRC. Formerly hunting land for the Toro King, Kibale became a national park in 1993. It's famous for its diversity and abundance of primates, and it's part of a 110-mile-long corridor that connects many threatened wildlife habitats. This has become more important over the past several decades as much of the natural forest outside of park boundaries has been cleared and remaining forest fragments have become more isolated. Around the park, the fertile soil and rainy premontane climate is attractive for commercial tea plantations and smallholder farmers alike. Local farmers have mixed feelings about the park. It's a source of employment, revenue, and services, but it's also a source of animals that occasionally destroy farmers' crops. I'm part of a team that's been tracking social changes outside the park and the ways the park and communities impact each other. By remapping communities that Dr. Naughton first studied in 1993, I found that the number of households using the land around the park tripled over the past 20 years. The worry is that more households could mean more friction between the park and a growing number of neighbors. Given the more numerous and smaller parcels, we expected to see more food crops like potatoes and cassava, but we're surprised to find instead a lot more trees. In particular, a lot more eucalyptus and pine trees, trees planted on purpose in private woodlots all around the park. Here's Francis Mugurusi in the same field in 1993 and 2011, but natural forest, annual crops, and bananas have given way to eucalyptus. There's a long-standing debate in the social sciences about the relationship between population density and environmental degradation. A basic prediction is that dense and growing populations put pressure on resources and drive deforestation. But others theorize that more people can lead to improved environmental management through intensification. Were these trees the results of intensification in response to local population growth? Or maybe international programs promoting tree planting on a massive scale to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, like those pictured here from the Microsoft company and the Nature Conservancy? To answer these questions, we needed to know more about how extensive this tree planting was, and even more importantly, we needed to know who was planting the trees and why. Satellite imagery can help answer the first question about how general this trend is. But for who and why questions, we can't use imagery. We needed on-the-ground work, walking with GPS units and talking to landowners. Since 2017, local community member and top-notch field researcher Richard Karamaji has been working with us to map every woodlot and survey every tree plantation owner in a 3-square-mile area beside the park. As he sent data monthly over 2 years, Middlebury geography students built a database piece by piece. In the summer of 2019, 3 more geography students, Kate Tolano, Jacob Friedman, and Rebecca Stroll, worked as research assistants to finish cleaning, mapping, and begin analyzing the data. In all, we'd mapped 511 woodlots belonging to 245 owners in 7 villages. It was incredible to be able to do this remote data collection, but we knew it was critical to follow up in person, to check our understanding, assess data quality, fill gaps, and share findings. Thanks to Middlebury's programs supporting faculty and student research, we were able to do that in August of 2019. Thanks are also due to Middlebury's Peter Laurie, Jody Felice, and Rebecca Irwin, who made the brilliant suggestion that we try to record the perspectives that we were going to hear, and who entrusted us with the equipment to do that. 2 more geography students, Derek Burt and Max Borman, rounded out our amazing Middlebury-based crew and formed the documentary team. Max took many of the photographs in this presentation, and Derek shot and edited the film that we'll be sharing shortly. So we assembled our gear and our maps and our ideas about what was going on, and we spent over 35 hours in vans, terminals, and planes to finally arrive in the real place that was represented in our data set. We were joined by the Kibale-based team, community members and citizen scientists who have worked with me for years, Richard Karamaji, Daisy Kuzara, Moses Nyakojo, and Florence Kingonzi. Bringing these 2 teams together and hearing them learn from each other was one of the coolest moments of my research life thus far. The students then shared our preliminary findings. Indeed, woodlots had expanded rapidly over recent years, both within and beyond our study site. Here is a satellite image-based analysis of increases in planted tree cover from 2005 to 2018, and plantations are now ubiquitous both within our site and beyond our site. In fact, on the drive from the capital city to the field station, we passed acres upon acres of new eucalyptus plantations. This was clearly not just a park edge phenomenon, but part of a bigger landscape trend. We went out to look at new woodlots in the study site to see how well they were captured in our data. We saw there were many young woodlots that are missed by satellite images, so imagery-based analysis underestimates the magnitude of tree planting. These young woodlots were captured in our hand-mapped data set, though, and from this we calculated woodlots now covered over 20% of the local landscape, and over a third of them had been planted just within the last 5 years. The team conducted focus groups with woodlot owners, managers, and neighbors to understand more about the motivations for such a rapid and widespread transition. Here, it was not part of an international initiative. It is in response to strong markets for tree products like firewood, timber, and electric poles. Trees like eucalyptus grow fast enough that they can generate profits in just a few years. They're not tasty to park wildlife, and they signal a land claim so that others don't move in and use your area if you're not farming it. That last piece is important because from our surveys of woodlot owners, 2 aspects stood out. First, those with income from wage jobs like teaching or working at the clinic were more likely to own woodlots than those who were farmers. 70% of woodlot owners had wage-earning jobs, even though these aren't locally abundant. Second, and importantly, more than half of the woodlot area was owned by people who were not local. Here, non-local owners come in various descriptions and include people who have inherited family land and left to live elsewhere, and people who earn money in city jobs and are investing it in land and trees in the countryside. On average, these non-local owners bought their land more recently, indicating that remote investment is growing. In interviews, people emphasized concerns about this trend in non-local ownership, and we found evidence in our survey data that non-local owners manage their woodlots differently. They're statistically more likely to plant trees in the uplands, on land with good road access. This makes sense economically because you can earn more harvesting large trees that can be hauled out by truck, but the uplands are also where locals prefer to put homes and food crops. They plant their woodlots in swampy lowlands that are difficult to use for other purposes. Non-local owners are also more likely to plant a new variety of eucalyptus that grows incredibly fast, but also drains soil and water resources with highest intensity, with dampening effects on neighboring or future crops. The tree planting boom is accompanied by both excitement and resentment. On the one hand, it offers a promising way to handle the challenges of living in a place where it's hard and risky for farmers to make enough money to cover costs of a family's education and healthcare. On the other hand, because it's lucrative, people who used to depend on that landscape are in danger of being displaced. When we presented our project at Makerere University in Kampala at the end of our trip, several professors in the forestry department excitedly offered that they are buying lots of land to plant trees in rural areas because it's such a good investment. It turned out that the landscape change we were witnessing wasn't so much about local population pressure or international carbon initiatives, but instead a mid-scale phenomenon where quickening markets for land and tree products are attracting investment from a growing regional middle class. So where does this leave us? First of all, the message is not that tree planting is bad. There are clearly potential benefits for livelihoods, carbon sequestration, and many other environmental services. But as with most things, the devil is often in the details. In situations where land competition is intensifying, income disparities are growing, and land and trees are some of the best investment options around, there is a danger that tree plantations can displace vulnerable farmers. The woodlots in our study included equality-enhancing examples, like the one that the village soccer team collectively planted to provide a kind of income safety net for its members, and examples of deepening inequality, like one owned by a retired administrator who evicted 42 families from rented cropland that he decided to convert to eucalyptus. Countries around the world are pledging to plant millions of trees in response to international carbon mitigation programs, and there are no shortage of initiatives for people like us who are extremely non-local to plant a tree in a place like Uganda with a donation and a click of a button. What is really important to remember is that who owns the land and trees, what kinds of trees are planted, what they replace. Minutiae like these all have big implications for whether tree planting is a positive or negative thing for local communities, and also for the wider environment. Sensitivity to these kinds of details grows from a process of attending, listening, and seeking deeper understanding of places and their contexts. That's what we're trying to encourage with research like this. While we were at Kibale last August, the student team worked with the community team to record local perspectives about the surge in tree planting and associated landscape changes. They worked over this past summer to edit it into a short film to help teach and communicate about the complexities of the tree planting boom and to bring local voices forward into the conversation. I want to end this formal part of the presentation by sharing that with you, and then the four of us look forward to talking with you more about the project in the Q&A that follows.
I already have a woodlot, and they have been benefiting a lot. Right now, you can see I'm going ahead with construction, and I'm using part of the woodlot I have of eucalyptus to get timber out of it, and I'm going to use the timber to do the roofing on this house already. And my family is already benefiting by getting firewood.
It is a faster growing tree. It dries quickly in terms of fuel. Not only that, it is a source of material for construction. We can get timber, we can get poles, name it.
They are sold to get money, which money can be used to pay school fees for their children, and the remaining for the household income.
They plant those trees more so on the land which is not where they are not capable of planting crops.
Before planting eucalyptus and tea and coffee, we were planting food crops like maize, millet, and other food crops here. We grow here in our area. But now, when these animals from the park increased, so we had to stop those ones. We have to divert. We have to change the types of crops we were growing.
They have said are good, said are bad. We benefit when the neighbors have eucalyptus. You get wood from there, and I saw my neighbors when the one they have eucalyptus and pine, they cut and they selling. They get timbers and they selling. They benefit from those trees. Are good. I like it. But another side is not good to near those trees, because if you digging near those trees, is remove the nutrition in the soil. When you put your crops, it's become dead.
The only negative impact I can see is on agriculture-based agriculture, because I understand it destroys soil, it dries up the moisture in the soils.
When it grows old, it becomes a forest. When the elephants are coming here for breeding, the elephants cannot differentiate between the national park and the eucalyptus. They come thinking that they are still in their forest.
But that still is making it hard for the people, for the community members, to purchase land which already has the eucalyptus trees. So however much it is advantageous, it is still disadvantageous, because you have to get people from far away who have lots of money to access the land, to buy land in the same community, and leaving the poor more poorer.
Otherwise, if I had a choice, I wouldn't grow it. So to me, I think within 20 years to come, more trees would have covered a lot of places, and it will be helping us as a park, because that's what we want. I see in the future it will be worse, because here we are near the park, so the people, some of them are shifting from this area. They sell to other people from elsewhere. They come to buy here. Then most of them, they want to plant eucalyptus.
And now we are increasing, you know, in Uganda we are increasing, and the land is not increasing. So in the future we shall expect to have less land. Then the tree issue will be a problem.
In the near future, people will be few, because the natives will be few, the locals will be few, because most of the people who are buying here, they are not locals, they are from outside, they are coming in, so the locals will be few here in the near future, like in 20 coming years.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So I was hoping that I could start off by asking you, Jessica, to reflect a little bit on how you view and conceive of the intersection between your teaching and your research, because this project really seems to be about both. Am I thinking of that as you do?
Yeah, I think this was a really exciting example for me of ways that my research can become better by involving students. And the students helped me think about what are important parts of this that I could carry back to the classroom. So I thought it was incredibly rewarding and sort of an experiment to see how those things can blend and braid.
Mm-hmm. So I would love to bring our student guests in on this and hear some about your experiences. And I'm going to start, well, there's no particular rhyme or reason to this order, but I'm going to start with a question for Jacob. So I believe, Jacob, that you began working on the data analysis for this project when you were still, I think, just local in Middlebury, Vermont, before the associated field work ever happened. And I'm wondering what additional insights you gain from going from kind of an abstract analysis of data. And by the way, I'm a total data person, and almost all I do is abstract analyses of data, to going to seeing kind of the results of on-the-ground interviews and research. Can you tell me a little about that?
Yeah, sure thing. So throughout the summer of, I guess it was 2019, Kate, myself, and Rebecca worked a lot on the sort of data cleaning side of things, really preparing the data that we had received from Richard through emails and WhatsApps, getting that ready, sort of spatially ready to be mapped and analyzed. And I think, throughout the summer, there's working in a pretty big data set. There's a lot of time spent, reading names and appending figures and really getting stuff to a point where it is spatially usable. But then going to the field and meeting all of the people who these woodlots were owned by, it was really, putting a name to really a name to a piece of data and a face to that too, and just sort of emphasizing the human quality behind all of this work. And I think going forward, it really completely changed how we did our analysis and how we have created our maps, because it all comes from a place of working with people, and that this data reflects real world conditions and things that are impacting people's day-to-day lives. So that definitely has been a huge takeaway for me.
You said that it changed how you did your analysis. Do you have an example of an insight that was gleaned from those interviews that prompted you to ask a different question or look at the data in a different way?
Yeah, I have to go back through, because we've been working on this project for now around 2 years. I think when we went out to the field, we sort of had one vision of what we thought the story was about, planting woodlots and sort of how it was driven. And in being there and having focus groups and conversations, I think it really transitioned our understanding that this is a way more complex story than we had initially anticipated, and that it is not just like an outsider driven or a locally driven thing, but there's layers upon layers that are happening here.
The part about the upland, the different locations that people plant, and that it might matter that people plant on the hilltops versus down in the lowlands, that completely came out of the follow-up interviews that the team did.
So, you know what I just love about this actually is that this is such a good example of where knowledge comes from. Where do we figure this out? Where do we figure out that these woodlots are being planted and why? And with my own kids who are 11 to 18 years old, they just kind of receive wisdom. It's on the internet, it's on Wikipedia, somebody says it was written up in the New York Times. And this is where the discovery actually takes place, which as an academic, I find very exciting. So I know that Derek is hoping, and maybe others as well, but I know in particular that Derek is hoping to continue working with GIS and cartographic design and applied spatial thinking after Middlebury. Derek, could you tell us a little bit about how this type of academic work translates to those potential graduation interests?
Certainly, yeah. I think it's interesting for me because this project actually, I think, and Jacob spoke to this a little bit, is you can only capture so much with a map. When you're kind of gathering your data, trying to understand your narrative, what are you adding to the map and what is being missed? And I think something that was really amazing about this project for me is I actually got to go kind of my first experience with kind of real, not undergraduate academic research was like going around and talking to the people every day with a video camera, learning about their lives and kind of learning what you could try to get in a map, but you know, when you scale things up, you just can't capture the nuance of a narrative. And I think, you know, I don't have an answer to, you know, how I want to take what I've learned from this trip and transfer it into something that, you know, sometimes and often is at odds. They're at odds with each other. But yeah, all I would say is that it planted a seed, and yeah, it was a really, really positive and enjoyable experience.
Is that an intentionally apt metaphor that it planted a seed?
No, that was not.
It's a good one anyway. So let me ask Kate, you know, one of the things that struck me about Professor LaRoe's presentation was this phrase she used, people like us who are extremely non-local, which I thought that phrase captured a lot. So I'm wondering for you, like as a student, traveling these great distances to Uganda, and I don't know if that's a country you had ever been to before, to engage in these on-the-ground interviews with people about, you know, the complexities of their lives and their decision-making and all of these associated factors. Did you have a sense of discomfort or unease as an outsider about this research, and how did you navigate that?
Absolutely. I'd say I had a huge feeling of discomfort, and it was one of the moments where I've felt very misplaced. Like we all just very much did not belong in that landscape. And I think it was a very powerful experience because it made me both think of kind of about research in general, and you know, when I'm reading all of these research papers, kind of recognizing how this research is like how to do it in a mindful and moral way, that you are being respectful to the community environment in which you are doing it. So it was extremely impactful in making me think about research in general. But I remember something that Professor LaRoe said to me, and she said, you know, if we're feeling uncomfortable, like that's okay. Like it should feel uncomfortable because we don't belong here. And so that was really powerful and kind of reminded me, like, it's okay that I don't belong here, and what I can do is to listen and to understand, and kind of we were really there just to gather perspective, and that perspective then kind of went into broadening and deepening the like our research and the findings of our research. But I think the easy answer is I still kind of felt uncomfortable after, and that's okay, and it should feel that way, and we should proceed with caution and mindfulness.
I think about that. There's this wonderful essay by Bill Cronin, one of my University of Wisconsin-Madison heroes. Maybe Professor LaRoe knows him, but about the liberal arts. And it talks about the goals of a liberal arts education. It's this essay called Only Connect. And one of the things he talks about is that a liberally educated person learns to talk to anyone, right? Like to ask these questions, but in a respectful way in which you can also hear anyone, like to be open to that information. And this project really reminds me of that ideal. So we have a bunch of questions coming in from our very engaged audience. And I'm going to attempt, just for the sake of clarity for everyone, not to, you know, abstractly ask it to 4 different people, but I'll direct a question at various people. But if I direct it wrong, feel free to, like, you know, direct it to somebody else, like, and feel free also to add on, because we want this to be just kind of, you know, informal and fun. So don't feel restricted by whoever I ask first. So looking through these fantastic questions coming in from our audience, I'm going to start with one from Emily, and I'm going to ask it to Professor LaRoe. Emily asks, is there any consideration of regulating land use, either by local or national authorities? If so, would the emphasis be more on food crop production to support the local community, on tree production and deference to the non-local owners, or on something else that might be of more benefit to the park wildlife? Is there a way to regulate land use that might benefit all three?
All right. So I don't think that outside of the park, there are entities that are trying to regulate land use. Right now, I think that what has been happening over the past decade or so is a liberalization of land markets. And so it's easier to buy and sell land there now, which is part of what's made it possible for non-local owners to have a say in the kind of land uses that may or may not happen. The sort of bigger question about, is it better, sort of trying to optimize across a lot of different stakeholders to have the eucalyptus or agriculture or more wildlife corridors, that's kind of the big question. I think there's a lot of room for research about whether or not there's any kind of wildlife corridor functionality of these planted trees, or if they're more of a wildlife wasteland than mixed agriculture. I think that's still an open question in some places. And I think also there's a lot of difference between planted trees mixed in, like fruit trees that are mixed with crops versus some of the more monoculture, fast-growing trees. So I'm going to sort of punt and say that is a great question and one that I care very much about and hope to be able to work on in my career.
I don't think that's a punt. I think that is that is an acknowledgement of the complexity and ambition of meaningful scholarship. Takes a while to get at these things. So let me ask one. This is a great big broad question too, and I feel like, oh goodness, I'm gonna go for Derek on this one first and put him on the spot with a huge question from a retired GIS professor, Rika Hall-Beyer, class of 71, who writes, during COVID, I keep finding myself coming back to thinking about boundaries, human, administrative, natural, medical data aggregation regions, you name it. Do you have any thoughts about how boundaries and their various kinds feed into your data gathering, analysis, and the human effects on the ground? That is such a geographer's question. You want to take a stab at it, Derek?
I think Jacob or Kate should answer this question. Not to say that I don't have, but I know we have a couple minutes left and they spend a lot of time working on like looking at the data, and I want to give them the chance to answer this.
Fair enough. Jacob or Kate?
Yeah, I can start, and yeah, Kate and I can tag team on this one. It's a really interesting question. I've actually been thinking about it a lot, sort of outside the context of this research, but in terms of, data gathering and how we make maps that make what the future of the landscape will look like. I'm actually writing a lot of my senior thesis on this about how we can design more inclusive maps. And I think the biggest takeaway that I've had from that is that the way that the data is gathered from honestly previous generations is what makes the maps look the way that they do today. And then those maps are going to create what the landscape in the future is going to look like. So there's sort of this massive time lag in how data is shown in the maps that we make. And I guess in relationship to this research, Jess and I have sort of joked about this many times where I'll get it all in my head about making a map because I'm like, what if I make the data look a certain way and then it will like do something that we don't intend? Because there's so many overlapping layers of data collection here and production of knowledge that I think it's a really interesting question. Yeah. I don't know if Kate, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, Jacob, I think you hit it spot on. And I think something I remember reflecting back to when we were making the maps and doing the data analysis is we were just kind of, yeah, really interested in how we changed kind of how we grouped the different communities, or if we looked at it spatially with an area, just how much the results would change. And I think to answer kind of how these boundaries kind of fed into our analysis and human effects on the ground is, I think we went in with a series of questions, mostly about kind of gathering context and what were either social or economic barriers that we couldn't see through the data that influenced our findings. For example, this whole debate of non-local versus local stakeholders was a really big one that we didn't kind of realize the gravity of until we got there, and kind of realized how both groups of individuals are indeed planting eucalyptus, but for very different reasons and in different places. And this is kind of just an example of, yeah, differences in people and kind of a boundary, so to say, that really influenced our results.
One sort of content related boundary issue there is, do you want sharp edges or not around the park? If disease transmission is something that area is a hotspot for, do you want isolated forest fragments and parks, or do you want connectivity and corridors and ways for there to be more mixing between people and wildlife? So that's a big, open and interesting question in that landscape, also in a sort of a more literal sense.
I'm going to deliver one now from Molly Anderson, a former guest on Faculty at Home, who is quite interested in studies food systems. And Molly asks, and I'm going to direct this one to Professor LaRoe first at least, asks, have impacts on food security been studied as people are planting fewer crops and more eucalyptus and there's less water available for crops?
Yeah, Molly, I think that's the big concern that we're starting to have. I think the fact that this has increased so much within just the past few years, I think there's actually not a lot of research, at least from that region, about what the impacts have been thus far, which is part of why we're trying to sort of highlight it right now. I think the special concern I have is for people who don't own land but rent land, because it's that rented land that the landlords are now finding more lucrative to grow trees on it instead of rent it to agriculturalists. So yes, I think there are a little bit of concerns about what it might mean for local food security.
I really wish that we were not running right up on time. I'm already going to send us a tiny bit over, if our audience, our kind audience, will forgive me, with one final question for everyone. And it comes from Lucas Lepinard. And I really already asked kind of the first half of Lucas's question, but I'm going to pose the second half of a question for y'all to kind of wrap us up. So Lucas asks, what takeaways our students, our wonderful Middlebury students, Lucas writes, would share with the audience and non-locals about your work on this project and future research? And I'm going to pose it in that way as a very broad question. Like, what are the big takeaways for you? It could be one of the biggest things you learned about this particular topic, or yourself, or these methods, or what you want to do with your lives. Give us, I'm going to ask each of you, I'll start with Derek. I'm going to take it back to Derek. Give us a takeaway.
I think for me, probably the biggest takeaway from this specific experience in a research context is like how to capture kind of the process of capturing a very complicated story. And I think my biggest takeaway from that is probably the best way to do it is to bring a camera and talk to as many people as you can, because inevitably, it's Professor LaRoe and her research assistants will be crafting the final paper, but there is something really special about having kind of local voices and local opinions, because 20 pages, however many it is, can only capture so much. And if I do pursue further research, I would like to bring a camera.
I'd say my big takeaway is to kind of proceed with care and the importance of gathering local perspectives. And so no matter if it's if it's research you do in the future, or if it's something that you're reading, just really gathering either on the ground, just an idea of the culture, or just kind of ground truthing your findings is just so important, like just the local perspective and really listening and understanding it.
Yeah, I would say my two big takeaways. The first is that data gathering and creation is incredibly challenging and takes a long time. I'm never going to take for granted any data set I'm given in a class or for any kind of work again. And the second is that relationships really matter. And I think Professor Leroux exhibited that sort of throughout all of our work, that, there have been really long-term and generational relationships with community members throughout the region. And those relationships are sort of how this work is able to happen, because those relationships, it's just sort of really creating a deeper level of humanity and interrelationship between our data and our work.
Wow. Jacob, I collect quotes from students about data that I deploy in my own classes, and I just typed down in my little collection of quotes, I'm never going to take for granted another data set again. That's wonderful, and relationships matter. So y'all, I just want to thank you for joining us. This was really cool, and there are so many questions I didn't get to. And so for everybody who asked those wonderful questions, I apologize that I could not relay every single one of them, because it would have been really fun. So I want to thank our 4 guests. I want to thank all of our 100+ audience members. I want to send a special shout out to Rebecca Stroll, who I understand worked on this project and is currently in my EC 212 class. And I can tell you, Rebecca does not take data sets for granted. So I guess I didn't teach her that. I guess this project did. But hi, Rebecca. And I just want to thank everybody for being part of this conversation. Also, for our audience and our guests, join us for our next webinar. It's Thursday, December 3rd at 12:15. My econ colleague, Tanya Biker, is going to join us to talk about the gender gap in labor markets in the US. She's going to talk about how it has evolved and where it may be going, especially in light of our current pandemic. For details on this and other upcoming events, you can check out our webpage, go/FAH. And as always, I'll end today's discussion with a reflection and a call to action. If you can, we hope you'll consider supporting our wonderful Middlebury students on projects like this and many others, as well as the many organizations doing critical work at the front lines of this pandemic. And I will sign off by reading a comment from audience member David O'Hara. David says, "Not a question, but a comment. You all make me proud of my alma mater. As a professor who also studies forest in the tropics, I feel like you just made me a better teacher and researcher. Thank you."
Hello, welcome to Poems to Live By. I'm Chard de Nord, the former Poet Laureate of Vermont from 2015 to 2019. I'm going to read a poem to you today by the wonderful poet Ruth Stone, who was Poet Laureate of Vermont from 2007 to 2011. She was born in Roanoke, Virginia in 1915 and moved to Vermont in 1957 after she'd bought a house with winnings from a poetry prize at the Kenyon Review. She lived there with her husband Walter and 3 daughters until she died in 2011. Tragically, her husband Walter killed himself in 1958, and she was forced to find a way to survive in this large, rambling 1830 house in Goshen without any potable water or furnace. She had a wood stove, but that was about it. She wrote poetry there for 60 years. She won the National Book Award in 2002 for In the Next Galaxy and published many books, but didn't receive the attention she really deserved until she won that National Book Award in 2002. She also won the Wallace Stevens Prize, won a Guggenheim Foundation Fellowship, and was recognized as a major poet by the time she died at the age of 96. But her fame and her poems have just, as far as their reputation, have just grown significantly over the last 9 years. And her granddaughter, Bianca Stone, has published a wonderful new book, a collection of her poems, an anthology called The Essential Ruth Stone, which just came out this month. So I'm going to read a poem from this book today. It's titled Train Ride. I encourage you to check this book out, to buy it, and to read all these poems. They're all just so memorable. She wrote, Ruth did, in Vermont without any attention to the poetry world. She just seemed to thrive on her muse that, as she said, used to speak to her from the next galaxy. She could hear poems coming, she said, like a freight train across the sky. And if she didn't run inside and write them down when they came to her, when they arrived in this mysterious way, she would lose them, she said, and then add, I lost some of my best poems this way. But unfortunately, we have enough of them to go back to again and again. Train ride. All things come to an end. Small calves in Arkansas, the bend of the muddy river. Do all things come to an end? No, they go on forever. They go on forever. The swamp, the vine-choked cypress, the oaks rattling last year's leaves, the thump of the rails, the kite, the still white, stilted heron. All things come to an end. The red clay bank, the spread hawk, the bodies riding this train, the stalled truck, pale sunlight, the talk. The talk goes on forever. The wide, dry fields of geese, a man stopped near the porch to watch. Release, release, between cold death and fever. Send what you will. I will listen. All things come to an end. No, they go on forever.
Welcome to the Brattleboro year, and we get to meet you on Zoom. Thank you all for being here. We have two terrific writers with us. Jennifer Rossner and Erin Almond have both written gorgeous but very different debut novels filled with music. Erin Almond's novel, Witch's Dance, invites us into the world of violin prodigy Philip Manns, whose Paganini-obsessed journey brings him to madness and ecstasy. Rosner's novel, A Yellow Bird Sings, opens in rural Poland, 1941, with Rosa and her 5-year-old daughter, Shira, Jewish fugitives hiding in a barn from patrolling Nazi soldiers. Shira is a musical prodigy whose survival depends upon her silence. Rosner is also the author of the memoir, If a Tree Falls, A Family's Quest to Hear and Be Heard, a memoir about raising her deaf daughters in a hearing-speaking world. Her work has appeared in the Massachusetts Review, the Jewish Daily Forward, Faster Times, Wonder Time Magazine, and Good Housekeeping, among other publications. Erin Almond is a novelist, short story writer, essayist, and reviewer. Her work has been published in the Boston Globe, Colorado Review, Normal School, Small Spiral Notebook, on cognoscenti.com and therumpus.net. She's a recipient of a St. Baltoph Foundation Emerging Artists Grant. These wonderful writers will converse about their books for about a half an hour, and then they'll answer your questions, which you can post under the Q&A box on your screen. Attendees can also upvote existing questions by tagging the thumbs up icon. Welcome, Erin and Jennifer. So wonderful to have you here. I'd love to start by hearing from you about your respective musical backgrounds.
I guess I'll go first. Thank you so much for having me here for the Brattleboro Literary Festival. I've loved this festival for many years. I love that it's given me the chance to meet Jennifer and get to know her book. And my only sadness is that we can't all be together in Brattleboro, but hopefully, for next year. So for my own musical background, there's kind of a short version and a long version of this answer, and maybe I'll shoot for medium. So I began as a violinist as a kid, and kind of had to fight to do it because I had an older brother who started playing violin and quit. So my parents didn't want to rent an instrument for me. They were sort of burned by that experience. So instead, I got this terrible full-size loaner instrument at my school's local elementary school, and it was really terrible, and it was way too big for me. Violin is one of the few instruments where there are different sizes, and it's one of the reasons why kids can start very young. But I was a 9-year-old playing a giant adult violin. And I did well enough at it that my parents enrolled me in private lessons, and I did Suzuki lessons. And anyone who's been through that program knows part of that program is mandatory recitals. And that's where I figured out that I had terrible stage fright, which sort of plagued me for my whole time trying to be a musician. I gave up violin in my teen years to play heavy metal guitar, took a real detour there. Partly, I think, because I grew up with such a very strict religious background. So my parents believed that heavy metal was of the devil, and that was what I ran towards. Later, as a 19-year-old, I enrolled in a conservatory full-time, and that was the place where
Okay.
Did we lose her?
We lost her for a second here. Let me get in touch with Jeff and see what we can do. Why don't you talk about your musical background, Jennifer?
Okay.
And I hate being music-based. We just got to the juicy part here. Okay.
I know. And mine is less interesting. First, let me just thank you so much for having me, and I'm so honored to be sharing this forum with Erin, whose book I loved. I have a much less intense musical background, I think. I grew up with my father playing violin every day, and that had a big impact on me. And then I started training as an opera singer, working with this Metropolitan Opera singer and studying that. And then just finding that I couldn't really pursue it on a professional level, I set it aside, but I was always singing. And then I think something relevant to my work is that I had a daughter born deaf and then a second daughter born deaf. And the deafness was a big shock, but it was also kind of a silencing mechanism. Like you felt as you were holding your baby that if she couldn't hear, that your natural impulse to sing just kind of got stunted. And this was a very hard situation. You know, the music was sort of in me, and then I just kind of couldn't manage to get it out. And eventually, I think understanding that if you just drape your child over your shoulder and sing, they feel and know what's happening, no matter whether they can hear specifically or not. But that journey of sort of sound and silence plays a big role in the work I do. So I thought I would mention that there.
Well, no, that was fascinating and really, really so telling. It was so gripping, that whole part about having to be silent and this, you know, this upwelling of talent that couldn't go anywhere. Yeah, it was stunning.
My character Shira is much more talented as a violinist than I ever would have been as a singer. But yes, she had to stay silent for different reasons, and you know, for safety and for the sake of their lives in a barn. And so then it kind of had to come out in other ways, and that's where imagining this yellow bird who could sing out the songs she felt inside came to pass. So.
Well, you know, it's so it was so visceral. You know, I felt it so keenly, and so that's really interesting that your experience of trying to reach, you know, children who are not going to hear your voice. That was brilliant. That was really brilliant.
Thank you. It is interesting how these sort of personal themes get sort of moved into a fictional story, and some of which are so unconscious you don't realize what's happening until later. Hang on, just so we know, it looks like maybe Erin is trying to figure out how to get back on. So just for everyone who's waiting and hoping for her, and as I am.
Excellent. Okay, good. Erin, can we still hear you? No.
Shoot.
All right. Well, okay. Well, so tell us a little bit more about you, the connective tissue of music in your life, Jennifer.
Yeah, I think that does start with the fact that my dad had been playing violin every day of my life. He was very dedicated. He wasn't necessarily the greatest violinist, but he was very dedicated to playing. And I think that I recognized that he was kind of almost sort of tracing back to his Jewish roots in his work, in his playing every day. Yay! And this played a role in my decision to make Shira a musical character, because I think she was losing her family, and this music was a way for her to connect to her family. And I also think that I grew, while in some ways I felt unheard growing up by my mom. For whatever reason, when I sang, my mom really attended to me. And so I also saw music as this thing that could get someone who was intermittently available to pay attention. And it played a role also in sort of the importance of music, the connective power of music, maybe the transportive power of music. It played a role. So that's some autobiographical material for how music played a role in my life, in my work.
So Erin, you're back. How exciting.
Oh, Yay. I got to hear, but you couldn't see me. So
we couldn't hear you either. So continue with.
Yeah, we were just getting to your conservatory.
Just getting to the conservatory, which is, so as a 19-year-old, I enrolled full-time in a diploma program at a conservatory and lasted for all of 2 weeks, where I realized that was the experience that showed me that I just really didn't have it in me to do this thing full time that I loved so much. And it was kind of this terrible realization that I had. But even at that time in my life, I had been on these twin tracks. Like I knew that I was going to write, and I knew that like in my bones, I knew it. I knew that even if I never published a book, you know, or did it as a career, that I would always write. And music for me felt like this thing that I was always reaching for and really wanted, but it wasn't in me in the same way. You know, looking back on it now, I think probably my stage fright had a lot more to do with that than I was realizing at the time. And I have since, you know, since I've let it go as an idea for a career, I've been able to play for my own enjoyment and enjoy playing. But as soon as I started writing seriously, violinists, you know, my first published story was a violinist who has a broken hand. And, you know, it's not hard to see where that comes from my own story, right? Like the desire to play, so much the desire to play, but for some reason can't quite do it. And I think that was informing the stories that I wrote in Witches Dance as well. My background in music was very much wrapped up in my mother, who originally didn't want me to play at all, but then really wanted me to play and really wanted me to play in a specific way. And when I became a rebellious teenager and said, no, I'm going to play heavy metal, it was this devastating blow up between us where my mother really couldn't understand that I could want to do that for any reason other than to hurt her. So for a long time, it felt like the violin belonged to her and not to me. And sort of coming back to it as an adult and doing it on my own was like my reclaiming that. No surprise, there's a difficult mother-daughter relationship in my book as well. And that's sort of wrapped up in this idea of musical expression and identity and, you know, who gets to play and be heard and who doesn't. So yeah, I guess I ended up giving you guys the long version.
Great. And boy, it's such a lesson in parenting that mother-daughter relationship is right up there with the greats as far as I think. I was like, oh my God, I know that woman, you know.
Yeah.
Erin, one of the attendees wanted you to, I don't have your book to hold up. Could you?
Oh. Here it is.
Dance, ta-da. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So tell me, both of you, about your transition from playing music and singing to writing, because this is also a fascinating story of yours.
Well, so I did stop. A lot of things happened when our daughters were born. You know, I really stopped singing because of just a lot of grief, and we were working out. In the end, I mean, they flourished so much, but you didn't know at the start, you know, how their lives would be, and we were, you know, just trying to figure it all out. And now they were hearing technology and speak. Actually, they sing in tune and play music and stuff. So it's interesting, but the truth is that I had never had any sort of creative writing life. I was a philosophy professor. I had just finished my PhD in philosophy and was starting to teach when my kids were born. And I had been writing this kind of somewhat brutal stuff, like very dry, theoretical, abstract material. And I didn't really love writing very much, but the deafness, I felt that I needed to write. I just needed to journal, even just to figure out what we were thinking about, our decision making, all the little moments in our first daughter's life, just to try to process the deafness. And it was like my world opened up. I just loved writing so much. This creative writing, this more personal and self-expressive writing. And it just reshaped everything. Like these little snippets of things that I wrote then became this memoir about, you know, about deafness and hearing. And kind of what I think was most interesting is how everything got turned on its head. And I find that as a writer, we sort of experience that maybe with each project. But, you know, at the time I thought I was writing about whether my children would hear, and then realized that I had felt really unheard, and that I discovered, you know, that in our ancestry, there were deaf relatives, and they had tied a string from their wrist to their babies at night so that when the babies cried, they would feel a tug and wake to care for them. And realized in like finding this out in my family history that I don't think I had a string between my mom and I worried if I'd have one with my children. So the question wasn't so much would they hear, but would I hear them, given that I didn't really feel I had models. So it's that kind of like exploration, that sort of self-realization that, I mean, as you're writing, you just don't even know. Like I didn't know I was writing even about my mother. I thought I was writing about my daughters, but then I was writing about connection and mothering, and it all kind of came together. And so I think that was just this huge revelation, and I feel like it's happened in each thing I've done, where I realize, like, I think I'm writing about this thing, and then, like, when it's done, I'm like, oh, that's what I was doing. So that was a really interesting journey, and I just feel so lucky to be able to be writing. I just really love it so much.
Wonderful. Well, just to plug your first book, it's called If a Tree Falls, A Family's Quest to Hear and Be Heard. So, and Erin, tell us about your movement from music to writing.
Sure. I really love what Jennifer had to say, this idea that you think you're writing about one thing and really you're writing about another thing. I think it's kind of this mental trick that happens where the story, we're following the story on a kind of surface level, and there's all this stuff unconsciously that's happening beneath it that I think it is really hard to see until you get to the end of the book. Like, I definitely see things in my own book where I go, oh, I wasn't aware that I was really working on that, but now it's very obvious to me. In some ways, I think fiction reveals us more sometimes than memoir, because with memoir, you know, Jennifer, you can tell me if I'm wrong, I haven't written one, but I think with memoir, you're consciously choosing, like, here's the facts of my life that I'm willing to share. And I think with fiction, it just happens often without you knowing that it's really happening. In terms of transitioning from music for me, I think I was able to write, and I felt very comfortable writing because it was something that I could do in private in a way that I couldn't as a musician. And I think because I grew up in a family where it didn't always feel safe to be seen or heard, and where, you know, Jennifer, you talked about, well, singing was the one way I could get attention. I think I was always trying to not get attention, to sort of fly under the radar. And, you know, some people are born into families where it's safe to be seen and heard, and their contributions, whether it's music or writing or some other art form or just, you know, speaking, are valued and encouraged. And some of us grow up in families where that isn't the case, where it doesn't feel safe, or our contributions are, you know, put down, or, you know, for what I even met with violence at times. So it was this thing that I could do in private, and it was a very safe way to express myself. And as I got older and sort of, I always knew that I wanted to be a writer, you know, and even wanted to be a professional writer. For a long time, I didn't quite know how to get from, you know, the privacy of my room and writing in my notebook to, you know, it was a long journey for me, because I didn't have models in my life for a long time as a young person. But in a way, I think I needed that long apprenticeship to not feel like there was going to be some spotlight on me. And it allowed me to be unself-conscious on the page in a way that I couldn't as a young musician trying to do that. So I think, and just naturally being a reader, like reading was my safe space as a kid. And I was always looking for little nooks to hide in, like literally would burrow into my closet and read, or climb up a tree and read. So language is this kind of place that I could go, and it could bring me outside of my own experience and my own life to somewhere else. And so it began as an escape. And then the more that I did my own writing, even that in a way, sort of, I could write my way into things. And maybe some of it is that sort of unconscious working out of things that Jennifer was talking about. Sort of, I could write my way to another place and actually end up at another place, and, you know, figuratively speaking, at the end of a writing project. And I think that sort of, when that started really kicking in for me, there was kind of no turning back.
One thing Erin said, which is interesting, is that the way reading was for you is where it was for you when you were a child, is something that kind of resonates with my character, because these stories her mother tells her are this way of escaping what's happening around her. And I was just thinking that both our works kind of talk about kind of the role of imagination or creativity or expression or whatever in our survival. And while in my case it might be like actual survival in the Yellow Bird Sings, it's just like for our psychic survival as well, plays such a role in both of our work, sort of the creative outlet and the need, and in Shira's case, to sort of have stories swirling around her mind as a way to fill this time and space, and also the music swirling. So I totally relate to what you're saying.
Absolutely. And this is a perfect segue for me to talk about my experience of reading your book, actually, because I did want to say, I'm so glad that we're doing this event and that I got introduced to your book in this way, because when I first saw it and I saw that it was set during the Holocaust, I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can do it. You know, I'm feeling traumatized watching the news these days, and I know I'm not alone in this. And myself and many writers that I knew kind of early on in the days of this pandemic were like having these crises of like, does my novel even matter anymore? Is it, does making art even matter right now? We're just trying to keep ourselves alive and our families alive and like get toilet paper. So I kind of approached the book like, I don't know, you know, this might be too heavy for me. And I'm so glad that I had the chance to read it, because it was so, yes, there's a lot of devastating things that happen in it, but it was so affirming for me in the sense of like, art does not just matter, but it's the thing that can like keep us alive, you know. And when I got to the end of the book, and I told you earlier, I got to the end and I burst into tears. It was just like, oh my God. But I also had the sense of like, yes, this is how we keep going through our trauma, is we make art and we imagine ourselves into a better future. And sometimes that's literally and sometimes it's figuratively, but it really left me with this sense of like the importance of all of this, of what we're doing, not just music, but like anybody who's creating something, like you're holding on to your humanity and it will bring you to the other side. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's so eloquent. That's beautiful. Thank you.
You know, I was going to say one thing that I also like when I was interviewing some hidden children in order to write this novel, I found that it was, and I mean, there were poets, there were, you know, painters, that, you know, there was a lot of creative people that I interviewed, but some of them also just seeing beauty in the world was the thing that kind of let them keep going. Like, you know, there's this person in the woods and she just wanted to curl up and die. And then somehow like got a whiff of the scent of tree bark, like this vanilla scent of the tree bark. And somehow this was like something enough to keep going. And it's just amazing to me that like our ability to see beauty in addition to be able to create art is such an important part of our humanity. You know, it really can be the difference between surviving something and not, which I think is amazing.
And I think that's important to remember, because it's so easy to get caught up in the idea that, oh, that's frivolous or that's a luxury. You know, we need to be in the nitty gritty, taking care of the day-to-day tasks. I think especially when you're in survival mode for any reason. And then that's such a beautiful example of like, no, actually it's beauty that brings us alive and you know, makes us able to do those other things that have to be done.
And in your novel, I thought that Hilda's played so many roles in her life that were so significant and interesting. And like, so in some ways there was like escape from like the dynamics of the family, you know, but there were other things about her emerging, you know, as a person. And it was just such a beautiful trajectory of a person growing through art.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of her story is like figuring out who she is. And as a young person, having these kind of twin influences in her life, her teacher, who is this very charismatic, kind of dynamic virtuoso, and it's hard not to be in his thrall. And then her mother, who's sort of needy and kind of needs her to be a certain kind of daughter. And she's sort of caught in between. And this idea of like, I think the music in some ways is an escape, but it's also a way of going deeper in and sort of realizing like, who is she really? What is the truest expression of her individuality? And I think it's like, I think of it as like a musical coming of age, where it is like, how do you find your own identity? You know, I think any artist in any form struggles with, you know, influences and sort of, you know, having to both look up to and emulate, and then also kind of finding your own voice, right? Like, especially in writing, we talk all the time about finding your own voice, but it's there in music too, of course. And so I think that's a lot of what I was thinking about with her, like how does she find her own voice, and what does that journey look like, and all the kind of small and large acts of imagination that sort of are required to do that, to literally imagine yourself into a more fuller expression of yourself. Obviously, I was not thinking about it exactly in those terms as I was working on it, but I think I was conscious of, and I'm sure it comes out of my own experience as a musician and a writer, and sort of like trying to get at some level of authenticity, which I wasn't able to as a musician, but felt like there was something there for me on the page. And maybe sort of writing towards that with Hilda.
Wonderful. So both of you are right about nurture and nurturing talent in very, very different, I mean, polar opposite circumstances. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? I found it fascinating reading your books.
Yeah. One thing that really struck me, and again, I'm sort of, some of the beginning research I did for this novel was to talk to hidden children of the Holocaust. And, I found sort of, for one case, there was a man who was in a school attic, and he, was looking outside these little slats and seeing kids playing, and he had to be silent in this attic with his mom and his aunt and uncle. But his mother, got hold of an atlas, and, she would say to him, if you had to get from Odessa to Warsaw, tell me what route you would take. And she started like helping him. He was getting such a grasp of geography. And then she taught him how to read in this attic. And this man, by the way, turned out he's a Nobel Prize winning chemist at Cornell now, and the unbelievable thing is that he described his time during this, hiding in an attic where I think even his uncle could barely move his body afterwards because they were all cramped. He called it like being in a cocoon of love, which is an astonishing thing for a child to feel in a hidden in the Holocaust. I mean, something his mother did to make this a cocoon of love is just the most astonishing thing. And I think that, in the case of Rosha and her daughter in this barn, I mean, she takes the piece of paper and turns it over and makes it a music page for her daughter because her daughter is, really interested in music, and she breaks the hay into, so this is like what a full note would be like, this is what a half note would be like, this is what a quarter by breaking hay. And just the kind of innovation of mothering and of supporting whatever venture your child is trying to have, no matter how constrained and insane the circumstances, was just something I felt really shine through from many of these interviews. That was just one example, but it was just kind of astonishing to me just how ingenious mothers are, and fathers too, under these circumstances. But it turned out several of the cases in which in several of the instances, the father had either disappeared or been killed already, and the child was with their mom in the ones I interviewed. But just that kind of ingenuity of parenting and support, and being able to foster whatever it is your child has, the curiosity, the talent, or whatever in some way, was really remarkable to me. So I wanted to have this situation where the mom was supporting her musical talent, and in terms of, she has this imaginary bird, and then her mother starts telling stories about a girl and her bird who, avert threats and find safety, and by, in some ways, like making even the imaginative stuff a connection between them. I wanted that to be there for their relationship.
I thought that was so well done, Jennifer. And also, I wanted to add, like you do, I mean, I was amazed at the ingenuity of ways to keep a child occupied, under these circumstances where you have to be quiet, you have to be hidden. And I mean, you even described like how they deal with the needs of the body, all of, I was really impressed with how full a picture you give us and how dedicated this mother is. And then, but there's also these moments, and I think this is what really makes all of it seem so real, where the mother character has real ambivalence, where there's moments where she's separated from her daughter, and there's relief in that, something that, mothers don't like to talk about, being relieved to be away from their children, especially in extreme circumstances. But I think any mother reading that book would be like, oh yes, of course, the relief of like, okay, I don't have to feed you first, or I don't have to make sure that you're okay, or you're being quiet. So I feel like you definitely, captured the ingenuity of the mother, like sort of having to deal with these circumstances, but also a very realistic experience of what it would be like to have that simultaneous, loving relationship, but also the burden of that.
Yeah, and I feel like in some ways we share that, where the relationship between a mother and daughter is a very round and real relationship in our work. Like it isn't just, you know, a sort of flat situation. It's very round, and we see when it's not that easy and you need a break, or you just sort of wish they'd go away for a minute, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I was
and the child's perspective too.
Right. Right. And I was also thinking about sort of this idea, if it hasn't been put into you by your own mother, it's going to be really hard for you to do it as a mother. So when I was thinking about Claire, my own mother character, and sort of her limitations, how much she's able to nurture her daughter, and the ways in which her challenges come from how she was raised, you know. So if you don't have those kinds of nurturing models, or if for her, because she had a child so young, she's in some ways kind of stunted in her development. Like she didn't get to finish her teenage years. She became an adult kind of by default. And so she's flawed in these ways, and a lot of that is coming into play when she now sees her daughter coming into her own power, becoming a more fully realized person, and she struggles with being able to support that and not be envious of it, not be sort of in competition in some ways with her daughter.
One thing I feel about the writing process in these ways, is that you end up having such compassion for these characters, but also, like in working on my memoir, you know, in the ways in which I didn't feel heard by my mother, I came to understand why she had trouble hearing, you know, that had to do with her past and her family and her history. And you sort of understand a person from many, many angles when, you know, at other times in your life, you really don't, you know, you wouldn't have known all the angles because you didn't take it on to know them from all those angles. And so as a writer, you end up, I think, feeling, you know, like you understand you have a compassionate attitude toward the flaws as well, because you sort of have to trace them back. Well, why are they flawed? Oh, let me have this story of tell you why. And so I think it's actually very helpful as a human as well, you know, to go through that process and understand how these, you know, everyone's flaws are coming from other places of you know, challenge.
Right. Absolutely.
Your own included. Yeah.
So talking about challenge, and I'd like to open up the question and answer to anyone out there, any of the attendees, to go down to your Q&A icon, click on it, and pose a question, and we will be overjoyed to answer them. But in the meantime, I'd like to just ask both of you, how's writing in the pandemic for you? Is it better? You know, nobody bugs you, or or with kids around, I guess you know, it's different. Anyway,
Karen, do you want to start with that?
Sure. I mean, it's hard. It's really hard. I think I mentioned earlier, during the first few weeks, there was no writing that was happening. I would say for like the first 6 weeks. And it was this sense of like, you know, when there's an alarm bell going off all the time, how do you get in, you know, in your own mind, how do you get to a space where you can be kind of creative and relaxed? And, you know, for me, there's a certain, like, I have to feel safe in a certain way, you know, in order to put my mind in that direction. Also because my husband is also a writer, and we have 3 kids, and we've always struggled. We both have home offices. We've always struggled, even with kids going to school full time, with kind of managing the ways that our creative life and work lives spill over into our home life, just because we're all in such proximity. And now, of course, that's like that times 1,000. So it was tough. And I finally, the way that I got around it, once I sort of got myself into a headspace where I felt like I could write, I hopped projects. I'd been deep into a novel that I'd been working on for a couple of years, and realized that I couldn't write that right now for, you know, I won't get into the various reasons. And I was able to start another project that I've been thinking about for a long time, that for some reason just felt easier to write during this time. And then I began letting my children stay up later and later, and letting them sleep in earlier, later and later during the day. So the way that I made it work was, if I could get up between 6:30 and 7 and write for a couple of hours before anybody woke up, that's a good day. That's a good writing day. Even if like I start to hear the pitter patter, my youngest is 7. If I start and she gets up, you know, the teenagers will sleep till you know, as late as you let them. But my 7-year-old is up, and when she's up, things are happening with her. So, you know, if I could get her to sleep until 8:30 or 9, that was how I did it. And actually it was a lovely routine while it lasted, because I realized like those early morning hours, and key to that, by the way, was like not looking at the news, not looking at social media, not getting my head into what's the latest count of how many people are infected, which for a few weeks, that's all I was looking at, like what's happening in our community. If I could get to the page first, and then it didn't matter what else happened for the rest of the day, I definitely had this sense of like, okay, I'm giving myself that space to be creative, to not feel like they're wasted writing days. Now with online school, it's kind of a different story. It's a new, like we're trying to figure it out anew. But that got me through the spring and summer.
Wonderful. How about you, Jennifer?
Similarly, I mean, everything came to a grinding halt initially. And I kind of understood that I couldn't write, but what was astonishing was I couldn't read either. There were weeks or more where I couldn't absorb anything. I think it was the news and the inability to stop checking it, and you know, just the sense of so much worry, and you're just on alert. And so I don't know, finally it's funny how I feel very I have so much love for Lily King's Writers and Lovers book, because it's the first book I was able to read after this like long hiatus of reading. And it was, I also realized some of the books I tried before that were terrific books, but I just wasn't gonna, like I tried, and then I was like, don't make any judgment about the book, like just realize this is not the time for reading, and try again later. But and then with writing, you know, it took a while. It took a really long while, and now unfortunately the election's on the other side of like I was like, I finally kind of feel like a little bit breathing space, and now the election's like so it's been a hard time. And we also, you know, everyone was home all summer 24/7, you know. It's like there was nowhere to go. And this is kind of almost like a illusory scene here. It looks like my office, which it is, except that you can hear every conversation that goes on everywhere in the house. And so I finally rented a space in town. I try to go in and like hole up for a couple hours a day, because it's just, I got to get out of here in order to do it. And so I guess everyone has to find their way in this time where there's not a lot of solitude.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a question from Connie Green, and she asks, could you talk about the transition from doing the research for your book to making it into a story, both of you? So who wants to go first?
I can go. I mean, so I have to say I did a really extensive research. So in addition to interviewing these hidden children, many hidden children, I also traveled to Poland. I saw the settings, like sort of, I went to, you know, farm areas and a primeval forest where my character needed to survive in, and a convent where someone was hidden. And I went to these areas. I also went to Tel Aviv to meet a musician, a violin maker who recovers violins that, you know, were sort of salvaged from the Holocaust and rebuilt and played in these orchestras. And so there was a lot of research. And in addition, kind of, I needed to consult. I did find that for me, it's like, it takes a village to write a novel, because I worked with like a, you know, like a forest tracker, so I could understand how my character could move through the woods without leaving traces. I worked with like a mushroom forager, and this masterclass violinist was the most important, who worked with me on sort of how this prodigy would be learning, what she would practice, how, you know, what she would play, what would this piece be appropriate at this time if I wanted her to play this particular piece of music. And I mean, a lot of help, a real lot of help, a lot of gracious and wonderful and generous people. And I mean, for instance, with the interviewing of the hidden children, who are quite old when I interviewed them, really, I ended up having all these notebooks, etc. And then I just set them all aside because I wasn't going to write any of their stories. I thought maybe one day maybe they'd write their story, maybe their children would write their stories. I just had to come up with a story that was completely separate. So I pretty much like immersed myself in things, and then I just pushed it all aside and sat alone. That's how I got there, to work on my own particular story that had was influenced and it's because, whatever they say, stand on the shoulders of others or whatever, it was very helpful to have that. And then I just needed to do it all on my own. So it had to be in sort of fragmented parts, like I wasn't really trying to write while I was interviewing. It's the same sometimes with reading. Like I don't want the influence of someone else's voice on me. So I try often not to be reading when I'm writing, trying to kind of keep them separate so that I'm kind of sure that I'm in my own space. So I don't know, that's a quick answer because I feel like we don't have a lot of time. So go.
Fascinating. Erin, how about you?
Yeah, it was a similar process for me. I was researching while I was writing. A lot of my research was because the figure of Niccolò Paganini, the 19th century violin virtuoso, figures so prominently in my book and in the imaginations of all of my characters. A lot of my research was about him and his life. And for people who might not know, Paganini was sort of the prototype rock star of the Western world. He was the, Eddie Van Halen, may he rest in peace, of our day, of his day, of the 19th century. Up until Paganini came along, the famous musicians of the day were opera singers, and people knew composers and they knew orchestras, but they didn't know individual instrumentalists. And Paganini was this amazing talent, and who was very theatrical in his performance and kind of went around Europe, and rumors followed him wherever he went. So he lived this kind of fascinating life, but there aren't a lot of really scholarly biographies of him because so much of his life, it was steeped in rumor. And especially when you go back to the books that were written close to the 19th century, they sort of, like, one of the famous rumors is that he sold his soul to the devil. And there are actually biographies of Paganini out there that take up that question in a serious way of, like, did he? Are his talents? Let's look at the evidence. Who did he study with? Could he possibly have learned? Which I realized, like, oh, that's why there hasn't been a really serious modern biography of him. It's hard to get at real information, but of course that makes him an amazing character for fiction, right? Because it's so wide open. So I spent a lot of time researching him. I felt like I had enough of a background as a violinist that I could sort of imagine my way into the pieces. I knew which pieces pretty early on, like there was a soundtrack to the book pretty early on in my head. The sheet music, and even though most of my pay grade as a violinist, I attempted to play some of them, or I would listen to the music and just read along with the score. And in fact, in the back of my book, there's a suggested listening list, because I thought, oh, if readers are unfamiliar with these pieces, I want them to know, be able to hear them. But then when at a certain point, and also because Philip Manns, my violin virtuoso, also is composing, and that's something that I never did. So I did do some, talk to people who composed and kind of think about, I had to do some research about how that would work. But at a certain point, like Jennifer was saying, you do have to put the research aside, because you don't want to be writing. And it's so easy to do, as writers, we talk about doing the data dump in your fiction so that readers know that you know what you're talking about. So I could go on at length about Paganini and who he was, but is that really serving my story? So I think it has to be in you to the extent that you can call upon it when you need it. But you do have to be able to put it aside, and just sort of, a lot of the revision of my book actually was taking out details. Like I had more details about the composing process, more technical details about what it was like to be studying particular pieces. And I realized that I needed to know that, but the reader didn't necessarily need to know all of that. And so there was a lot of paring back through revisions for me of pulling that stuff out and just trusting that I knew it well enough at that point to get the essential details down on the page.
Thank you both so much. What a wonderful conversation. Erin Allman's book is Witches Dance. Jennifer Rossner's book, and Jennifer Rossner's book is A Yellow Bird Sings. Beautiful. Thank you. And they're both available through bookshop.com or your local book purveyor. The Brattleboro Literary Festival will be ongoing all weekend. Go to brattleboro-literary-festival.org to check out more sessions and to donate. That's how we keep this ship floating along. So thank you both so much, and thank everybody who came and participated and enjoyed this wonderful presentation. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so
It was
much.
really fun.
All right, just great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to the Brattleboro Literary Festival 2020. I am honored to be here today with two great writers who I'm going to be introducing, Mary Morris and Alden Jones. And before we get started, just want to say that those of you who are attending, you have the Q&A function, and this is such an interesting duo that I really hope that you will write your questions in the Q&A chat function that you'll see at the bottom of your screen, and then we'll come back with about 10 minutes left in the program to ask some of these questions. So anyway, let me go straight to the introductions. Mary Morris is the author of numerous works of fiction, including the novels The Jazz Palace, A Mother's Love, and House Arrest. She is also the author of nonfiction books, including the travel memoir classic, Nothing to Declare, Memoirs of a Woman Traveling Alone, and her new book, which she'll be talking about today, All the Way to the Tigers. Mary is the recipient of the Rome Prize in Literature and the 2016 Anisfield Wolf Award for Fiction, and she lives in Brooklyn. And just a quick quote from Oprah Magazine picked this book up and said about All the Way to the Tigers, "This lush story tells the tale of a single woman on the road, looking for redemption and healing. Expect the unexpected in her rich philosophies, inner discoveries, and self-realizations on the road." And our other panelist today is Alden Jones. Her first book, The Blind Masseuse, a traveler's memoir from Costa Rica to Cambodia, was named a top 10 travel book by Publishers Weekly and the Huffington Post, won the Independent Publishers Book Award in travel essays, and was longlisted for the Penn Diamonstein Spielvogel Award. Alden's story collection, Unaccompanied Minors, won the New American Fiction Prize, the Lascaux Book Prize, and an Independent Publisher Book Award in short fiction, and was a finalist for the Edmund White Award in debut fiction and the Lambda Literary Award. Alden teaches creative writing and cultural studies at Emerson in Boston and is a core faculty member of the Newport MFA at Salve Regina University. Her critical memoir, The Wanting Was a Wilderness, was published in May of 2020. It is a special honor for me to be introducing Alden, who is a colleague of mine in the Newport MFA and also a very good friend. So you are very lucky to have these two writers with you, and I am going to bow out, and don't forget to ask your questions, and we will see you later.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you.
So I was told we were supposed to flash our books before, so Mary doesn't have hers, and so I'm flashing both of them. You can see mine is much smaller than Mary's. But this is The Wanting Was a Wilderness, my new book, and Mary's new book, All the Way to the Tigers. And I hope you don't mind if I start, Mary, by just saying, when I was looking at what people had written about All the Way to the Tigers, someone in a review had written, this is a brilliant memoir of a woman traveling in the tradition of Cheryl Strayed, who's obviously very dear to my heart because this is a book about, essentially started as a book about Wilde, and Elizabeth Gilbert. And I just I like burst out laughing because I was like, no. They are writing, Elizabeth Gilbert and Cheryl Strayed are writing in the tradition that Mary Morris really launched because, and I have, where did I put it? Oh, right here. I happen to have a first edition of Mary's memoir, Nothing to Declare, and it's a memoir of a woman traveling alone, which was published in, it was 88. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, it was published in 88.
So I discovered it in the 90s, and it was really the only travel memoir that was about the journey, like not the I'm here to inform you, but like what it's like to be a woman traveling alone.
Right.
That had ever been written. So to me, that was like the gold standard of a travelogue written by a woman about being a woman traveling through the world. So I'm honored to be here with you today, Mary.
Thank you for that, Alden. If I can just give a little footnote to that. I think I told you this yesterday. In 1986, I was having lunch with my editor and I was really stuck. And the New York Times had just published their summer travel issue, and it was 27 books by men. And I was just complaining to my editor, and I just said, why don't women write about travel? And she said, well, Mary, you're gone all the time. You're going all around the world, and why don't you write about travel? And it was a real awakening moment for me because I thought to myself, why don't I? And then, I read some of the books that were reviewed, and I got to familiarize myself with the canon, and I realized that women move through the world differently than men. I had to own my own experiences and feel like it was okay to write about them and put myself on the page, the way you have done in your travel writing and the way, Cheryl Strayed obviously did. But, it was a conscious decision of mine that the inner journey that I was taking as a person, as a woman, had to connect to the outer journey of the landscape I was moving through.
And yeah, you're right. I mean, especially not only is it so different to travel through the world as a woman, but as a woman alone is its own particular, because people in, different patriarchal cultures look at you in a certain way, like, and mostly it's a question like, what are you doing here? And it's interesting to see in All the Way to the Tigers that continues, like, no matter how old you are, no matter how accomplished you are, throughout your life as a woman traveling by herself, you'll get questioned, like, what are you doing?
Right. There's an anecdote I love about Mary Kingsley, who was one of the lady travelers of the 19th century. And she would, whenever someone would ask her where her husband, I think she always wore a wedding ring when she traveled, and she would always point to the next village, and she'd say, my husband is waiting for me at the next village. And it would ensure her safe travel to that village. And we've all done the equivalent of wearing a wedding ring and saying, oh, so-and-so's going to pick me up in a little bit. We've all found our ways to maneuver in and out of situations that men probably don't have to maneuver in and out of so much. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, especially in the time of COVID, I just finished All the Way to the Tigers yesterday.
Yes.
And I hadn't felt that I got married, had late, and I had kids. I have 3 kids who are now 5, 7, and 9, and I haven't traveled in a really long time.
Right.
But COVID, it sort of made everyone start to think about, oh, you can't just, hop on a plane when you have a few days even. But I haven't felt that deep gut, I need to travel feeling until I read All the Way to the Tigers. And I was like, oh, it really captures the travel experience. And one thing I wanted to ask you about it was, so many times when, if you're taking a class in travel writing, if you're writing travel writing, a couple things I want to talk to you about. One is chronology, like how you choose, because All the Way to the Tigers is not told in chronological order. It's got 3 separate timelines, and you move back and forth between childhood, going to find the tiger in 2011, and then a ice skating accident that got even worse and made it impossible for you to walk in right before that in 2008.
Right.
So how do we choose the chronology, but also how do we choose the what we leave in to the story and what we leave out? Because I tend to think leave out the details about getting the visa and just plop you in the middle of the adventure. But I really loved reading about the sort of travelogue style of every single step that you took to get to India. And that was what actually made me feel like I was really traveling with you, was going through all the sort of in-between moments that we often leave out of travel writing when it's in an essay form.
Well, let's talk about chronology first, because I think it's really interesting and also helpful to fellow memoirists or people who are contemplating a travel memoir. First of all, both Nothing to Declare and All the Way to the Tigers, I wrote in straight chronological order when I first wrote it. So All the Way to the Tigers actually began with my accident and then went through 4 separate journeys that I took. And India was the last one, and it was 420 pages long, and it just didn't work, you know. And there was a certain moment, I tried to sell it, I couldn't sell it, let's be honest, you know, like even my own publisher didn't want it, and I was like, okay, there's something wrong. And the problem actually, Alden, was chronology. And I certainly want you to talk about chronology too, given, you know, The Wanting was a wilderness. But I realized, and this I like to say, because no one will ever figure it out unless I tell you, I wanted the book to be a tiger at a certain point. So I wanted an even number of chapters. I wanted it to be compressed. I wanted those small little chapters to be like the stripes of the tiger. And then as I was writing it, first of all, I began with India rather late in the process of writing it, but I pulled that part forward. And so a lot of it was restructuring. And one kind of little secret that I use is I print different time frames on different colored paper. So, for example, my accident that happened in the winter was all white, and everything about the tiger was printed on yellow paper, and childhood was blue, and the tiger, other stuff was green. And then I would move it around until I had like a patchwork that really worked visually, because there were so many moving parts, you know. And I think if you've got a complicated chronology, it helps to have some technique that works. And same with Nothing to Declare. I wrote it chronologically, and then I realized that San Miguel was really important, and then I started to see it as a wheel, and I felt that you had to keep coming back to it. So everything in all my travel books happened, but it didn't necessarily happen in the order. And
right,
you know.
Yeah, I never tried anything like that, and I actually don't even have a printer anymore. It's like, I know, and it's really bad now that I can't use my office printer. But when I'd never tried this with a previous book, but with The Wanting Was a Wilderness, I did. When I started writing, I was like, I don't really know what my ultimate message is with this book. I don't know what I have to say. It ultimately became a book about, you know, the real question that I had was, okay, I've done an 85-day wilderness journey, and I always thought, I did it, you know, when I was 19, a while ago, and I always thought that it would be too difficult to transform into memoir, because how can you make someone care about hiking, which is like walking, stepping, you know, one foot in front of the other. So my real question was, how did Cheryl Strayed do it? Like, how did she turn a hiking story into such a powerful memoir that so many people could relate to? And so before I got there, I was like, okay, I have this assignment. Basically, The Wanting Was a Wilderness is a part of a series. You can see this is what I love about Zoom. You can just reach over to your bookshelf. It's a series of pocketbooks, each one about a different book. This one is about Jeffrey Eugenides' Middlesex. And so I had this assignment to write about wild, but I didn't really know what I was going to say. So I took all these ideas I had in terms of subject matter, like a woman traveling alone, the way you can transform your life by being in the wild. And I did this thing that people tell me all the time that they've done, which is I printed it out and then I cut it up and I arranged it all over the floor and then arranged all the pieces like, okay, this should follow that. And I left it there until one of my kids just, you know, sort of like rolled all over it. But it was very helpful. And it still didn't help me figure out what my book was about, though. So I had to write that part. And so I wrote the first half, and then I stepped away from the book for a really long time and figured it out. And only in knowing where it was going to end, or about where it was going to end, did it help me figure out the structure. So chronology, I don't know, like,
in terms of your second question, though, about what to leave in and what to take out,
right.
at what point did you decide to put in your own personal crisis? You know, there are things that you layer in there quite beautifully that I had the feeling you didn't set out to be writing about that necessarily, but I may be totally wrong about that.
No, you're right. And I'd love to hear what you have to say about that as well, because I think when you're writing a memoir, you know certain episodes that you're going to include.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to the writing of it and you're like, oh, I really don't want to talk about that part of my life, but I think I really have to.
Mm-hmm.
Like in order to explain why I left college abruptly and like spent 85 days in the wilderness, I had to explain what I was going through before that. And in order to understand what I was going through right before that, I had to back up to like high school. And that was the hardest part to write. And I wrote it kind of last. I was like, people aren't going to understand why I felt the way I did at college unless they understand who I was as a teenager. And I think that's kind of what happened with Cheryl Strayed. She thought she was just going to write about a hike, but then she realized the real story was about losing her mother and falling apart.
Right.
And that the hike was sort of the aftermath of that. So even though it creates the spine of the story, it's not the heart of the story.
Yeah. I mean, I think if she hadn't given us, I mean, the only other book that I've ever read about a hike that I loved was Bill Bryson's A Walk in the Woods.
Yes. Yeah,
But
that's a great one.
hilarious. I mean, that's just like one of the funniest books I've ever read. It's like
He's
watching
amazing.
a stand-up comedian for 8 hours.
Yeah.
But in terms of Cheryl, and I think, you know, you hit on it, if she hadn't begun that, if it hadn't in the end become about her mother, and I want to tell you something that an editor said to me once about another book of mine, if it hadn't become about her mother, her issues, her addiction, her sexual falling apart, all of that, it would have just been just some dumb person who doesn't know how to take a hike, you know, buying too many things and falling over in their backpack.
Right.
I mean, because of her vulnerability that she puts out there, and the honesty of it, that is what compels us. And I remember reading The Snow Leopard by Peter Matheson, and it's a gorgeous book and everyone loves the book, but in the first couple pages of the book, he says that his wife had just died of cancer and he's leaving his 4 children while he goes for a 4 months long hike in the Himalayas. And I didn't, blame's not the right word. I mean, he did leave his 4 children to go on this expedition. I understand that, but he never comes back to them in the book. And that's what I felt more like, why mention it? If you're going to mention it,
follow through.
Part of your material. And I want to tell you something that a dear editor of mine, George Hodgman, who passed away sadly about 1 or 2 years ago, he I had a contract to do a book about the Mississippi River. And George had grown up near the Mississippi and he loved it. And 2 weeks before I was to leave, Katrina happened. And basically I got to the Mississippi River and I was on the river with these 2 river rats named Tom and Jerry. And but the river had stopped because the Port of New Orleans was closed. So there were barges backed up all along the river and I couldn't get very far, you know, on the river. And I called George and I said, I don't know what to do. I can't get down to New Orleans. I'm supposed to do this whole river and blah, 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 blah. And he said to me, I don't give a flying fatootie about the locks and dams. Tell me about your father. Because my father lived in Hannibal, Missouri. And that opened it up for me. Until he said, tell me about your father. Don't worry about the mechanics of the locks and dams. And I think that's what we're talking about is that, you know, how much of our, you know, I mean, we're women, we're travel writers. There's actually something someone told me once called the Mary Morris problem in travel literature, which is people who put too much of themselves on the page and it's a problem. To me, it's not a problem. To me, it enables me to connect to you when I'm reading about your outward bound experience or your, you know, your marriage or, you know, things that have happened to you along the way or hearing Cheryl's story, you know, that's what connects me to the journey.
Yeah. So that idea of Vivian Gornick's persona, without the persona, there's no way to connect to the story. So no matter how interesting it is, you can't and that's something I find with my travel writing students quite a lot is this reluctance to put yourself in the story because you feel like it's not important, right? Like it's about, no, this is about Mexico. It's not about me. But without having the character to connect to, like a constructed character to connect to, then we're not going to care about Mexico, right? So, but I think that comes back to the question of what we put in and what we leave out. It's really about the balance. If it's a travel work, you want it to be about something specific about travel. So it's not, like it's not your life story, it's not your family story, it's something personal that connects you to the place so that you can illuminate the reader on something about the place through who you are.
Right. And we don't write about every place we go to. I mean, I don't set out going, oh, I'm going to write this book about tigers, or I'm going to, I rarely do that actually. The only case was the Mississippi River, where I did have a contract. But I think, to me, you have to fall in love with the journey, and it has to speak to you. And in some cases, as for you with Outward Bound, or Cheryl with A Walk in the Woods, and even with Nothing to Declare, sometimes years go by before we mine that material.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we take experience and translate it. We're not journalists in that sense.
Right.
No.
Yes, it definitely, the Wanting Was a Wilderness was a really interesting study in writing close to an event versus far away from it, because I had gone on this Outward Bound course when I was 19, and it was, I'd taken so many notes. I'd written like 200 pages in my journal while I was, on this really intense physical experience. And it was the thing when people ask me like what the hardest thing was, I was like, try being with 13 other people for 85 days with no escape. Like all you can do to separate yourself is like go to the bathroom. That is the only time you have any privacy. And, no cell phones, no way to communicate with people other than so that was the challenge for me, was this really intense group dynamic. And there was so much drama, and it was so interesting to me at the time and afterwards. And I did write about it kind of soon after in fiction, in my collection of stories, Unaccompanied Minors. The last story is sort of a fictionalized version of what we did and how like some of the drama that was happening. But I was very uncharitable to us. Like I was really mining us like for all of our flaws and exaggerating them, and not showing any of the stuff that I was proud of, or the way that we loved each other, or the triumphs and the good feelings, because it felt like it would be too cheesy to try to do that,
right?
Especially in nonfiction. So I held on to it for a really long time. And when this project came to me from Fiction Advocate, I was like, okay, it's time for me to figure this out. But at the same time, I wrote a bunch of stuff about my Outward Bound trip and about Wild. And then suddenly my marriage ended out of nowhere, what it felt like to me out of nowhere. And I had to put the book down for a couple of years so I could like deal with my life. But then when I was thinking about it that whole time, and when I came back to it, it was a totally different book. So even just that 2-year period turned my understanding of the significance of my 85 days in the wilderness into something completely different.
Right.
But they were both so far after the fact, you'd think it would be more solidified at that point, but.
No, it's so interesting because I mean, I had my accident in 2008. I went to India in 2011. There were several other trips before in between there. I wrote the first draft of this in around 2013 or 14, and I put it away for 2 or 3 years, that 420-page version, because sometimes it's sort of, at times as a writer, I feel like a moving van arrived and just dumped all this stuff in my living room, and I've got to sort through it somehow and figure out what goes where and what to keep and what to get rid of, and it just, and sometimes you have to walk away from it, And I have never found a pause to be a bad thing for a book you're working on.
I think it's a great thing.
Yeah.
I have to say, every time someone says, just write the shitty first draft and just get it done, I'm like, no, I can't. I can't do that. I'd break all the rules when it comes to drafts. I will stop if I'm like, oh, this isn't working. Instead of just continuing on, I walk away. And then I think, and then I think, and I think, and then I'm like, I think I have it. and then I go back to it. But you know, you're supposed to just write through and fix it later, but that never has worked for me. That always takes me in the wrong direction. So
yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the Indian poet Tagore said, God respects you when you work, but they love you when you sing. And I love the idea of, to me, if my work isn't singing, if my work feels like I'm working, like a job, like I'm working on a book right now that's very research driven and it feels like a job, and I'm in a cabin in the woods and I'm going out of my mind, like kind of a little bit. And, you know, I'm thinking maybe I walk away from it now and not push to the full draft because I feel like I'm, you know, beating the workhorse a little bit.
Yeah.
It just feels like, you know, I know when I'm singing and I know when I'm working.
That's
And
very reassuring to hear, Mary, because I always feel like I'm doing it wrong. I should like muscle through, but I know that I just don't work that way.
Sometimes you just have to put it away and, you know, trust the process. And come back to it with fresh eyes. You know, I try to come back to something as if I hadn't written it, you know, as if someone sent it to me and said, you know, what do you think of this?
Right. And it's much easier to do that once you've had a few days away from it. So
yeah, or months.
Or months, yeah, or years. So All the Way to the Tigers it became, I don't want to do any spoilers, but it became, you know, I didn't see the way that, now that you explain the way that the chapters were organized, I hadn't caught on to that, like that was the sort of construction of the tiger, but it did seem like the book's narrative was mimicking a tiger's behavior in the kind of slow, like it's not about or even looking for a tiger. You might not see one, but it's something about the journey without the resolution, you know, it wasn't about like seeing the tiger. It was about the experience of looking for the tiger.
Right.
That became like what fueled the book. So when you started the book, did you know it was going to end with, well, like, I don't want to tell the end, but was that your intention to show the process of, you know, the journey is the destination?
It was definitely my plan to show that the journey is the destination. But also, you know, when I was on tiger safari in India for several weeks, where I was also quite ill, so it was really a tough time. When I was on the tiger safari, it became clear to me at a certain point that, well, one of the things you learn very quickly is you don't look for tigers, you look for signs of tigers, which of course as a writer, is just such a beautiful metaphor for me, that you don't look for the thing, you look for the, you know, indicators of the signs of the thing. So you listen for how other animals in the jungle sound, for example. That's one of the alarm calls. That's one of the big tells. You look for, there's all different ways that the guides know how to look for a tiger. But I reached a moment where I realized I didn't care if I saw a tiger, that the experience I was having was perfect. And, you know, it's one of the things that I feel as a writer, as a teacher, it was the process, the journey, not the destination, not the discovery necessarily. I mean, the discovery was the journey, and anything else was icing on the cake. And I think it's always, you know, I'm not a good person. In fact, I'm a very bad person to give an itinerary to. I will very defiantly not follow it.
That's funny, because I would love to travel with you, Mary, except for one thing, which is I'm extremely punctual, and it seems like you're the opposite. So that would be our battle. But I think otherwise it would be really fun to travel with you and like just
right. But if you know I'm going to show up, if I say I'm going to show up an hour later, like, you know, I'll meet you at such and such, blah. You know, friends always say to me, I want to travel with you. And I say, no, you actually don't. Because a lot of what I do is nothing, you know. And the fact is, if I, you know, I do linger. It's in the very front of the travel book. I mean, it's part of the reason that I got myself into trouble. I don't think I'm much older than 8 years old, basically, in my head.
Well, that's great. I actually earmarked that part of your book. Let me see if I can find it, about being a writer. And yep, I have it right here. Look at that. Can you tell I teach literature? Page 145. Real travelers, like real writers, move through the world like a child, with a child's sense of wonder and surprise. to move as if you've never been somewhere before, even if you've been there 1,000 times, as if you are experiencing something for the first time. This is why my husband often says to me, and not always in a complimentary way, this is what my husband often says about me. Every village we travel through, every painting we see, every meal eaten, it is as if I've not experienced any of this before. So yeah, that really struck me as something really true about both writing and traveling. Like, first of all, if you have an agenda, you're not going to experience what you're experiencing. It is that sense of wonder and discovery that makes the journey the destination. Being
Right.
open
If
to
you're
discovery.
looking for something else, you won't see the thing that probably you should see. You know what I mean? Like it, or not even should see. I mean, yeah, exactly what you said. I'm just trying to figure out how you landed exactly on that page at that moment.
I just earmarked
it.
it.
A little weird actually about our connection right now. I don't even have a book with me, so that was pretty good.
Oh, good.
Good transition.
Totally shifting gears. I just have to mention that it could not have been more weird to you that The Tiger King came out right before this book and everyone started thinking about tigers right as this book was about to come out.
No, it was crazy. And, you know, friends started texting me and saying, do you know about The Tiger King? Do you know about The Tiger King? And I'm like, you know, so I started watching and I was like, what is this? This is crazy. But I like to think of myself as the Tiger Queen. And actually, my daughter said the best thing that has happened in 2020 is that I was in an article in the Wall Street Journal with Joe Exotic. They like wrote about
funny.
us together.
Well, I have to say,
2020's been like.
I watched The Tiger King when it came out, and I think in a lot of ways your book did the opposite of what that show did, which was put the emphasis on the tiger. And I think the show's producers knew that if they started telling you much about tigers and how they live in the wild and how they, you know, what their behavior is like, you would have instantly been unable to watch the show because of the way that tigers were being treated. And so you didn't really learn very much about tigers.
No, you don't learn anything. There's a great book called The Tiger by John Valiant. It's a fantastic book of nonfiction. And a lot of the facts I've learned about tigers is in a lot of it is in his book. But you know, they are solitary apex predators. A male tiger requires approximately 100 square kilometers of territory for just itself, which is why tiger conservation in the wild is so difficult. And when you see the treatment of these tigers and when you see them as circus acts and, you know, all petting zoos and all of that, yeah, it's adorable. And then what happens to them? And
right, becomes a predator.
They're wild animals.
And yeah,
you know. So
they really downplayed that. So I was really happy to follow up with some actual knowledge on tigers.
Yes. All of you fans out there of The Tiger King, you can read all the way to the tigers.
Yeah, for sure.
And get the real story. So I will say tigers are making a pretty good comeback in the wild right now. So that's good.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I definitely want to go see one now when my kids are a little older. Maybe bring them.
Yeah, I can tell you, don't go where I went. I can tell you.
I will definitely email you when that time
comes. January.
So should we take some questions or should we keep going? We could keep going.
I could keep going. But are there questions? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
We do have a few questions, so maybe this will help frame the discussion. This is just fascinating, you guys. I'm like totally riveted. I wish we had more time, but we do have a few questions. I want to make sure that we get it in.
Okay.
The first one is from Sebastian Matthews, who says, do either of you see Nancy Meyers as an influence? Not a travel writer, of course, but an early pioneer in personal essay.
I don't know that author.
I don't know either.
Nancy Meyers. Okay, well.
What is the name?
Nancy Meyers, Mairs. I think maybe you'll see Sebastian later, and you can give him, ask him more about it.
Sounds I'm not a writer. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, and then this other question is really interesting. Do either of you consider earlier writers like Emily Hahn, traveling through Africa in the 1920s, Isabella Bird, or Rebecca West as inspirations? And I would add maybe Beryl Markham to that list. And how do you feel those women's travel writing from so long ago are different from your own writing?
I have not. Go ahead, Mary.
If you don't mind, I just want to, my husband and I actually edited an anthology called Maiden Voyages that has excerpts from all of those women travelers. And they were definitely an important influence in my life. Rebecca West, her writing about the former Yugoslavia, Isabella Bird, I think Colorado, I think she traveled through. One of the reasons my husband and I did Maiden Voyages was because there wasn't enough excerpted writing by women travelers. So yes, they were very important to me. But the thing about those travelers to remember is that those were ladies of means, as they were called, independent ladies of means. So they had money and they didn't have responsibility. They didn't have children. They didn't have 3 children, so they were able to go on those journeys. And personally, I'm interested in a different kind of journey for myself.
I am too. And I think, I'm one of those people, it's probably very annoying to some of my people I watch movies with. And I'm always like, an old movie, like the roles of women in those movies are really, it's like hard for me to get past. So while I completely respect and admire and recognize that these writers paved the way for writers like me and writers like Mary, that it's not what I'm drawn to. It's more of an academic, it's an academic interest, but I think the class issue is also like it's, often accompanied by, colonialism and things that bother me to read about now, like a pro-colonialist, attitude. I did really enjoy Out of Africa. I wrote about that one when I was, thinking about the blind masseuse and exoticism. But I love classic literature, but when I'm thinking about what kind of stuff I want to write, it's more the stuff that hasn't been written yet. It's like more working towards something, continuing the conversation rather than, so looking back as that's a conversation happening on this point of the timeline, but, I'm more interested in what can happen next and what new things can happen with travel literature.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, Alden, because I think it's a really great answer. I love what you just said about, kind of the need to find new models for women traveling, new ways of talking about being on the road. And I think that that's what we're trying to do. And I agree that, one of the thing about the lady travelers is you literally don't know anything about them any more than you know about Paul Theroux and, why he's gone all over the world. So,
why has he gone all over?
I think we're redefining the genre. What?
Why has he gone all over the world? Yeah,
well, I have some ideas, but anyway.
Yeah, and I think travel writing was really kind of stuck in a rut for a long time. Like in the 90s when I was first starting to, think about travel writing, and it came to me very accidentally. Like I traveled a lot I traveled a lot with Tim actually. And I had just come back from a year in Costa Rica and I was getting my MFA in fiction. And I just happened upon this magazine that was started by Jason Wilson, who's now the series editor for Best American Travel Writing. And I was the person at NYU who opened the mail, and I opened the mail and at the writing department. And there was this magazine, and it was the Grand Tour, the magazine of fine travel writing. And I was like, oh, I could write fine travel writing, I think. So I sat down and wrote an essay about living on a coffee farm in Costa Rica where my host family was evangelical and had just converted and were really rule followers about what their church said. And one of the things was you can't drink coffee. And I was like, wait a minute, that's kind of one of the reasons I was drawn to Costa Rica was the coffee, and I'm living on a coffee farm with no coffee. And that wound up being much more successful than any of my fictional attempts had been to, get published. It wound up in Best American Travel Writing. That's how I met Jason. But at the time, so I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to try this genre. And there was really very little. There was Mary Morris, Nothing to Declare. There was, actually Tim was the one who recommended Bill Bryson to me. And I remember being on the subway in New York and just laughing to the point where people were moving away from me because I was laughing so hard from this But otherwise, it just felt like you just said, Mary, like we didn't learn anything about the people in the books. Like for the most part, it was like I just felt this dry intellectual distance from most of what I was reading. And I feel like, you know, Eat, Pray, Love gets thrown under the bus a lot, but that also really changed that was like a further step in, you know, how can you make the journey about, you know, personal discovery even more so than it is about the places you're visiting. Like you don't just read this book because you're going to Italy. You read this book because you've gone through a hard time and you want to know like how things might go for you.
Right.
So yeah, I feel like we have evolved drastically in the past 15 years with travel. And I think that's because memoir has evolved. Like memoir has become much less like you have to have something crazy have happened to you or like something really dark or a secret, or, you know, that's how it seemed to be in the 90s. And now it's like you can write about anything. You can write about, you know, writing a book, which was kind of what The Wanting Was a Wilderness is. It's a memoir about writing a memoir. But it's more about how you make that, like that message come clear through a personal experience.
You know, I would like to throw, is there another question, Tim? Because I want to throw something back at Alden.
No, go ahead, throw it back.
You know, we talked a little bit, we both write fiction and we both, you know, we tell stories. Maybe we should talk for the last few minutes about why memoir? Why tell it as memoir? Why not have written these things as, well, you did obviously with Flee, right? I think that's one of the stories where you mined that, and I've certainly mined aspects of this, but you know, how do we make that decision? What makes that decision happen for us?
Yeah, that's how can we do this in 5 minutes? I love this question. But like we could talk for hours about this. I think it's I mean, I think I tried in this case with my 85-day wilderness thing. I had tried it in fiction and something didn't seem true about it, because even when you're writing fiction, you're trying to say something true. And that's when I was like, maybe I should try it in a different genre, because I really want to tell the truth this time. So it was a different challenge for me. What do you think about your work?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I'm always interested in telling a story. So it's always going to be about the story. And there wasn't a moment where I thought that All the Way to the Tigers should be fiction. It just didn't present that way to me. Actually, with all the travel books, none of them really felt like they should be fiction. But to be honest with you, we only have like 2 minutes. I don't really know why that is. I mean, you know, I'm thinking, for example, I believe you mentioned it in your book, Catherine Harrison, who mined her relationship with her father in her fiction quite successfully, and then finally wrote a memoir about that relationship that was extremely powerful and difficult to read, but very successful. And I think she's stopped writing about her father in the same way. So I think it's one of the Euripides plays where Odysseus shows up at the judges after he's blinded himself, if I got my mythology right. He shows up and he says, you know, when's it going to stop hurting? And the judges say, you have to tell your story again. You have to tell your story. And I feel like, you know, we can tell it as fiction, but sometimes we just need to tell it, you know.
You got to come clean. Yeah, I think that was the case with Cheryl Strayed's Wild as well. Like she said, you know, she joked about when she started writing what she thought was an essay about her hike, and she turned to her husband and said, I'm just so glad I'm not writing something about my mother, you know, like I'm just writing something about my hike. But she told that she'd written about her mother in essays before, but it was like she had to tell it in this complete way so she could move on. And I think that was true of Catherine Harrison with The Kiss as well. So yeah, I think there's certain material you have to just sort of reckon with in some way. And maybe for other people it's fiction, but sometimes it's like you just need to come clean in a truthful way, like a literally truthful way about, you know, something that has preoccupied you in order to move on from it.
Right, and at the same time, kind of be true to a story that you want to tell. Right, to come clean and tell the truth, but also tell the story. So
Yeah. So tell the truth. That's how we can land. Everyone go out and tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
That's a great way to sort of end this really fascinating conversation. Thank you so much, you both. It's been
Thank
really,
you.
really
Thank
interesting.
you. Thank you,
Um,
everybody. This was
And just
great.
to everybody out there, these books are both available. There's actually going to be a splash page that will show up on your screen when we're done here. But those books are both available in lots of places, but at bookshop.org, which is one of the we're working with in the festival to sort of coordinate. So you can order them easily at bookshop.org. I highly recommend you order both of these books and read them. And the other thing is there's also on the splash page a way to donate to the festival. We love donations. It's important to keep this. This is a really great festival. It's many years in the running, and we want to keep it going. So consider that. And secondly, just take a look at the web page has the schedule for this weekend, which is just full of really interesting writers and conversations. But Alden and Mary, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to be here with
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alden.
So great to talk to you, Mary.
It was great to talk to you. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Archer Mayer. Archer has a rather brief bio in his novels, and it really says not much about what Archer Mayer does. And Archer's a writer, obviously, a medical examiner, a researcher, a forensic scientist, an EMT, a firefighter, a town moderator, a hospital board member, former owner of a tortoise, and a lot of other things.
Indeed.
You know, and I guess we could say, Archer, you're a mile wide and 10 miles deep, or, you know, jack of all trades, master of most. So I got to ask a question. Are you Joe Gunther?
Good God, no. Joe Gunther is such a much more decent man than I. I admire and respect Joe Gunther. I would like to emulate Mr. Gunther whenever possible, but I usually screw that up within the first 5 minutes of said ambition. To live one's life as Joe Gunther would be a magnificent thing as I see it. He is thoughtful, avuncular, helpful, a team player, and on and on and on. If he were a standalone character, not surrounded by the other characters I've conjured up, he possibly could be considered the most boring man on earth. But I set out to create, Elliot, a decent man. And that's why I gave him the world's most boring name, Joe Gunther. I created that name so that it would lie on the floor and not move, not twitch. It would have to be a name that you would find almost in every phone book in the United States. And the point was quite simple, to build a series around a hardworking, thoughtful, caring everyman, who, of course, by having all those attributes, was extraordinary and very rare and highly blessed to have in one's company.
Okay. So if you're not Joe Gunther, who are you?
I'm much more Willie Kunkel. I've been told this by a reliable source, my daughter, who knows me all too well. And she's right. I am complicated, driven by demons, diagnosed PTSD, if you want to get into the gory details. I have fundamental darkness in my soul, and I have struggled my entire life to turn these to good effect. So I keep busy. I try to keep engaged. I try to be helpful. I try to either volunteer or to work outright to the betterment of my fellow human being. I try to problem solve with people. I try to be a constructive voice in any room. And it all comes at a cost because, in a funny kind of way, and I think this is shared by most people, I am made of two personalities, the inner and the outer. And, you know, we all walk around or drive around alone in our cars, cursing at other people. And yet when we get out of that car and we engage with them face to face, then we transform into other human beings. This insight, this hard-earned glimpse of what makes me a complicated three-dimensional human being is what I try to project into my books. I use Joe Gunther almost as a caricature to gain conduit to the Willie Kunkles and half a dozen other characters that I regularly portray in these books. And my efforts are to create not murder mysteries. I actually don't care much about murder mysteries, but I am fascinated with cultural anthropology, with human psychology, and other murky aspects of our species.
Rather interesting, since my understanding is you're a graduate of the same illustrious university as couple of our presidents.
Yes.
Who were about the same age as we are.
Indeed. Yes, I was, I think, a year or so behind George Bush. And yeah. And the Clintons were across the street and up the road a little ways when I was there. And the list goes on. It's always amusing to me when people run, oh, you went to Yale University. And I said, so did a lot of people. Beware of the book's cover.
You began the writing part of your career, the Joe Gunther part, almost, over 30 years ago, right? And at an age when most people are settling into the career that they started 10 years before. And you know, they're midway through their career. You're starting a career. Was this an effort basically to address a midlife crisis, or what led you to Joe?
I think I was born a midlife crisis. I got to jump on the competition. You know, the last time I was fully employed, in other words, the golden parachute and all that, the W this and W that people refer to, that I look at them kind of quizzically. That was in 1978. And I was sitting around a fake wooden table with a bunch of other people, all wearing ties and pretending we were grown-ups. And I realized I could probably be as dumb as everybody was being cumulatively around that table all by myself. So I quit. And that was the last time I ever kept that kind of company, at least in an employment status. Obviously, we keep company like that all through our lives. But the point being that I am a restless soul. I am driven by ignorance and curiosity, and I can satisfy neither one of those outboard motors by steady employment and anticipating the golden parachute and retiring at the age of 65, at least in the old days. So I eschewed all that. I ran the risk of steady unemployment. I became a contract worker in 1979, therefore, and I've never looked back. And all these jobs, I've been a police officer, I've been, firefighter, rescue guy, all those lists that you rattled off, all of those jobs and more have always been by contract. So I will always work for an hourly basis or a contract basis, but no benefits, no retirement, no, security. I want to have that option, just kind of like Willie would do, funnily enough, which is to say, you know what, I'm not having a good time. You're not satisfying my ignorance or my curiosity, and I'm out of here. And I have done that. Now, the writing is my conduit. When I was a cop, for example, my specialty was sex crimes against kids. So for year and year, I'm keeping, shall we say, poor company. So what do you do with that? You're interviewing 3-year-old children and asking them about inappropriate touching. And the days go on and the years go on. What do normal people do with this kind of employment and this kind of burden? Because you got to put that stuff somewhere. You don't just forget about it at the end of the minute. Well, I have my writing. I have Joe Gunther. I have Willie Kunkel. I have an investigative team whose cases I can invent. And on any given year, because I write a book a year, I can channel what may be bugging me or interesting me or catching my attention in some way or another. And this is how I've chosen to balance the devils in my head and the ambitions in my heart.
So you've kind of, I guess, moved forward or sideways or whatever through life. How has Joe changed?
Not much. That's the funny thing. If you create a character based on principle, you've immediately decided that although you will give him a background and you will give him relationships and whatnot, you've created a vessel, a conduit to human discoveries and other items of interest. And I don't want to clot up or plug up that conduit with too much about Joe. Joe is either a mirror or, as I said, a tunnel that leads us somewhere or reflects something. But to make it all about Joe is to miss the whole point of my exercise, which is to bring my readers into my writing as participants. I want them to read about my characters and their activities and go, oh, I know what he's talking about. I know people like this. I've been in this world.
It's like, reading one of the novels is almost like looking over Joe's shoulder.
Yes.
As he's going through it, and you're looking at the personalities, characters, and motivations of others, as opposed to the guy you're kind of leaning on as you go through. Precisely.
Now, I need people to come to Joe and address Joe as a human being. So he has a girlfriend and he has emotional problems. He has run-ins. He has a cat. He does real person stuff. But we don't get all filled up like a soap opera might offer. And there's no oxygen in the room. I want a lot of oxygen. It's important for me for this to always be a kind of, and this is a paradox of sorts, a collaborative process between me and the reader. I want the reader's imagination and to be participatory.
Now, you've obviously made a clear choice in the writings to set the scene in rural Vermont. You live in about as rural Vermont as Newfane, Vermont isn't exactly a metropolis, except for when there's a seasonal celebration or something, and then every tourist in Vermont ends up in Newfane. But what's the hook for somebody who lives in an urban or suburban environment to Joe? Is it that character that Joe's looking at that would draw them? And I also, being a lifelong Vermonter, basically, and knowing the places that you're describing in Vermont, it's like, okay, there's a very natural draw for me.
Yeah.
Because when you're writing about the old North End of Burlington, where I grew up, you're writing about the old North End of Burlington. I can
Right.
see it.
Right. Right.
So there's a good connection for me. But if I lived in a high rise in Brooklyn, how would you want me to see what you write?
Two ways. One would be the attraction of the exotic. So if you are reading from Brooklyn, you have certainly heard of Vermont. Now, one could say that the crafty aspect, the commercial aspect of my brain went, I'll write about Vermont because at least everybody's heard of Vermont. Okay, they may have also heard of Iowa, but they don't even know where it is on the map and they know nothing about it. But Vermont, they think they know something about it. They know about cows, they know about maple syrup, they know about skiers, they know about most of the things that's of no interest to we Vermonters, but they know Vermont. So I thought, okay, let's first of all put it in a place where everyone goes, yeah, I've heard of that place before. Now, the second thing is that, yes, they're reading this thing in Haight-Ashbury or Brooklyn or Memphis or wherever they are. And maybe they're in their apartment and maybe that building's built out of brick and maybe there's an alleyway, 2 blocks away. Well, such as it is at the old North End, brick buildings, alleyways, apartments, we are what we are, regardless of where we happen to be living. So I can tap into the familiar, such as garbage cans being rattled at 3 a.m, and I can then bring the reader over to the exotic, which is, oh my God, he's writing about Vermont, but he hasn't once mentioned maple syrup or cow. He's talking about drug dealers and prostitutes and the down and out and murderers and the disadvantaged and the poor and the people who are trying to make ends meet one way or the other who happen to reside in Vermont. Well, guess what? Vermont may not be all that particularly different from right around the corner in Brooklyn.
Now, each of the books in the Joe Gunther series stands alone.
Yes.
It's a series, not a serial. And is that by design?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. On two levels again. One is that if you're a writer, you're an idiot if you think that all your books are going to survive. I'm an idiot and all my books do survive. So, I got lucky. But in a way, that's because I also applied an instinctive business personality, which is that as my books went out of print, I got them back. So this series right now has 31 books out in bookstores, and I'm editing the 32nd on my computer as we speak, and it'll be out next fall. But 17 to 18 of those books went out of print. I got them back and brought them back into print under my imprint. I own them. So this is what a writer who wants to be a full-time self-employed writer needs to do, is that you need to, write the books. Yeah, that's fine. But you also need to manage those books. You need to run a business. And on that level, you need to be responsible for absolutely everything you can imagine. Handling, shipping, and all the rest of it. So when you have that outlook, you look at your books, yes, on the artistic side, and for all the stuff that we've been touching on, but also on, is this book going to always be available? Well, early on in my career, I had no justification to think that my New York publisher was going to keep me in print. So if I wrote a serial, as you pointed out, different than a series, then I'd be screwed, because when I referred to, well, remember the Hardy Boys mystery #3, well, it wasn't available anymore. So forget about that. Let's do away with all those kind of references and assume that my books are going to be put out of print, which they tried to do, but they didn't succeed. So the second aspect to that, answering that question, is less hardware, more touchy-feely, and it has to do with the stuff that we touched on earlier, which is that I want to write these books about things I know little about. I want to educate myself via the research, via the introspective action of writing them. And then I want to share those with my readers. Well, if I'm already stuck with my own voice. I'm in effect stuck with Joe Gunther and Willie Kunkel and these other characters we've alluded to. I don't want to become predictable. I don't want my readers to tell me after the fact, oh, you know what, you're running out of gas. So I would sooner run the risk of failure by writing a standalone novel in a series of books and screw up than I would just sort of, because someone said, oh, wow, that last book was great, just keep writing that book. We'll only change a few names now and then. If I did that, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. But by running the risk of failure, which is how you learn in my world, I was brought up by a father who died at the age of 99, born in 1906. And this old man told me more than once, you never learn through your successes. So run the risk of not being successful. Run the risk of picking yourself up, dusting yourself off and going, well, I better not do that again. So how do I do it differently the next time? Now that's an energizing, stimulating way to lead your life. And it's probably part and parcel of why I stopped becoming employed by others and set out on my own.
So you've kind of taken me where I wanted to go to the next, which is, do you have any other advice for the folks who pick up your book and say, you know, I could do this too, and I'd love to write? They could be young writers, they could be 40-year-olds looking for something to anchor themselves in. What's your message to them?
My message, and this is
or they could be a 72-year-old who's interviewing an author.
Sure. Well, no, precisely right. So to that point, there was a time I was invited to instruct people or to teach people, you know, or at least mentor them in writing environments. Those times have passed. And one of the reasons that I jokingly refer to my erstwhile career as a writing instructor, or however you want to phrase it, I obviously don't know what I'm talking about, which is because when I would enter those environments and there'd be 5 people sitting around a table all aspiring to be writers, I would say, thank you for your money. Now go home and make mistakes. And they'd look at me and I'd look at them and say, that's how you learn how to write. We go back to the very point I was making. You got to screw up. You got to go out there. You got to stick your neck out and see if you have the sticky tooey. You know, do you have the patience? Do you have the tolerance for rejection? That's self-rejection, not the rejection of others. That's putting words to paper. And doing that day after day, hour after hour, then you will realize what all these writers have been griping about when they say that the most attractive thing about writing is going for a walk or finding something else to do. You will also understand why Dashiell Hammett used to say, oh, writing's easy. You just sit down, open a vein, and begin to type. You know, it's isolated, painful work because you're stuck entirely inside your own head. There's no one to distract you. There's no one to get you off track. It's you and your muse and your responsibility to put what's in your head coherently, even artistically, put it forth. That's a bear. And the best way to do it is to just throw up on the page and edit, 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 edit. I've been doing this, as we've discussed, for a fair number of years. In fact, I've been a full-time writer because I used to write history books before I wrote these. So I actually am celebrating my 40th year as a full-time self-employed writer. In those 40 years, you'd think, just like a qualified sheetrocker, I'd be pretty goddamn good at putting up some sheetrock. Well, I'm not bad, but you should see the book that I'm editing right now. Now, this is 300 pages. This is God knows how many books later. You cannot see the typescript. And this is the second edit we're talking about, not the first time out. It is covered with pencil marks and arrows and, oh my God, what were you thinking? And that's what you need to do. And you need to do it every single book, and it never gets easier. And that's the joy of hard work. So anyone who thinks, oh, well, I've led a full life, and or if you're a 17-year-old wonderkin, oh, you know, I got so much on my mind that people need to benefit from. I don't care what your viewpoint is. Once you get to it, hold yourself responsible to what I think is the one thing that all writers need to never forget. And that is, you're a reader first. What's it like to read your own stuff? Have you not, as a reader, as a discriminating reader, hit those points where you said, oh, for God's sake, if that's all he can say to me, I'm going to wing this book across the table. You and I are of a generation where we were brought up that if you begin a book, you finish a book. Okay? I doubt that you do that. I sure don't do that anymore, because now I hold writers to be a little bit more responsible than my Calvinist dictate that I'm supposed to, you know, begin what I finish. You know, if you haven't earned my respect as a writer, then I'm not going to keep you company as a reader. Well, as a writer, you need to remember that. So you need to be respectful, engaging, scintillating, and responsible as a writer. It's not easy.
Archer, it has been a pleasure talking to you. Your words of wisdom come to my heart, and in some ways I kind of appreciate the comments about editing, because, as you know, I have a little writing task that I do quite regularly, and you know, it starts, granted, it's not a 300-page book, but for me to produce 700 words every 2 weeks, as it's an editing chore, and I know what I want to say.
Edit my emails. So I hear you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I greatly appreciate the time that you've taken out of your day to speak with me, and best wishes on number 32.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and a joy, Elliot.
Hello and welcome back to another edition of Press Pass on GNAT TV. I'm Andrew McKeever, the news director at GNAT TV's News Project, and it's a pleasure to have you all with us today on Thursday, November 19th. It's also a great pleasure to be joined today by two journalists who cover our neck of the woods down here in southern Vermont. Great to have back with us Cherise Madigan, who writes for the Chester Telegraph, an online publication based, as the name suggests, in Chester, Vermont. And Cherise, great to have you back on the program again. It's been far too long. We're also very pleased to be joined today for the first time, but I'm sure it's not going to be the last, by Emma Cotton, who is a writer for VT Digger and also for Report for America. She joins us today from the Rutland area, which is her main beat, and that's going to be good because we don't get enough coverage out of Rutland down here. So good to have you with us, Emma, and welcome to the show.
Great to be here. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you both for making the time out of what I know are some busy schedules. A lot to cover, I think, in the wake of the election, and now sort of what we're seeing as a resurgence in the whole COVID-19 pandemic. And we'll perhaps drill down into some of that. But I thought just to get us started, Cherise, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the recent meeting at the Londonderry Select Board, which seemed to generate a few sparks there between some of the board members about some of the new restrictions that Governor Scott announced earlier this week that would limit household gatherings for Thanksgiving and have bars closing at 10 o'clock and a few other restrictions that I guess many people are feeling, really? Do we have to do this now after 8 months? But what are they talking about in Londonderry?
Yeah, so on Friday, Governor Scott announced the no multi-household gatherings directive. And at Monday's meeting, that came up in a conversation that I think really reflects conversations that are happening throughout the state right now in households and between towns and other organizations. And that's how to grapple with it. One select board member, Vincent Annunziata, did speak up against the directive and said that it's not the governor's place to be legislating into our households. So a debate sprung up from that. Of course, a few other select board members made the point that it's not the board's place as a town select board to be directing residents how to act during a pandemic. That falls to Emergency Management Director Kevin Beatty primarily, as well as the state directives that are coming down through him. So that was quite a long debate. Of course, Town Clerk Kelly Payala, who is also a state representative, chimed in defense of those that are following guidelines and the difficulty that comes with doing that. Of course, it's hard around the holidays. So that's a discussion that has kept going throughout the forum, and I don't expect to stop anytime soon because it is, of course, such an incredibly personal but also community-wide discussion with a lot of repercussions potentially. So.
Yeah, one of the points that one of the board members, I believe it was Mr. Annunziata, was making was that the number of cases in the Londonderry area is very small, and they were a drop in the bucket, I believe was the expression he used. But still, I suppose it's a drop in the bucket because folks there have been wearing masks and practicing social distancing and washing hands and all the other things we've been told to do to keep the infections as low as possible.
Yeah, and one aspect of that debate is also how widespread compliance is and how much visitors and businesses, including Airbnbs that are a little less stringently regulated, or at least enforced, I should say, how they're acting and the potential risks associated with people from outside of the area coming here for a weekend, especially as ski season ramps up, because we do have the three ski mountains, Bromley, Stratton, and Magic here, and there is a lot of traffic in the wintertime. So I think a lot of people are wary of what that might bring. They're also wary of the economic impacts of that industry being backlogged or held up in any way. So there's it doesn't seem to be a very amenable resolution either way. And of course, I think that leads to a lot of conversations and a lot of varying viewpoints.
Emma, just to bring you into this conversation here, since Killington is one of those areas that will be struggling with this. But last week it seemed like there was an outbreak in one of the senior care facilities up in Rutland. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? What's our story there?
Absolutely. The case count at Rutland Care and Rehabilitation Center has ramped up significantly in the last week. I think the numbers now are 26 residents and 13 staff members have tested positive. Unfortunately, 2 of those people have died as of Wednesday. And the facility is facing staffing shortages. They've gone back and forth about whether to try to pull in volunteers from the community to help with tasks like distributing meals and keeping patients who suffer from dementia, for example, company while other staff are busy. And then I think also because Genesis, which is the company that owns this facility, has other facilities nearby, it's a national company, they also have the option of bringing in staff from some of their other facilities. So I think it's, volunteers may be a bit wary of walking into a situation where the COVID caseload is so high. But that, it's something that we're continuing to watch pretty closely considering the numbers. I know in Rutland County, 57 people have tested positive in the last 2 weeks, which is fairly significant, and it sounds like most of those cases are coming from this facility.
Wow. The other thing, of course, we're all watching closely is how this is going to, this recent outbreak will impact schools and education. I know Dan French, the education secretary, has said that he really doesn't want to see schools go back to all remote learning following the Thanksgiving vacation. But and I've also been reading a lot about how schools aren't really that big of a transmitter of these of the virus. But do you get any sense that schools up in the Rutland area might be thinking about going back to remote, at least for the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas?
I haven't heard anything specific about that yet. I do know that a student tested positive at Northwest Primary School. So students were learning remotely after that was announced. I think that it's been a case-by-case basis on this point, and they've been reacting based on positive cases, if there are any. It doesn't seem like there are any plans to go fully remote yet. I think part of that is how complicated it becomes. I interviewed some teachers who were struggling with childcare for their students who were, their own children who were remote learning. I interviewed a teacher who was, teaching in person, and her own child was learning remotely. And she was, she was able to do that because her husband could stay home, but she knew of a lot of other teachers who were struggling with finding childcare. So it creates this sort of web of consequences, which I think is partly why Governor Scott is hesitant to shut schools down and putting more of the focus on households to stay separate for now.
Charisse, just before we move on, is there any sense that the schools up in your neck of the woods, there, Green Mountain Union High School or some of the others, would be considering a return to all remote learning, at least until this most recent outbreak subsides?
Yeah, so the TRSU district actually has planned to go remote between Thanksgiving and I believe just after New Year's. So that does include Green Mountain Union High School. When you look at, the Mountain School at Win Hall, Floodbrook School, there hasn't been any indication that that will happen yet. But I will say that the impacts of, teachers having children that are learning remotely has been felt here too. I know the little school didn't open until mid-October for that exact reason. So there is a big concern here for workers as well.
It's always a very difficult situation with for parents who rely on schools to be in charge of their kids for the school day. It really is going to be a struggle to get balance that with work obligations. Well, before we leave the education scene, back to you, Emma. You had a very interesting story in today's edition of The Digger on a controversy stewing in Rutland over the mascot name of the Rutland teams. What can you tell us about that? I hadn't realized that this had been percolating around for a while, but apparently there's been some discussion about this going on for a while.
Yes, this has been a pretty hot topic in Rutland lately. A group of alumni, teachers, students, faculty members came out, I think, over the summer, saying that they felt the mascot, didn't represent Native American culture appropriately. That it is tied to a racist stereotype of Native Americans. The mascot name originated when Rutland Herald writers in the 1930s compared student athletes at Rutland High School to Native Americans who were seen as violent. And now Native American groups in Vermont are saying, that is a racist stereotype that doesn't represent us and puts us into sort of a box. And this is lining up with the Vermont Principals Association statement that mascots that don't represent all students should change. So the Rutland Board of School Commissioners decided to take this on, and they voted 6-4 to change the mascot. With that said, people in the city are a bit more hesitant. They say that now might not be the time to change the mascot because there's a cost associated with it. The gym floor would have to be redesigned, the turf would have to be redesigned, the scoreboard would need to be replaced, all of the uniforms. So it could be a significant cost, and I think taxpayers are already burdened by the pandemic. With that said, those who are advocating for change say that now is the time because of the social uprising sort of movement and the movement to be more inclusive to people who are marginalized. So, on Monday, actually, the Rutland Board of Aldermen were debating whether or not to put a vote on the March ballot to bring this to city voters and say, okay, taxpayers, what do you think? Should we make the change? And the board ended up voting against that, and that question will not be placed on the March ballot. And that is because most of, half of the board members felt that authority should rest with the school board, and that is the legal body that decides these things. So that question won't be placed there. But those who oppose the change say that the conversation is still going to persist and that they're still going to try to do what they can to oppose this change. So it's been a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, I bet. And once that genie's out of the bottle, it's going to be hard to put it back into again, especially as you say, other schools and mascots, both at the high school and college level, have been, and even the professional level, the Washington Redskins have been under new analysis as to whether or not that's no longer appropriate.
Yeah, the argument from the school board on this is that majority rule should be coupled with minority, protection of minority rights. So I think one of the really interesting pieces of this debate is, we don't have a large population of Native Americans in Vermont. And part of the reason we don't have a large population is because of the eugenics movement that took place here in the 1930s, which is around the same time that the high school took this name on. Around 250 Native Americans were forcibly sterilized in the state. So there won't be, and Allison Knott, who's the chair of the school board, made this argument that there won't be a lot of Native Americans showing up voting, in Rutland if this question were placed on the ballot, that they are a minority, and part of the reason is because of the eugenics movement, so that there is a responsibility by the school board to stand up for those rights.
Well, okay. I realized we just got through an election, and town meeting still seems like 4 or 5 months away, but we're already starting to hear about whether or not town meeting in its traditional form is going to kind of work out this year. Should we still be, struggling our way through the pandemic and vaccine has, not been widely distributed by that point. Keep on hearing different dates as to when this vaccine is going to start becoming available, but I'm assuming early March is definitely on the front end of all of that. Sharice, I recall we were talking last week about what town meeting might be like. Have you been hearing anything about whether or not the traditional floor meetings that are such an important part of the whole town meeting experience will be kind of happening as usual, or are we going to start seeing some adjustments to that?
Yeah, that hasn't really been broached too much by towns so far. I know they are approaching the budgeting season. So that's something that's been discussed more, how to logistically do that in person while cases are rising. And they're planning to do that just after the first of the year in Weston and also Londonderry, I believe. So, those questions will lead up to March, but I think it's a little hard to say what the situation will look like and if those meetings will really be feasible. For now, it's definitely, discussion of what items will come up, but the logistics, I think, will take some time to unravel a little bit.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about that's apparently bubbling up in Londonderry is the whole fiber optic question and the Communication Union District issue. I see Londonderry has now joined in with the Southern Vermont Communications Union District. They were in the Deerfield Valley CUD, but am I correct? Are they actually in both at this point, or
Yeah,
where are they
so
at?
it's my understanding that they still are. Oh, sorry, I lost you a little bit. Yeah, they are in both, I believe. So they had initially been in the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District, which is more on the eastern side of the state, leaning into Brattleboro. The Southern Vermont CUD initially only had members from Bennington County. So while Peru and Landgrove, which are right next to Londonderry and Weston, were a member of the SVCUD, Londonderry, Weston, and a few other towns in the region were members of the Deerfield Valley CUD. And this is really coming up because both communications union districts have begun releasing their business plans and figuring out how they're going to feasibly get fiber optic to everyone in an equitable way. So obviously there's logistical challenges on the ground, such as the quality of telephone poles, as well as doing it in a fair way so that towns that are least served by fiber optic and by broadband service internet can have that opportunity first, whereas towns that have a high proportion of residents or businesses that already have access to high-speed internet, they're lower on the totem pole, so to say. Londonderry and Weston fall far below towns like Searsburg, for example, who will get targeted in the first few years of the Deerfield Valley plan. And I think that's what's really driving the membership in both CUDs is having as many opportunities on the table as possible for the town.
I know one of the other issues that's bubbling up down here is whether or not two CUDs should join forces and merge together. While the initial impetus is going to be to try and focus on those towns that are underserved, like Sandgate, Peru, Rupert, even parts of Dorset, surprisingly enough, are very underserved right now. They're finding enough customers to make a CUD at least a break-even proposition is not going to be easy, and it's not going to be something that's going to happen very quickly either. So much interest in trying to get high-speed or decent broadband service out to those underserved areas right now, with the pandemic in place and kids learning remotely from home and people working from home and all of that. But there's a real economic problem as well. It's not clear that that's going to make financial sense.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it's available if you can afford it. And that's really what I think the CUDs are trying to achieve is an equitable access to high speed among everybody, so that those who don't have access to high speed because they're outpriced from it will still be able to learn and work remotely or even access, telemedicine, which are all becoming increasingly important in the context of the pandemic. So I think that you'll see a lot of towns vying for it, even if there is a high proportion of businesses or people with fiber optic and high speed access. One thing that remains to be seen too is the results of the reverse bid auction that's being held by the state right now as part of the pandemic relief program. That has the potential to attract more corporate internet service providers like Comcast or Consolidated into these areas and construct more fiber optic, but there's not as much of a guarantee that that will be equitable and accessible to all. So that's a question that the CUDs are grappling with until that auction ends on the mid-December, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, more to come on that one for sure. Emma, back to you again. I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit about the story that you have in today's Digger about agricultural aid should be available to farmers that have been were hurt badly this summer by the drought. What can you tell us about that? What's going on there?
Absolutely. The USDA recently designated 10 counties in Vermont as natural disaster areas following the drought that occurred, the abnormally dry conditions in the drought that occurred in Vermont over the summer. So that means farmers reported to the USDA and to state officials that they had lost at least 30% of their crop. And I was told that this particularly affected the Champlain Valley, which is known for its farming. So that was fairly significant. I spoke with several farmers back earlier this summer when I was reporting on the drought, and several farmers yesterday as well when I was reporting the story, who said that they lost a whole bunch of their crop and that it was difficult for them to access water this summer. So they are now eligible for emergency loans through the USDA, and that applies not only to the 10 counties in Vermont that were declared natural disaster areas, but also all contiguous counties. So that applies to actually every county in Vermont and counties in neighboring states as well. So farmers who are struggling can reach out to their USDA local service centers and get more information about those loans. Should be helpful to a lot of people.
Well, we'll want to follow that one for sure. In the time we have left, I thought it would be interesting for us all to kind of talk a little bit about what it's been like, sort of doing journalism during this pandemic era, and also in general. But I guess I just wondered what both of you have thought as you've covered events in Vermont over the last 8 months or so. How has it been? How do you where do you go look for stories? What is it? Has it been easier to kind of find things to write about, or has it just been much more difficult than might have been the case pre-pandemic? And Charisse, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think COVID has really impacted every sector, and journalism's not excluded from that. So, we have the same challenges in terms of technological difficulties. It definitely feels a little ironic to be covering the fiber optic issue when I have very poor internet connection myself and struggle with that during, the weekly select board meetings that I cover. But beyond that, I think in terms of finding stories, it's almost become a little bit easier. I don't know if this is a result of people being home more or, tensions being flamed, but there has been a lot of conversation in local community forums and topics that have made it really easy to pinpoint where the local discussion is happening and figure out where or what issues deserve a further look and a deeper dive. So I think that has been not necessarily a benefit because I think there maybe will be some long-term consequences of some of the community divisions that we're seeing. And those are a lot harder to project, obviously, but I think overall reporting is impacted in the way that a lot of other sectors are.
Emma, what are your thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, I think like Cherie said, there's multiple facets here. I think there's no shortage of stories to report right now, which means that we're busy. I think the pandemic is a huge source of stories for us, and I think local news has become vital for folks if it wasn't already, because readers are wondering, where can I go get tested? How many people in my community have COVID-19? And then I think the social justice movement that we've seen this summer has also prompted people to pay a bit more attention to the news. And they're also wondering what's going on in my community. Are there protests? Are there things that I should be aware of? So there's no shortage. At the same time, I began my role at Digger on June 1st, which was mid-pandemic. I've been trying to connect with sources from my apartment in Rutland, and that has its own challenges. But I'm really grateful for our tip line. I encourage folks to send me tips if you have them, because we get so many of our stories that way. But I think this is something that's been seen throughout, for journalists all over the state and all over the country. There's more stories than we know how to write. And then at the same time, I did a little reporting on the news industry in Southern Vermont and across the state. And I think, traditional weekly papers are seeing revenue shortages because of the pandemic. And yet, I spoke with Angelo Lynn at the Addison Independent, and he was saying a construction project in downtown Middlebury, coupled with the pandemic, has put a lot of local businesses out, and they were supporting the Addison Independent. So that's been tricky for them. At the same time, they used to publish twice a week. Now they're running 4 weekly newsletters. So they've become almost a daily operation, where they were formerly twice weekly. So their production has ramped up while the revenue has been cut. So I think journalists are just trying to find ways to provide the community with the information that they need right now.
I see you nodding your head there, Cherise. I would imagine that the role of the Chester Telegraph as an online publication, that must be kind of interesting. I mean, you're able to kind of pivot very quickly, I would think.
Yeah, that is a great benefit. One interesting kind of juxtaposition here is that the Telegraph has also been putting out more stories than ever before over the last, 8 or 9 months. But it's a constant challenge to stay on top of algorithm changes when it comes to social media, which drives a lot of revenue for online papers that rely on page views. So while we've been reporting more than ever, the page views have also been going down because things have been changing on Facebook and in that landscape. So I'll put out a pitch too. If you want to follow the Telegraph online, it really helps to keep abreast with what we're doing, and getting the word out there, because it is a challenge that's been faced by, I think, a lot of online papers. I don't know if the same is true for Vermont Digger as well.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge to figure out how to incorporate your stories into the world of social media, which is how so many people get their news right now. It's challenging.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of the great things to kind of analyze and look at some point very shortly. The role of social media and the whole controversies that have erupted around what is truth, what is opinion, what is made up, distorted information to serve some political purpose is going to be, well, it's a fascinating one on one level, and it's also frightening on another. I mean, the world is just so different from an era when everybody got their news basically from the same 5 or 6 sources, 3 major television networks and a couple of newspapers. It's just a more splintered situation than was the case even 10 or so years ago. I guess we'll have to leave it there for now, but it's certainly an interesting topic to consider. Well, thank you both. Cherise Madigan of the Chester Telegraph, Emma Cotton of VT Digger, thank you so much for making the time to be with us today and share some of the stories you're working on and things that are going on in your respective neighborhoods. And we'll look forward to having you both back again sometime in the near future. Okay, well, great. And thanks to all of you who've been with us today. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you again the next time. Have a great day.
Good day, this is Terry DeFazio, and you're watching Dial It Up. I have a very special guest with me today. Please welcome Miss Emily Payton. Emily was a candidate for governor of Vermont this last election cycle. And before I say that you were on the independent party, please explain that you can't call yourself an independent, or you can't be from the independent party.
That's right. Vermont makes it very almost impossible for the independents to represent as independents. And the only time that you can actually come in the race is after the primary, which is kind of when people are in the middle of the summer and they aren't paying attention anyway. But you get to choose 3 words to describe you as an independent. You cannot call yourself an independent. Those 3 words can't be Emily Payton Independent or the Independent Party. It has to. You can choose any other 3 words. So
Okay.
I chose the Truth Matters party.
I
But-
saw some of your signs too. As a matter
Right.
of fact, I saw quite a few of them around.
Well, that's because we had a stimulus.
Oh, okay.
So this time I had some wonderful signs, and actually we're repurposing them. We're going to keep the top part with the Truth Matters.
Mhm.
I've put a nice mask over the bottom, and we'll use the bottom part for some other messaging, primarily to alternative news, so we can have an option to show the kind of dissent that the mainstream news is not.
Yeah. Did you enjoy running for office?
This time I did. This time was such a lovely run, and I think I know the difference this time. One big difference is I got, other than you and other than cable access that we did, I got almost no coverage, like no articles in the papers, no, I had 5 minutes on, and I'm talking about from the after the primary. I got 5 minutes on VPR and like 2 paragraphs from a Randolph-based paper. And that Randolph-based paper really made fun of me. And as would other papers. It used to be more open that they would cover you, but if you weren't a mainstream candidate and weren't promoting mainstream narratives and ideas, they would make fun of you. So it was always very hard to run when they were doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So because there was almost complete censorship and ghosting, I should say, this time, I was just connecting with the people, and there was an urgency. So people were beginning to work on these people's assemblies and the councils that I've been talking about, and moving into sovereign things. And the amount of love I experienced, even with 1% of the vote as the outcome, was just ginormous. I mean, the day I went to vote, somebody came up and I recognized her face, didn't remember her name. She said, "I just came out to vote for you," and I'm getting shivers. It was a profoundly beautiful run this time for me.
Well, that sort of kills the next question that I was going to ask you. It's obvious the mainstream media didn't want anything to do with you, correct?
Well, they haven't wanted anything to do with me. I started in 2010. I was total greenback, and I was talking about how we can reform our monetary system for more justice. And then I went on in 2012, and after 2012, I was the 3rd place with like 3%. And so I said, okay, in 2014, I can't do an independent because they don't let you in the primary, so I will choose to be in a party, which you had to be to get in debates. They just would ignore you. So the incumbent was a Democrat. So there was the Republican Party. No one was going to run against him. It was wide open. He had, it was Shumlin. So
yeah.
the mistake I made was well, they would have found a way to undermine me either way. But anyway, I got into the Republican Party. Randy Brock wasn't going to run.
Oh yeah, we know Randy.
Yes.
Yeah, we know of him. Yeah, he's from
Yes.
St. Albans, isn't he?
He may be.
Yeah.
And there was Heidi Schumerman. I can't say her last name. They asked her to run. She wouldn't run. And they had no one to run. And here I was in the party, and they would have been forced to have me there.
Okay.
And so they hunted and searched, and they found Scott Milne. Now, Scott Milne had never gotten into politics. His mother was a big Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And they urged him, and at the very last day, they got in all the signatures. On the last day, he agreed. He didn't have a platform. He didn't have any experience. I had a pretty profound platform at that point. I had a lot of activism experience. And within a week, Terry, within a week, the news outlets, this is before any poll, were calling him the top tier candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd say, here's the top tier candidate. And they would just, again, ghost me.
Right.
So this is of course, this is a way of manipulating the outcome, but it's a big deal that voters don't really, I guess, don't really get. It's not appropriate the way our elections are run, because there are good people with good ideas, even if the ideas are good. I mean, we ought to be electing policies and then selecting the people.
Right. Yeah, I was going to ask you what obstacles did you run into, but you've already answered that question. It seems that they threw up a lot of roadblocks on you.
A lot of, Vermont Diggers, the worst. They would just say such mocking things, and it was so easy to do. Like we'd be having side chat about my animals, and I'd say, and they'd make me out as like I'd talk to the animals, and which now is getting to be a better thing. But they just would, and they, at that time I wasn't dressing in all black. I had skirts and things like that. And I found in 2014 that I went to some sort of club to talk, a Rotary Club or something, and a man came up to me afterwards, and he said, well, how do you expect to be elected dressed like that? And I had sort of an Indian, a kurta type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I moved to wearing all black, people would pay attention to what I was saying better.
Mm-hmm.
I had to remove all sort of elements of femininity, which I had more of back then.
That's interesting. What issues do you feel are most important, and did any sort of surface this last election cycle? Was there anything that seemed to dominate the narrative?
You mean in what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, the pandemic narrative, which can be totally opened up to scrutiny and shown to be really shallow, that it was almost impossible to penetrate that. I mean, I only got 5 minutes in VPR, was it?
Yeah.
So to reach people about what a false narrative it is and why, and where the information is coming from, the doctors, and to reach people about the level of censorship of doctors. This is, our freedoms of speech is our primary freedom.
Mm-hmm.
The capacity to dissent, to question authority. And so of course the election cycle, according to the mainstream news, was really about, how are we going to be safe? How are we going to lock down? Oh my God, and there even was a 7 days article that said, are we better off? Are we economically better off with Phil Scott? It just blew my mind. Mm-hmm. Because this man has shut down our economy, and they're asking the question. It's just, we talk about it all the time, about how people, they must, we imagine that maybe, or I imagine that maybe they don't feel strong enough in their own unique intelligence or own unique perspective or intuition, and they feel like, well, they are doing it, they must know more than I do, so I will surrender to whatever their narrative is. But if I give a message to you, honor whatever it is your intuition is, and go with that.
Well, I can tell you that when it comes to exposure, he didn't even have to advertise or buy time. He had his twice weekly press briefings or whatever they were. So that automatically gave our governor, a huge advantage as it was.
That's right.
Although not all of it turned out the way he liked.
Do you have an example where it didn't?
I can't go into it here, but I will after the show.
Okay.
I can also tell you that when it comes to rigged elections, do you remember what happened to Ralph Nader in 2000?
Yes.
We won't go into that, but that's another whole story, and how he was essentially locked out of the presidential debates and couldn't even get in the building. They told him he would be arrested if he tried, and he bought a ticket.
Yes.
He bought a ticket to get in, and he wouldn't. But
And
anyway.
they've been doing that since, and with Ron Paul, of course, when Ron Paul came through, they were apparently riots, not the big ones but there were fights outside of the caucus stations because of the people not following the rules. They did it to Bernie, they did it to Ron Paul. So it's correct not to trust this outcome, not to trust government per se, because their higher power, again, we've talked about this before, is not humanity or God. It's the money. It's money as a personal power instead of God as a personal motivator, or however you want to put it.
Yep.
Source.
Well, you don't get any argument out of that from me. Tell us about the People's Inquiry. We talked about it briefly before the show. Please explain it to our listeners.
All right. Well, we are working on a number of legal approaches to cope with the violations of Constitution, the total abridgment of our freedoms, and the false narrative that there is an emergency, and wanting to prove it, and why. Not wanting to. So one of the problems is that even if we win in court, and there are other states whose governors are being proven in court to have violated their Constitution, and there's a big Ohio case where they're challenging whether there is an emergency or not, and it's moved into discovery, which is a big deal. But the problem again is whether the public sees that. So most of what happens in court is pretty sequestered, and the public doesn't see it until the outcome. So we've been brainstorming. There's a couple lawyers, and we're meeting on Zoom around the state. And the result is that we want to conduct a people's inquiry. And for that, we're going to need people from around the state to participate as sort of an ad hoc jury. So we're going to need commitments from people who are willing, and we'll do it on Zoom, to show up at a certain amount of time on a routine and listen to evidence, and then be willing to be interviewed about what, how they responded to that evidence, and at the very end to make a synopsis. And then we will present this as a show. So they need to be willing to be seen and be part of, and to talk with the other people. So in order to, so we're seeking people who are, you don't have to believe you can believe in COVID or not believe in COVID. We should have a balance of people to see the evidence that has not been reported by mainstream, and to make an assessment of it for others.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of information that doesn't make it to the headlines. For example, I happen to notice our local newspaper, whenever there's a case, and now there was one death in Orleans County from COVID, they actually didn't even say it was from COVID, they said it was with COVID.
Yes, yes. If you look and I've been going through this because I've been preparing legal papers. So if you look at the Vermont chart of COVID deaths so far, now there's 59, you'll see that there's a number of them that, number one, weren't even confirmed COVID. Number two, their primary cause, secondary cause, third cause is not COVID, and some of them were, you know, obviously pacemaker failed, you know, type thing. So the numbers have been duplicitous. And then let's talk about the test, the duplicity of the test.
Yes.
So the maker, I don't know his name offhand, he said it should never be used. The guy got a Nobel Prize, was it some sort of prize for making it, the test, but he said it should never be used for diagnosis. And then, so what they do is they cycle, I don't know whether it's centrifugal, but anyway, they cycle and you can cycle it anywhere from like 10 cycles up on through. But when you get to like 33, 35, and we have a clip of Anthony Fauci saying this, when you get to a cycle of 35 or so, what you're doing is you're amplifying the material. And if you amplify it enough, everybody has traces of coronavirus. Everybody does. So that's the positive test. And that's why New York Times says that 90% of the tests are false positive. Now, what's really problematic is the FDA states that you should be cycling this test at 40, I don't know whether it's RPM, but at 40, and then that's always going to be a positive. So, you know, finding out what you have as a test, but then finding out what they cycled it at is really important. I mean, there's so many problems with this idea that cases are sick people. They aren't sick people. They're healthy people. In many cases, maybe even 90%, they're false positives. So, and then every flu season, Vermont has an average of 87 deaths of flu.
That's right.
Even more of tuberculosis, you know, which is a communicative disease. And now we've almost doubled our suicides because, you know, so you go on and find out, you know, how shallow this premise really is. And it's so important for us to empower the people to think on their own and to say, yes, it's all right to question it. You know, when you question it, you're really being patriotic.
Well, I think that leads to another whole discussion, and it's that people. There was a song, I can't remember the name of the band, a long time ago. They did a song called "Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death," and it seems to be that we like convenience.
Yes.
And if we have somebody taking care of us, some big government agency taking care of us, we seem to feel safe. But I personally don't when government gets that intrusive. I was going to ask you here, how do you feel about government mandates? For example, the state of Vermont has mandated several things or tried to mandate several things. And most people think that a mandate means it's automatic law, but that is not the case. Can you explain that difference?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I just, stood up to my voting place about the mandates because I, wanted to vote without a mask. And I wanted to vote inside. And what I was explaining is that, number one, the mandates are not law. The governor has no power to make law. And we have a window of time before the legislature comes in, because the legislature could pass law based on the governor's mandates, which they may very well. Yeah. That's why I think it's very important to file a suit now. And they're also up to a lot of other no good. But the mandates, within the mandate, he states that people have, if they're doing exercise or if they have any reason whatsoever that they can't tolerate a mask, then they don't have to wear one. But then he's very duplicitous, because in the very next line, he says businesses can refuse service to people. Right. And really they can't lawfully. They can't lawfully refuse it, but he's given them the feeling like they can. And then you go around, you see places that have signs that says, our co-op says, you have to have a basket or a cart and a mask. It's the law. And the reason the basket and the cart is they want to keep track of how many people are in the store, so they only have a certain number of baskets, a certain number of carts, so they know if they're all empty, Nobody should be in there. And it's not the law not to have a mask, and certainly not a law to wear a mask. But you have to, I mean, we've been wondering how to approach this. And some of the things is also helping people understand that the mask is, the virus is this 125 microns, and it's just like smoke. So, so it's just coming out the sides, coming through. The masks are absolutely useless, and we have, you know, WHO and all these other people and all these different tests which show that. So it's not as if people without masks are endangering people. Actually, people with masks are endangering themselves, because the first thing we need is oxygen. So there's, you know, a lot of work, and I really want to refer the viewers to a film called The Great American Mask Ripoff by Dr. Blaylock. He's a neurosurgeon. And to Del Bigtree, The High Wire, which is a news service, very good news service. And lastly, the Corbett Report.
Are you thinking of running for office again?
I've done it for a decade, and I find in my life I'll do something for a decade, and the next decade we're on our way over to look at a piece of property, and we're going to work on it might be called Permacultural Farm School for Everyone, Freedom School. I want to help initiate these sort of they're a hybrid environment of schools, residential, and guest lodging. So we're learning how to live in community. We're creating the kind of communities where the kids can be safe to run around, where the elders can be have purpose until they die, where the natural world is what we engage in. And I believe our health will soar, our happiness will soar, our creativity will soar. So absolutely thrilled about that. Might write a book.
Okay.
Might, you know, we'll do this People's Inquiry. It looks like I have to file a suit. So that's what I have ahead. I don't want to run again. And I'll tell you why, because this time the big ball has started rolling. People are meeting. People are beginning to do the People's Assembly. And as we talked, that article in our Vermont Constitution, that we have the right, the indefeasible, indubitable, and unalienable right to reform our government when we see fit. You know, there's at least 3,000 people, probably 6,000 people who want to do that. Now, just beginning to organize to do that. If we got to 30,000 people, we'd have the legal chops and the mechanical chops to deplatform the de facto government that we have for the unlawfulness. So that's what we're headed towards. They don't need me.
When it comes to businesses enforcing these mask mandates, do you find any particular area worse than any other? I have my own take on it, but I'll let you do yours.
Oh, yeah. Windham County is awful. You know, the co-ops are worse. And what's very interesting, if you go in and you say, you know, do you have a doctor's license? Do you have a license to practice medicine? And this is a medical device. And are you indemnified? Do you have insurance? If I fell over from a lack of oxygen, you know, would you cover that? So there's a lot of things, but so I think I answered your question. Just down south in Burlington and you know, Montpelier.
Yeah, Wyndham would be down near Brattleboro.
It's the places where you have what you would think is the most academia.
Right.
It's so strange because they've really abandoned looking at alternative news or even asking themselves. Like there's a place that has a curfew now at night. Is it Massachusetts?
Massachusetts was going to go do that from 10 at night till 5 in the morning.
So what? Does COVID come out at night? I mean, does it come out especially? So you know, there's just it's too nuts. And then that government is completely closed. You can't even get in the doors that we're paying for. And then you know, you go to the store, these same people go to the store, and they say that mask works, but you can't wear a mask into your own government offices. It's really, the safety is a euphemism for them to operate in secret, and they're not doing good things in secret.
Well, you just said something that piqued my, something that I just noticed. You talked about academia and how it tends to be very repressive rather than progressive. I noticed the last 2 times I've gone to Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, I drive right through Hanover, and there are signs that you have to wear a mask even outdoors.
That's so crazy.
In Hanover, New Hampshire.
It's so stupid.
And I believe it's in Woodstock, Vermont also, but I don't know that for a fact. Now, if all of these mandates and all these lockdowns and quarantines and masks and social distancing hasn't worked, what is their excuse really?
Well, and I don't know how many minutes we have left.
About 2 or 3.
2 or 3. Okay, I want to get to this point that my friend Tino was bringing forward. They want to keep us fearful, and you know, it's very difficult for us who are quote unquote awake that see, because we see this agenda and we see so many people seemingly obeying it, and we're concerned for their health, concerned that they're taking a vaccine where the vaccine trials, the placebo, is not a saline placebo, it's a meningitis vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody has a bad reaction, please go to Del Bigtree, the High Wire, learn more. And one thing that we were talking about is about energetically. If we are energetically in fear, then we have a very, very low vibration. So if we can find things that raise us up into the energy of courage, and then the energy of creativity and of joy, those are very high vibrations. So if we can be in that state, despite all this, we will either sort of cancel out or uplift other people. So that place of courage is a higher vibration than that place of subservient fear. So having courage, what I do is I'll go into a place, if I'll carry my shield, but I won't automatically wear it. And then I may get confronted, and then I'll assess by the situation. You know, might be in a bookstore that I want to talk to the person's wearing a mask and he doesn't want to lose their business or whatever. But the state has absolutely no right. It's just that they've stolen the right, if you will. Mm-hmm. And people need to stand up. And if we talk about, we haven't even gotten into the election fraud, you know, the widespread. We know just on the surface, 50% of the people are unhappy, you know, but mm-hmm. There's the outcome that the media says isn't necessarily the honest outcome or the real outcome. And it's been interesting, you know, the whole thing's been it's a very interesting time to be here.
Well, maybe we will get to that the next time you drop by.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay, I want to thank our viewers for watching. This is Terry DeFazio for Dial It Up. We will catch you guys on the flip side. Have a good day.
Watersboro, Vermont. Population 857. Part of our heritage is an heirloom vegetable, which we are very fond of. The gill feather turnip, rooted in Wadsboro.
Back in 1800 and whatever, man came to the town by the name of Gill Feather. He brought along some turnip seeds and put them in the ground. That's how the Gill Feather turnip came to our tiny town. Now I like my turnips and I like my turnip greens, and the Gill Feather turnips are the best I've ever seen. You can have your purple tops and your rutabagas too, but I'll take a Gill Feather turnip in my venison stew. You can eat them boiled, you can eat them mashed, you can even eat them in your hash. Gill Feather turnips, the best I've ever seen. Gill Feather turnips and Gill Feather turnip days. Gill Feather turnips in Wartburg, Vermont, USA. 05355.
For next year. WALES-READ. Well, the gill feather turnip is a light-fleshed turnip rather than the yellow-fleshed rutabaga.
Don't melt too much to plant when it's too cold. You gotta wait till the ground is warm. I didn't think it was ever gonna get warm this spring.
Well, they're much sweeter flavored than the yellow-fleshed rutabagas. The turnip is a biennial. In other words, the seed you plant this year grows a tuber or root. That same root back in the ground next year will come up and flower and produce seed.
The deer we have really like his turnip, you know.
All turnips should stay in the field until we've had a good hard frost, and that helps to sweeten the root. Everybody planted a few of those turnips usually years ago on the farms.
Wills makes all this stuff for boxes and transplants, and puts them out in a greenhouse and keeps them busy.
Well, it's simply a little serving tray.
You know, the only reason he raises it is he gives them to Grace Cottage and all his friends that come around, and he couldn't eat no part of what he planted.
Well, John Gillfeather and his brother Will came to this Gillfeather farm, so-called, many years ago.
The Gillfeather family we know came over from Ireland. And the town records show that John's father bought the first piece of property up here that became known as the Gillfeather Farm in 1870. It's pretty amazing to think that the Gillfeathers cleared this land by hand. Must have been pretty tough people. But we have a picture of the parents, Felix and Maria. He's born in Manchester. John Gillfeather was Felix and Maria's firstborn. He was born in 1865.
An old farmer. Well, ordinary.
I was a very small child when I knew this Gillfeather man. Quite slender.
Well, he was tall and skinny, as I remember him. Very soft-spoken.
He stayed a bachelor, as did his brother William, better known as Willie, who was quite a character. The story that I've always been told is that he used to use a cart like this to take his turnips down to Brattleboro in Massachusetts to sell. Felix Gillfeather bought the first
acreage in 1870. In 1915, John took over. He sold to Hecht, who was a Columbia professor, math professor, in 38, and they sold to Myers in 44, and then Myers sold to my family in 1950. It originated up here on this farm with John Gilfeather.
There's been rumored that originally it was a sweet German turnip.
Nobody knows if the Gilfeathers brought the turnip seed with them from Europe, or if John Gilfeather developed his own hybrid.
Why would he concentrate a lot of his precious time on a turnip?
Because he probably wanted to make a better turnip.
This Schmidt down here in Dummerston claimed that they had acquired the exclusive rights to the Gilfeather turnips.
Some people developed the impression that the turnip originated with the Schmidts. We give them a great deal of credit because they went through all the legal process.
Yes, we became involved with it because a neighbor of ours had some seed that he managed to keep in hiding, as it were, and he gave us some seed to start in our garden.
The seed kept well because my father lost the seed one year, and we had a friend that he'd given seed to, and the seed was quite old, and they didn't know whether they'd come up or not, so we started some in a little pan, and they came up, but they were real old seed.
And we liked it so much, we thought that maybe this had something going for it, so we decided to take some seed or to grow some seed, took it down to Agway right here in Brattleboro, and put it up in little packets, coin packets, and about 50 of them, and they sold immediately, and we thought, oh, this is great. And John Gilfeather used to take the turnip each fall by horse and carriage, or horse and wagon, take it to Brattleboro. So all the people in Brattleboro became familiar with it.
In West Brattleboro, bought them by the bushel. People came in and bought them.
And so when they could get the seed for it, they were just ecstatic and wanted to get some more.
People just are drawn to the Gilfeather turnip.
Mrs. Schmidt was in the laundromat down in Brattleboro one time when my wife was in there doing laundry, and they got into a discussion and quite a heated argument over it because my wife's folks had always used Gilfeather turnips for years before the Schmidts ever came into this area.
I think they felt that we were trying to garner the Gilfeather turnip for ourselves, which was far from the case. All the packets said right on there that it was originated in the state of Vermont by John Gilfeather. In the meantime, Gordon Hayward, who was writing articles for Horticulture Magazine, and it came out in Horticulture Magazine in, I believe it was October of 1981.
Had lots and lots of letters, yeah.
We got something like 2,200 requests for the seed.
Responses were from every state in the country, except South Dakota. And in the following summer, after the article appeared, I saw on the streets, Main Street in Brattleboro, a car with the South Dakota license plate, so I ran over. I had some Gilfeather seed in my pocket and gave them a packet. So it went to every state in the country.
We felt that if it was going to go nationwide, that it needed to be protected so it didn't lose its identity for Vermont. And we could not trademark the seed itself. Only John Gilfeather could have done that. But we were able to trademark the word Gilfeather. And if you notice on the packets, it's the little registered R is behind the word Gilfeather, not behind Gilfeather turnip.
The seed and the plant that we grew, the turnip itself, is in the vaults in Fort Collins, Colorado, in USDA's, facilities there. It is the Gilfeather turnip. There's no other turnip like the Gilfeather. If it hadn't if we hadn't registered the Gillfeather name, any seed company, any large seed company could take the seed and put its own name on it and come out with a turnip very much like Gillfeather. Gillfeather could be no more. So
I guess we just have a strong feeling about things that are Vermont. And we think that something unique as this, even though it's a lowly turnip, ought to be preserved.
Mr. Finney had a turnip, and it grew behind the barn. It grew there, and it grew there, and the turnip did no harm. It grew there, and it grew there, till it could grow no longer. Then Mr. Finney dug it up and put it in the cellar. It stayed there, and it stayed there till it began to rot. Then Mrs. Finney took it up and put it in the pot. She boiled it, and she boiled it as long as she was able. Then Mrs. Finney took it up and put it on the table. Then the family, they all sat down to sup. They ate and ate and ate and ate and ate the turnip up.
Somebody once asked me why I didn't bring my cordless phone down here. And I said, are you kidding? I come down here to get away from the world.
I used to work down south behind the hosiery counter. I did, but don't anymore. A woman came in and asked for some garters. I asked her what kind she wore. Oh, rubber, she said. So rubber I did, but I don't anymore.
Inch by inch, row by row, someone bless these seeds I sow. Someone warm them from below. The rain comes tumbling down.
Well, I would if I could. If I couldn't, how could I? You wouldn't, could you? I couldn't, could you?
That's Vermont sky, you know. There aren't too many places that are as blue as that, they say. Well, good morning. Here we are back in the garden again at the Gillfeather Farm. The turnips have been sprouted for probably a couple of weeks. The seedling is getting big enough now so that you need to thin them out, and I've got to thin them out to about 4 or 5 inches in between each. My grandchildren are here today working in the garden. We have Rachel, who's 6, and Rebecca, who's 10, and Malachi, who's 7 months.
I was born in 1917. Some in here, cabbages. Little cabbages they're gone. Deer getting in here. I ain't got a fence in. I don't have a fence in there this year. This fence? Yeah. It's this guy coming along, Misha, yeah.
My name is Misha Golfman. During camp, we do community service. We think of being of service all the time. I like to be connected to the old people. Just hearing Britt talk about his life was the most amazing thing.
Finished the whole thing up in a short time with the help of the boys. These are cabbages. These are turnips. Lots of top, but not turnips. The turnip is still got to grow, but they have time to grow.
Come on, Martha, come on out here. My name is Gladys Bruce. Come on. I was born January 3rd, 1920. Yeah, we used to sell the turnips in the fall to help pay the taxes on the place. So we had them for vegetables and also help pay the bills because we had to have some way to pay taxes. We had a turnip grinder, which we threw the small turnips in and ground them by hand. The small ones that we couldn't sell, we fed to the animals. But we never fed them to cows till after we milked because they would taint the milk. Well, we tried to protect it from the deer, but a lot of times we had to shoot them to get rid of them. And then, of course, we had the meat, which was helpful. We had a shed that was down below the patch, and Dad and I used to go up in there. He couldn't hear very good, so I used to nudge him because I could hear him coming in, and I held a flashlight, and then he would shoot, and we usually got one. And then we dressed it off and we canned it because we had no refrigeration. And it helped out a lot on the food supply in the winter.
I don't mind if the deer eat the tops, but I object when they start chewing on the turnip itself.
Moose. The moose is a pretty big one.
Well, the goats got out. They didn't eat them, but they tread them all in, so they didn't mount too much.
Well, I see there's 2 or 3 plants out here, but the woodchuck got most of them. And now the bear has knocked the beehive to pieces out beyond the barn there. It's a disaster area. Yeah. Oh, it's been a bad year. I threw in the sponge, as they say.
If you wanted to raise some seeds for next year, you wouldn't cut the roots off. Worth it? Sure.
You peek down under the leaves, you can see we got a couple of big ones on the ends. Here it comes. That's a pretty good looking gill feather. Oh no, that's a nice shape. There's a story that John Guilford would take the tops off before he sold them so that nobody could grow them. But you see, the point is, even if you cut way down here, if you planted this again next spring, new shoots will come from the top of it and produce the seeds. When you cook them, you shouldn't cook them in aluminum, any kind of old aluminum pan. Use stainless steel or enamel because they'll discolor. And don't peel them until just before you're going to cook them because they will turn brownish. When we get a good sized one, we just kind of like to see how much it may have weighed. Pretty good turnips. Come on in the house and I'll give you a taste of one. Look at that white inside. Okay, now for the taste test. Try a bite.
Good.
Of course it is. It's a gill feather turnip.
I peel them and cook them like you do potato. Then mash them and have salt and pepper and butter. And there's a lot of times if I have a little left over, I'll mix it with my mashed potato.
Well, I peel it, wash it a little bit, put a little salt on it, slice it, and put a little salt on it and eat it raw. That's the way I like it.
When I used to grind them, I used to take pieces of them, chew on them while I was grinding the rest of the turnips. They were nice and sweet, and I enjoyed them.
I eat with my daughters, and I eat with my sister, and I eat with my mother-in-law. They all cook them different, and I like them everywhere I get them.
Hi, my name is Greg Parks, longtime chef at the Four Columns Inn, where today we will demonstrate cooking gill feather turnips. Cut the top off, then the bottom. Slices quite easily with a sharp knife. Cut the turnip into quarters and then into smaller chunks. Add some butter to the pan and slowly saute onions. Now that the onions have softened, we're adding the turnips Also some vegetable stock. And some good bird stock. I'm also adding some poblano pepper puree. This soup is very versatile. There's lots of ways to approach it. You could go from just something very simple and mild to take, after it's puree, taking it and adding lobster meat or shrimp or pheasant, herbs, pesto. Okay, I'm adding some salt, another 2 cups of water. We'll let that simmer for about 35-40 minutes. An hour at a simmer, and we're going to take it over to the food processor and puree the entire batch until smooth and silky and creamy. Smells good. Smells sweet. Puree. It's a little on the thick side. I'm going to add some half and half. I think it's ready for a taste test. Delicious.
So you're looking at the mountain from the field in which John Gilfether used to raise his turnips. And this mowing's up above the house. And I don't know whether he planted the whole field or just a section of it or what. It'd be an awful lot of field to put seed in. It's the Gilfether Farm, as I like to keep that name going.
Welcome to this episode of the Montpelier Happy Hour here on WVEW 107.7 LP Brattleboro, your community radio station. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and today we have a great show with regular contributor Emily Kornheiser, who is one of 3 representatives to the town of Brattleboro. Hey, Emily.
Hi, Olga.
And we also have with us Falco Schilling, who is the advocacy director with the ACLU Vermont. And for those who don't know what ACLU stands for, it is the American Civil Liberties Union. And Falco, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. And as a native of Windham County, it's good to be talking to folks from down there. I grew up down in Saxons River. Yeah, fun fact. But speaking to you live from Main Street, Montpelier today.
So nice to have a neighbor in the house.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us. Falco, I want to start with a theme that Emily and I have been basically circling around since COVID-19 started in March, which is, you know, with this pandemic, it highlighted so many cracks in our system. And even though it feels new, it's not new. So many of the issues we're facing now are just bigger because of COVID, but they're not new. And so with the ACLU Vermont's work in the state, I'm curious from your perspective, what issues have you been dealing with that might feel bigger now, but actually aren't new?
So one of the major issues that we've had to deal with since the outbreak of COVID, and one of the things we've been focusing on is no different from what we were focusing on before the outbreak, which is our mass incarceration within the state and our Department of Corrections. And as anyone who's been following the news knows, that presents a huge, huge problem when you're having people held in close quarters without the ability to quarantine, without the ability to social distance. And so at the very beginning of this pandemic, that was a clear need, was to address that system. It's something we've been talking about for years and years and years, is that we are incarcerating too many people. At this point, we're incarcerating people out of state in Mississippi because we don't have enough capacity in state. And that, I think for us, that was one of the first things we were really focused on. And as a result of the changes that were necessitated by COVID, we've actually seen policy in that area accelerate and seen some pretty impressive changes. You know, the ACLU of Vermont is part of the nationwide Smart Justice campaign, which is calling for a 50% reduction in our prison population to directly combat the racial disparities that exist within our criminal legal system. And for what that means here in Vermont is at our peak in 2008, we incarcerated 2,200 people. And so our goal is to reduce that down to 1,100 people, so 50% of where we were at the peak. If you look at the numbers right now, Vermont is only incarcerating around 1,350 people, meaning we've made a 38% reduction in our prison population since the beginning of, since the height of 2008. But almost, I think, close to 300 people were let out or not held in prison since the start of the pandemic. And that's without any new laws. That's using discretion. Yeah, sorry.
I found that so fascinating and wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I shouldn't, just use the word fascinating. Wonderful. Because my understanding was that before the pandemic, a lot of the story or a lot of the explanation for why we had so many people incarcerated was that there was nowhere for them to go if they were released, as if this was an unsolvable problem. And so we had to solve the entire housing system before we could possibly, which means solving the whole zoning system and the whole revenue problem, before we could possibly even begin to think about the correction system. But what we've seen is that when there is a will, rapid change is possible, and those folks are housed.
Yeah, and I think, and to the point of the cracks that the pandemic exposed, while it showed us this incredible opportunity to think about how our correction system worked, I do think there are many cracks that we're seeing in terms of the systems that exist to support people when they re-enter their communities. So housing is still a concern. We heard from folks, though it's great that they were, able to be released, and they were being put out there with nothing more than their shower shoes. And that's a huge concern as well. We can't just, it's not just saying let's have less people incarcerated, it's making sure that people have the supports they need. Housing is huge. And that is, in terms of the work that's been happening around the Department of Corrections, that is a major focus, looking at models that work, that are supportive. because right now I think there's something like 150 people inside the Department of Corrections now because we can't find housing. But as you're saying, that's not the whole story. A lot of the story was people either being returned from community supervision for things that are technical violations, things that are not new crimes. Vermont returns people. Yeah, sorry about
technical violations thing, because I don't, I think a lot of Vermonters understand that people are released and then returned to prison, but I don't think the nature of how that happens is really as clear to people as it could be.
That's a good
Yep.
point, Emily. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing me back. So when someone is, say, for instance, released from the incarcerative setting into the community, usually at this point in time, almost everyone is put on a system that is called furlough in Vermont. And it's not the furlough you would think about, from like the Willie Horton ads, or, where someone gets 2 days off to go to a funeral or something like that. This is a status that says, we're going to allow you to live in the community. We technically still count you as someone who's incarcerated. The prison walls have been expanded into the community. And people get conditions that they're released under. So it might mean that you have to be drug and alcohol free. It might mean you can't associate with certain people. It might mean you have to have housing. There's a number of different conditions that are imposed based on, someone's individual history and their needs. And what a technical violation is, it's when someone breaks one of those conditions of release. So it could be something like, someone went out and had a beer, came back to a sober housing unit, and that's not unacceptable. That is something that can get people returned to an incarcerative setting, sent back to prison for doing something that wouldn't be a crime if someone who is not under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, it's not a crime to have a beer, or it's not a crime at this point to have a small amount of cannabis. But if you're under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, those are the type of things that could get someone pulled back into an incarcerative setting because it violated the conditions that they are just being supervised in the community.
And it's also not a crime to associate with someone who has committed a crime,
right?
Which is a major reason for technical violations. So I don't want to take us too far off, but I think this is a really interesting topic about what it means when we extend the carceral I or the carceral state. I don't want to get too postmodern geeky here, but into families and communities to that degree, and what that does to communities, what that does to people's lives, and what that does to the role of government. And I think that happens with our child protection system almost as much as it happens with the furlough correction, part of correction.
And then so many times those systems become intertwined. People who are involved with the correction system are usually involved with many other different systems within state government. And that's part of the problem, is those systems aren't always being there to be supportive. They aren't integrated. And then you do have that extension of the prison walls in a way that it can be extremely disruptive. It's often not the right thing to help someone actually rehabilitate and become a member of their community again, when any false step can send you back to prison, which then can mean you lose your housing, you lose your job, can lose your kids. So many different things result from, what I've heard them referred to as small dips. But sending anyone to prison for any amount of time can be so disruptive. And so I think that's part of the reason, as a state, we are looking at how we change the community supervision system. That's been one of the big focuses of the work over the last year. And even after the pandemic, I was really heartened that this was a big topic in March before the pandemic up in Montpelier, and then after the pandemic, it remained a really central topic of discussion, and with the limited bandwidth of the legislature, something that people put a lot of really significant work in to try and make improvements to that system.
I'm, going back to the furlough system, I think what has always caught my attention is, there's this concept, whether it's a good concept or a bad concept, but there's this concept that I think a lot of people operate on, that if you go to prison, you're supposed to, do your time. And then when you've done your time, you're rehabilitated and you go back to the community, and it's supposed to be like a clean slate. And yet it is just not treated that way at all. And so often we send people back to the community and say, well, you've changed and you have to change, because if you don't, we're going to, here are the ramifications. And yet we send them back to the same environment and situation and conditions that created the problem to begin with. and then say, well, but why aren't you changed?
Well, and there's also the other side of that where, you know, people are going back to their families and communities, which might be where a behavior or a crime happened in the first place.
That's what I
It
mean,
doesn't
yeah.
mean it's not the best possible place for them to be in to return to their, you know,
True. True.
return to life. And often that return to home is then criminalized because of whoever else might be in that home or whatever other behaviors might happen in that home, regardless of the actual behavior of the person who is reintegrating.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
going back,
Yes.
going back to just the point that you made earlier in terms of exposing some of these cracks, we also know that the systems of support for folks who are reentering their communities, they're not the same across the entire state. There are some pretty glaring geographic disparities in what's available from one place to another. So sometimes your ability to successfully reintegrate into the community can often be dependent on what resources are available to you in your specific community. You know, if you can't get transportation to be able to make it to all your scheduled appointments, then that's something that can end up leading you to, to end up being reincarcerated. And one thing, someone that I worked with for years was formerly incarcerated. And she used to tell me she'd do an exercise where she'd sit down with folks who are, highly professional and say, okay, here's all the things that I needed to do when I came out of prison. I needed to be at this appointment at this time, this appointment at this time. I need to find a job that's going to let me take off 2 hours in the middle of the day to go and see all these different people. I need to see my therapist. I need to see my job counselor, and I'd see my probation officer. And sometimes the restrictions and the structures that we put on top of people as they're trying to, come back from one of the lowest moments in their lives and rebuild that life, the amount of barriers we put in front of those people sometimes can just prove insurmountable. And that's another thing we need to make sure we're thinking about, is providing those resources to actually make it possible. So things like housing and transportation, often two of the most important things from the get-go. And this is why, in many ways, when we look at trying to reform our system and corrections, we need to do so much more upstream in the first place, in terms of building a society that actually meets people's needs and supports people. So, because often what we see is when people end up in a corrections system, I often see that as a failure of our system as a whole. There's usually things that are missing in the first place, supports that should have been there. And also when you look at the amount of people who are in our correction system who've experienced trauma in their lives, serious and significant trauma, we don't have enough supports and systems in place to help people deal with that, especially folks who are experiencing that trauma at a really young age. So that's another thing we need to be thinking about, is, all the way down to how do we support, the youth of this state and support young families.
So if I remember correctly, the ACLU Vermont has been working on what it is broadly calling smart justice. So what are some of the components of that smart justice initiative that, one, you're working on, two, that maybe have come to fruition?
Yeah, so the Smart Justice Campaign has a lot of components. And as I was saying earlier, over this last year, we've been focusing quite a bit on the community supervision portion of how our system works, because after data-driven analysis, we found out that Vermont reincarcerates people on community supervision at the highest rate of any state in the country. So that was a glaring place to start, to say, okay, we know this is something we can try and address. One thing we're going to be trying to talk quite a bit about in the legislature this year is about data, is how we can make more data-driven decisions, because within our system, within our whole criminal legal system, there's so many glaring blind spots where we can see maybe what happened before and what happens after, but you have that black box where it's hard to tell what's driving this. Like, we know that Black people in Vermont are incarcerated about 9 times, at a rate about 9 times that of white Vermonters, but we don't see all the points along the system that helps create that. It makes it's hard to figure out exactly what policy levers to pull to try and help address those things. We have some data on
Without data, we just assume that it's implicit bias at the point of arrest or implicit bias in the court. But there's really interesting parts of that when more data becomes revealed around our policies around parole and our policies around release and what is considered home and what we do with out-of-state people versus in-state, how we even perceive out-of-state versus in-state. It's fascinating. And the data shortages in Vermont are
Vast.
So, yeah, vast. And so, I mean, this is, after working on a number of different issues up in the State House for over a decade, this isn't the first time that I've had to come forward and say, well, our data is really lacking. And that's what we need more data, which often feels like a kind of an insufficient answer to a question about how do we address this. But I think this last year showed us a great example of how having that data can really drive smart policy, because that was information people didn't have. DOC was not collecting that data. They were not analyzing that data. It took an outside entity coming into the state with resources and the ability to clean up hand data and work with the Department of Corrections to actually figure that out. And we said, oh, well, this is a clear problem that we can try and address. So data is a huge portion of it. Looking at how our community supervision system, how we can stop returning people at such high rates. We also want to look at sentencing. Sentencing is a huge, huge factor in how long people are incarcerated. When you look at the rise of mass incarceration around the country, so much of that was driven by increased sentencing laws and tough on crime legislation coming from in the 80s and into the 90s. And one of the things that's really hard is that sets a floor that as a legislature, it's hard to go back and say, we're actually going to reduce penalties. I don't think there's a lot of people going around saying I'm tough on crime, but it's still a hard thing to do. Like in seeing some of that debate in the legislature, it's fascinating, but it's an essential component of the work.
It is. And to unpack, I think unpacking popular stories in the legislature is one of the most difficult things to do. And, I've only been trying to do it for 2 years. And I imagine that the longer I stay, the more those stories will become my stories, and it will become even harder to unpack them because then they're mine and not someone else's. But understanding evidence-based decision-making around recidivism and the ages that people tend to reoffend, how long an effective if you have an assumption that the point of sentencing is sort of prevention of future crimes, there's so much evidence that pretty much after 2 years, there's no point in keeping someone incarcerated anymore, unless you're talking about the 1 in the million, Silence of the Lambs kind of situation. But beyond that, it's tiny sentences are all that's needed for effective punishment, if you believe in punishment at all.
Yeah, and one of the big things is that the punishments are swift and they're known, and you're not seeing huge variations in it. That's one of the biggest factors in terms of whether or not any sort of punishment can be rehabilitative. But you're exactly right. The length of sentence times is not usually tied to any sort of social science data. It's tied to, I think, largely this desire to punish people, and what is the necessary punitive sentence we can impose, when if we're looking at things through the lens of public safety, that's not always necessary, and also can be detrimental. Sometimes the longer you keep someone incarcerated, the more likely they are going to be to develop a higher criminogenic risk. And so looking at things that we can try and reduce those sentences to the point where social science says it makes sense, while still balancing the needs of victims to feel that their voices are heard, that their interests are being taken into account, are all really important. But we've gotten so far out of whack and so skewed beyond where we used to be years ago. And that's one of the biggest drivers. So that was one disappointment I had in this last legislative session. There was a really strong piece of legislation around felony sentences for property crimes that made its way through the House and then made its way to the Senate, but just didn't make it all the way through because of the limited time to COVID. But Vermont has one of the lowest felony thresholds in all of New England, where if you commit a property crime, that the value is $900 or more, that's considered a felony, which can be hugely detrimental.
I'd love to unpack that a little bit for our Windham County folks to really understand the impact in our county and our community specifically. So if you look at crimes that are often committed because someone is seeking opioids that they are not able to obtain, they don't have the money to obtain them otherwise, it's often property crimes that you would find. And so if someone is doing that and they receive a felony conviction because of that, the impact on the larger system in terms of the cost to all of us, their opportunities to seek treatment, is so far exacerbated when if it wasn't a felony, sort of the path to treatment and the path to community is much shorter and easier. And if you talk to our prosecutor down here, she will say that if, you know, property crimes were pretty much sort of taken off the table, she would have very, very little to do. And she's happy to have that happen.
So a question for both Emily and Falco here. You know, we have this story in Vermont that we are so progressive and open-hearted and community-minded, which is definitely true in one sense. But as you're describing some of the issues with our criminal system, it seems like it's a little Salem witch trials, burn the witch, punitive, puritanical here. Any thoughts on why that is? Like, why is Vermont operating that way when maybe other states in New England are not?
You want to take this first, or should I?
I'm happy to, I can start. You know, we have a deep Puritan thing happening here always, and that's definitely true. I also think it's one of the, it's another one of those places in our system where our low resource capacity and our small administrative structures also makes a difference. So we have very few judges. We have a very small judicial system. And so in some ways that should make it more nimble, but it also means that fewer people are making decisions. Those decisions have less eyes on them. We don't do jury trials. You know, things are, you know, our public defenders are incredibly under-resourced. Our prosecutors are incredibly under-resourced. Everyone is just trying to get everything like through the door, out the door as fast as they possibly can. And the time for sort of the evidence-based decision-making and the community input is not there. And so I think often it's more that than necessarily the puritanical stuff, which is like definitely in the background, but not the foreground of why we fail.
Yeah, and I think one thing that, from my perspective, is when, you know, we're part of the United States of America. I think that's a really important piece of context to understand. Is the United States of America jails more people per capita than I think almost anywhere else in the entire world. Like, we jail significant portions of our population. And while Vermont, inside of the US context, has one of the lowest rates of incarceration per capita, we're still part of that larger system. I guess in some ways it's an implicit bias that we have towards over-incarceration. And you also look at what's happening in states around us. This is what the normal is. This is what the expectation is. And it's those stories that we've been told for years and years. And so much of this is, you know, building up this idea that there's a necessity to be tough on crime. And I think it also goes back to some of the roots that exist within our criminal legal system in terms of control of communities of color. I think that is also a motivator that exists within a lot of incarceral settings and then has been systematically adopted across the country. You have some of that slippage where you see what one state is doing, other states say, well, if that makes sense for them, we'll do that as well. And I think that's how you saw a lot of that creep in terms of how many people were incarcerating, how we think about our systems. We think about incarceration completely differently than, you know, say some of the Scandinavian countries that think about incarceration. They are not looking to build, you know, mega prison complexes that house people for extended amounts of times. They are more focused on rehabilitation. So I think there's a lot to unpack there, but I think part of it is like we are part of the United States of America, which has built a system of mass incarceration. And I think Vermont's doing a good job of trying to reckon with that and understand what that means for us. But in some ways, you know, the starting block for us is changed because of the air we're breathing and how the systems around us all work. Because, you know, in many ways, Vermont does better at corrections policies than many other places in the country, but that's still not very good when you look around the rest of the world and how other people would create similar systems.
Thank you. We need to go to break to hear from some of our underwriters here on WVEW 107.7 LP Brattleboro, your community radio station. Stay tuned. Emily Kornheiser and Falco Schilling and I will return in a moment. Welcome back to the second half of the Montpelier Happy Hour here on WVEW 107.7 LP Brattleboro, your community radio station. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and if you're just joining me, I'm speaking with Representative Emily Kornheiser from Brattleboro, as well as Falco Schilling, who is the Advocacy Director of ACLU Vermont. And Emily, do we need to remind our listeners of something?
We do. The views and opinions expressed here on the Montpelier Happy Hour are those of the guest, the host, whoever else is in the Zoom room, but not of the radio station or the TV station or Facebook or Mark Zuckerberg or anyone else involved in any of this. It's just ours, the people who are speaking.
And we are owning that. And on that note, I think it's good for us to shift with Falco. One thing I find interesting about the conversation we were just having around incarceration, you know, there's so many places, I think, in especially in society, but in Vermont, where different needs overlap. And I have sat and covered events where victims of crime are talking, and they feel that Vermont's system is too lenient and doesn't meet their needs enough. And it brings me to questions of, say, you know, what do we do when so many of these rights or these needs interact? And I think hate speech, hate crime, the First Amendment, white supremacy, these are all other places where pieces of our community might actually be at odds with each other. Is there anything around that the ACLU is working on right now? And how do you kind of balance those two pieces of the same coin?
So that's a really interesting question. And I think it's a place where a lot of conversations are coming right now in this state in a lot of different spaces. I know Representative Kornheiser and I both participate in the Social Equity Caucus, which is a group of legislators, community leaders who come together to talk about pressing issues regarding social equity. And this has been one of the hottest topics in terms of this conversation, because we wish that some of the white supremacy and the other problems we're hearing about around the country were isolated to places around the country, but they're not. The problems exist, racism exists here in Vermont, white supremacy exists here in Vermont, and we need to be able to deal with those problems. What becomes somewhat difficult in terms of how we address them is thinking about, is this a place that legislation is the correct answer? And so the ACLU of Vermont, one of our core values is we defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. And the First Amendment is an area where it can be really difficult for folks who have really, really good intentions, who want to try and protect people who feel like they're being victimized. In terms of whether or not there's actual legislation that can move forward that would do that without infringing on people's First Amendment rights. So the ACLU is a strong defender of the First Amendment. For folks that know our organization, this has often led us to taking some controversial positions, such as advocating for neo-Nazis to march in the streets of Skokie, Illinois, which was at the time the town with the largest percentage of Holocaust survivors, which is not something that I would personally support. But it's something that we intervene to support their First Amendment right to do that. And it's something that it's a hard tension to try and deal with. So when we look at First Amendment issues, we look at issues related to hate speech and hate crimes. That's one of the things we have to be very careful about, is how is the government regulating the speech of others, and to what extent? Because that is a place where you have to, there's very few things the state can do in terms of regulating speech that are acceptable and would be constitutional. And so part of our job as advocates is to try and let legislators know when they might be running afoul of the Constitution, because no one wants to pass a law that they then have to go defend in court and have it struck down. That's something that no one
like doing that sometimes, like the GMO labeling law. Like I think people are. I think actually Vermonters are a little bit more into that than.
Having worked on that law for multiple years, it was not struck down in court. But that's a story for another day.
Actually, that would be an interesting story for another day. I'm going to make note of that.
Yeah, wearing a previous hat.
Yeah. And I more mean that was the concern in the State House before it passed. It was one of those places where we were running afoul of, commerce, et cetera. So
yeah, very much so. And also a First Amendment issue, strangely enough. That was First Amendment compelled commercial speach.
as is some of the cannabis signage and advertising.
Yep.
So I'm really had a very interesting experience a few months ago.